why not have them come here and try to spread the wealth as far as the knowledge of expanding my business? So for me, I'm a real estate investor, and what I'm hoping to get out of this, what I will get out of this is, we're looking to do short-term rentals. And when you get a short-term rental, you have to furnish it. And we don't want to part with our bed, our coffee tables, and stuff like that. So we have to fund that stuff. And this is the way to do it. Has anybody ever used a hard money lender or a bank where it just gets really a little bit ridiculous? Hard money lenders are used in the real estate industry, and our very first loan, they wanted 14%. Like clockwork every month. I had to pay a huge fee. And a lot of funding that we find available in the market is just very expensive. And for businesses, the same way. You might not have the funds you need to get to that next project, that next piece of equipment, the next vehicle that you need to expand your business, just wrapping your vehicle. So alleviating some of those stresses and pressures by having available business lines of credit is what I'm after, and hopefully apparently what you're after. And this is hopefully not the last time we see these two people here, as I hope to do this about every 6 months, bring new entrepreneurs in. I know a lot of people that will attend these things a second and third time to pick up that second round or third round of funding ideas. As you get to certain levels within this industry, then new doors open up to you, and then you have to start looking at different ways of doing it. And suddenly, I have a friend back in Arizona. He has about $400,000 of business lines of credit that he's supposed to, when he buys houses, he just swipes a credit card. I have a friend who's bought a laundromat on 0% for $35,000. The opportunity's there. You got to have money fast in our industry, in real estate. And you might need. I talked to a lady the other day. She might need a cold blazer. She needed a cold blazer like tomorrow. Like, you have credit. Like, you need something like this. And most businesses do. So I'm a recovering underachiever. I started a business because things like this used to get in my way. Like what obstacles got in the way? Like, oh, I can't do this. I can't invest in real estate. I can't own a business. I can't do this because I threw a lot of that thinking out. And now I'm finding people like Joey and Ray here that can get me past this obstacle. I'm finding other people with knowledge in the real estate industry to get me past those obstacles. And I hope you find, I know you will find some great value in today's discussions.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm not a resident yet, don't have a social security number, just have a business.
This is not dependent upon your social security number at all.
That's what I read, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, there's an employer identification number, which is like a social security number, and you can get those.
Whose training is this? Yours?
Dang it! You got me rolling on business, so yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm not sitting here for 6 hours and then find out it's not for me after
Oh
all.
no, you're in the right place.
I have it,
Yeah.
It's the only thing I have.
Yeah, I know. Again, I know people with poor credit that have been able to get themselves a business line of credit to maintain business while they were, repairing their own credit. I mean, low 400s, upper 400s.
I know.
Yeah.
Credit.
Well, you have none, but I'm saying you don't even have to have. You can have bad credit or no credit and still get business credit. So.
That's awesome.
Here's Ray. Without further ado, this is Joseph Smith, good friend. Guy back named Ray. He'll be up in a while, and I wish you to welcome them right now, and we will have a great day together.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark. Love working with Mark and Chris. You want to know why? They are people of integrity, great moral character. And when you're in business, yeah, you need to have the professionals who know what they're doing, but you also have to have people that you can trust. People only work with people they know, like, and trust. Do you agree with that? Mm-hmm. And working with Mark and Chris, they're the best of the best. We sorely miss them, right? They were pillars in our real estate community down in Arizona, but hey, now you guys have them, and they're a great blessing to you guys. All right, we're going to cover a lot of information. We're going to take 2 days and cram it into two 8-hour days worth of training and cram it in about 6 hours for you, okay? So we're going to be giving you a lot of books for you to download so that you can catch up on some of the stuff, because we're going to gloss through this really quick. 4 steps on how to build business credit right here. So text the word credit to 602-497-2257. And you have to put in your name, your email address, phone number. That only goes to me, and I'm only going to contact you if you want me to. Right? I'm not going to sell your information or spam you or anything. But I will put you on my weekly email list, and I will send you information about business finance so that you can continue to stay up to date on all the things that are going on in the world of business credit. So, you're also gonna get the downloaded 4-step guide. It's an ebook, an amazing, amazing resource for you. It's gonna cover a lot of what we're gonna cover today. And, as an added bonus, super cool that you guys are here today. See, I think everybody should have a walk-up song. I'm interrupting myself, right? Right? Put me in, coach. Are you guys ready to play today?
Yes.
All right, come on. We're going to get serious here. All right. Here's what we're going to play. If you text the word credit to 602-497-2257, somebody in this room today who's a guest will be walking out with their very own Apple iPad Air 2.
Oh, wow.
Is that worth the price of admission for today?
Yep.
All right, so make sure you get into the list. All right. And we'll bring this up a few times throughout the day, just in case somebody has forgotten or we have other people that show up later. As you said, I think you had like 20 people registered.
Well, so what happened? They need a minute to text that? Who needs a minute?
I gave them a minute.
I don't even know how, I'm just putting your number in here.
If you're not computer or tech savvy, I'm sorry. You got to get computer and tech savvy. That's just
Well,
the
I
way
know
it is.
some, this is the only part I don't know.
The word credit to 602-497-2257.
Right.
Can I go now?
Yes, sir.
Have your permission?
Yes, sir.
All right. So who am I?
Doing great.
Who am I? I'm Joseph Smith. Not the Joseph Smith. Okay, that's somebody totally different. All right. I played football. That's me, number 57 right there. That guy's having a pretty bad day.
Sorry.
Please silence your phones, as it does tend to interfere with the speaker's presentation.
Are you gonna be available for troubleshooting later? Cause
There.
I'm on the site, I entered my name and stuff and won't download them.
He in the back is available for that.
Yes. Don't worry about it.
She just can't get it downloaded. All right. Technical difficulty. You know, I love technology when it works, right? Isn't that great? Okay, so I played college football a little bit. I played college football after I played high school. So that's high school football, and I was blessed to go on and play football for Boise State. Now you guys have heard of the Boise State Broncos, right? Because everything we do, we just copy after you guys here, right? The Denver Broncos, all of our logos and our colors, we just copy you guys. Anybody heard of Boise State?
Boise State?
No? Who are my football fans in the room?
I'm from Germany.
No.
We play real football.
No, you guys play something called soccer.
No.
All right, well, here's what's great about today's presentation. You guys are gonna learn so much about football and business credit. You guys are gonna be so well versed. Okay, so I played college football. It was a great time in my life. There I am again, number 57. That's my team. Learned a lot about hard work ethic, teamwork, leadership. There's a lot of lessons in life that can be learned as an athlete. Anybody here play any kind of sport at all, ever? High school, tetherball at recess? Nothing?
Oh,
Right, Foursquare?
volleyball.
Volleyball? Would you say that in athletics there are things, there are principles that we learn, good sportsmanship, different things that translate over into the world of business? Would you agree with that? So we're going to be pulling a lot from my experience here to try and help explain business credit. But I did have my family come out and support me. That's me waving to Mom. Hi, Mom. We had now I played for Boise State back when it was a small college, right? They're a big college now. They're very popular. Apparently, not popular enough that anybody here knows who they are. But no, they're very popular. They've won a lot. But I played for when they were one AA college, and this was us when we. There I am. We beat the University of Utah, the Utes. You guys heard of them? Yes. All right. So this was the first time that Boise State ever beat a ranked opponent. We were a small little college. We were the college that you scheduled for the homecoming game. right? We were the easy win that you penciled in on the schedule. So we showed up and we won in the nail biter, last second closing drive across the field, and we won. It was great. And we ran over this, because we're the away team, we ran over to our 10 fans in the stands. Try and say that 10 times. We're singing our fight song. We're super excited, right? After that, what happens, all good things come to an end. I went to work for the Sheriff's Department, and then after that, I went to work for the Department of Economic Security. Let me tell you, those are depressing jobs, okay? I'm literally catching people on the worst day of their life. That was my job. But, you know, Department of Economic Security, I didn't have any, right? I'm a husband and a father of 4, and my wife and I decided early on that we wanted her to be a stay-at-home mom. And that meant that we had to survive on my income. Now, I reached the top of the pay scale for being a social worker for the Department of Economic Security. That means my take-home pay was $31,000 a year, putting that $100,000 education of mine to good use, right? So, I mean, I struggled, and I felt like I did everything right. They taught me to go to school, to get good grades, so that I could go where? To college, right? To get a degree so that I could get a what? A job, a career, right? And then you get the house, and then you get the car, and along the way you amass all of this debt. And how are you supposed to pay it off? Well, I'm somebody that couldn't figure that out. And I don't know if this is you guys, but I ended up going through 2 foreclosures and a bankruptcy back in 2008. Anybody remember how fun that was?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's still some PTSD from those days, right? So, so you're learning all about business finance, business credit, from somebody who's got 2 foreclosures and a bankruptcy on the record. Is that awesome or is that awesome?
So cool.
Right? But let me tell you why that's a good thing. Because when you have been through 2 foreclosures and a bankruptcy, who is going to lend money to you? Do you want to lend money to somebody who's been through 2 foreclosures and a bankruptcy? It's why I had to get educated. My finances were like a car accident in slow motion. You know, you're like, oh, don't want to look, but you can't take your eyes off it, right? And it's just careening over the financial cliff. So what I had to do was I had to figure out, what am I going to do? I can't keep going. I'm trying to do everything right, but everything's going wrong. Can anyone relate? So for me, I ended up meeting some real estate investors, and I had never thought about real estate at all in my life. And they said, hey, you should consider real estate investing. Okay, I'm flat broke, busted, 2 foreclosures, bankruptcy. Yeah, sounds like a good time to become a real estate investor to me, right? Right? Why not? What do I got to lose? Right? Apparently nothing. So I start working with them, and I'm seeing them do fix and flips, wholesales, they got rentals, and man, this stuff is exciting. But you know, all of them had what?
Money.
They had money. And what did I not have?
Money.
Right, and nobody wanted to give me any money. So what I had to do was, because of my situation, I had to get educated. I had to learn, are there alternative ways to find lending and sources of money out there for somebody who's like, if I gave somebody my social security number, I'm like the plague. Like, oh my gosh, no one would ever lend money to me, right? Now let's fast forward to today. Right, 6 years down the road, I'm 6 years down this road, right, where I left my job and I went into real estate investing full time, marketing. I have 7 businesses. I do a lot of stuff, but today I have 5 rentals. We've done a number of flips. My specialty has become finance because I've had to learn how to do this. I've raised, with the help of my business partners, over $1 million in capital over the last 2 years. Is that good or is that good? I mean, somebody with 2 foreclosures and bankruptcy, and I've got people giving me money, right? That's pretty awesome. Because they're not investing in my past or my past record, they're investing in what I'm doing now and the knowledge that I've gained along the way. I've been able to use business credit as really the foundation that keeps all of my business is going. And you're gonna learn a lot about that today. So I'm really excited to go over this information with you. So now I'm going to tell you a little story because all of you are such huge Boise State football fans. We're going to talk about Boise State since you asked.
Because we're so curious about.
Well, here, anybody know what a parable is? What's a parable? Yes.
It's like a story to reflect upon life's lessons.
Yes.
More or less.
Yes. I'm going to tell you a story about a football game, but it actually parallels what happens in business. There's going to be specific life lessons, business lessons that we can glean from this story, okay? Now, I'm going to tell you the story of the greatest football game that was ever played. I mean, it just happens to be between Boise State and Oklahoma University. I'm biased, okay? So, I'd love to say that this was back when I played, but no, I'm much older than that. I played for Boise State back in the 90s, okay, not 2007. But remember I said they were a small college? Hi, welcome. They're a small little college, right? No one ever heard of them. This was the first time this small little college was getting an opportunity to play for the college championship. You know, the whole enchilada, right? Playing for, I mean, this is a big deal. They're playing for a chance to be the best team in all of college football. And they're up against the Oklahoma Sooners. Anybody heard of the Oklahoma Sooners? They're one of the most winningest college football franchises in all of college football. So it's a David and Goliath kind of story, all right? And you're always rooting for the underdog. So no one ever heard of this little Boise State team. I mean, they were like a 17.5-point underdog. I mean, it was like they were supposed to get slaughtered in this. So here's the parable that I want to tell you. Your business is like Boise State, okay? You're like this small little college. Either you just started a company. Who here has a company? By show of hands. We all have. So if you don't have a company, then you're a little startup company. But still, even with your companies, compared to, say, the Oklahoma Sooners, what would the Oklahoma Sooners be? That'd be like Amazon, Walmart, Google, right? Big, huge corporations, the big dogs, right? Do they have any problems getting financing, by the way? Those guys? No, not anymore. But Boise State, small little college, never heard of it. No one gives them any respect. Right, you're a small little business. No one's heard of you yet. Right? So here you are, you're coming on to school. And the fact that you've started a business, when it comes to building business credit, guess what? You're already 50% done. You're already halfway done towards getting business credit. The hardest part for most people is just getting the business started and getting the business started the right way. I mean, we're going to cover a lot about that. By we, I mean Ray is going to cover a lot about that. But so once you have your business started, you're already playing for the championship. Okay, so let's back up. What is playing for the championship? What does that look like? I mean, Boise State, all these players, all these college guys, do they start the season thinking, well, I hope we win at least one game, maybe our own homecoming game. Maybe it would be nice if we went 500. Does anybody think that the football players have that on their mind at the start of the season? Or are they like, we're going to win the championship? Does every team at the beginning of the season think they're going to be the team that wins the championship that year? Right? Well, yeah, I mean, if you're playing for a team where we're all like, yeah, I don't know why we're here. That's not the team to be in. So in business, do we all start off saying, I want my business to really be lousy? I really want my business to make only maybe one sale this year, run in the red, just cost me money every month, barely make money. Maybe it'd be nice if my business just paid for itself. Who here started a business and that was your goal? Right? No, nobody? How many people feel like that's sometimes the reality though, of business? No, we started our business because we wanted financial and economic freedom, right? We wanted it to replace the income from our jobs. We wanted to have the freedom to do whatever we want, whenever we want, with whomever we want, regardless of the cost or time. That's freedom right there. That's what we want. We want the American dream. And we don't want to have to work until we're 100 before we have to retire, right? Because we know that Social Security won't be there for us. That's me, that's my thoughts. If that doesn't appeal to you guys, am I speaking? Are you picking up what I'm laying down?
Yeah.
Right, you guys following along? Okay. Just making sure you guys are still awake out there. All right, so you're playing for the championship. You started your business. You're already halfway there towards financial freedom. But a lot of teams, when they get to the championship, does every team that goes to the championship win the championship? No. A lot of them lose, right? So this is how you win a championship. Now, so you start out. So what does Boise State do? Right when this game starts, they score 2 touchdowns. Now, who are my football fans here? You're a football fan? Whew, praise God. Nobody here raised their hand for football. That person over there wanted soccer. I'm like, no. Okay.
Four-time world champion.
So,
Say again?
4-time world champion.
Yes. Okay. But it's just people running around and kicking each other in the shins. It just, ow. This looks like it hurts.
We argue about it all the time.
Oh, come on. These guys, they put on a full suit of armor, then they run into each other and then fall down. I mean, that's way cooler than kicking each other in the shins. I'm teasing.
I love it.
All right, so in football, just real quickly, it is a game of real estate, believe it or not. You get the ball and you get 4 tries to move it across the field and keep going till you get to the other side and you score what's called a touchdown when you cross what's called the end zone line. That scores you in this game 6 points. And then you have the option. In football, they call it a go for the extra point. How many points is an extra point worth? Isn't that interesting why they call it extra point? Or you could go for the 2-point conversion. How many points is that worth? Isn't that, see, you guys already know so much about football and haven't even watched it. All right, so I only bring that up because that's important to the story later on. Okay, so right off the bat, Boise State scores 2 touchdowns. They kick the extra point, so that's 6 plus 6. 1 plus 1, they're at 14 points, right? Did I do my math right? Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, so they're up, they're winning. What's that look like in business? You started your business and you got a sale, you got a commission, you got the deal. It was good, and it's like, hey, this actually works. I made a little bit of money with my business. And now you're hungry for more, right? But then what happens? What happens in life? Have you ever had an opportunity to make money and you just fumbled it away? It's like it was right there and you just let it slip right through your fingers. The whole opportunity's gone. Ever happen? Have you ever had an opportunity that was intercepted by your competition? You have other competing businesses that are out there and you were going for the deal and somebody came in and they made a bid that was cheaper or better, or they offered something because their business is already established, so they've got more money, they got more time and resources. So the deal was intercepted, you lost that. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Because sometimes we just lose deals because I would love to, a real estate investor here, I'd love to purchase that house, but I don't have the money, and here, because it's for sale, here swoops in some big hedge fund from Canada, and they just buy the whole block, and you're like, whoa. If I had that money, I would do that, right? Sometimes the competition's just bigger, faster, and stronger. Well, that's business, right? That's life. That's what happened here in this game. And at the end of the game, Boise State finds itself down by a touchdown and an extra point, right? By the end of the game. Now, when that happens, I mean, it's the end of the game, you're playing for the championship. Who here feels like if we don't make the sale, if we can't close the deal, if I can't find the funds to keep this business, we might not be in business anymore. That's called losing the championship. When you were trying to get to the point where your business was self-sufficient, sustainable, or you wanted to take it to the next level, and now you're wondering if you can even keep the doors open, if you're even gonna be in business. Is that a reality for anybody in this room? Man, it got quiet in there, man. It got quiet.
Currently, it's not. Maybe next month could be different.
Exactly.
Here it is, at the end of the game, the fourth quarter, here's what happens. Boise State down by a touchdown, they're in the middle of the field, the halfway point. They've got to go 50 yards, right? But it's fourth down. Remember I said you get 4 tries? So they're on their 4th try. They have to go 18 yards. In football, that might as well be like 10 months, okay? It's like, that's a long ways to go in a very short period of time. But they're down by 7 points, and there's only 18 seconds left in the game. Now, for my football enthusiast, if you're on the, over there, yes? If you have to cross the whole field in one play, what play do you call? The Hail Mary, right? That's where the quarterback gets the ball, and he sits there, and he just throws that ball as far as he can. But you hope that, what? Your teammate is over there, catches the ball, and you win. Now, does everybody know that that's the play you have to call? Does the defense know that? The defense goes into what's called the prevent defense. So, they put, you can't even see the full defense, but they put everybody back here. I mean, they're standing here like, ain't gonna happen. They're gonna send 4 receivers. Receivers are people who catch the ball. They're gonna run 4 receivers down the field, right? And the defense has got 8 defenders, right? You got 4 people that could potentially catch the ball, and there's these 2 other big guys sitting around there trying to swat that ball away or get away from you. So what do you think is the percentage of how often the Hail Mary pass is caught for the game-winning touchdown?
Aaron Rodgers is wrong.
That's actually
What?
exactly what I was
Aaron
thinking.
Rodgers is throwing it. Exactly.
You're Aaron.
Well, no, I mean, like, I'm not saying like just one specific person, but let's take all the football. Every time you're in the Hail Mary situation, it's the last play of the game, and you've got to throw the ball down the field and score.
I would say it's rare.
1 to 2% of the time is that ball ever caught.
Yes, I said.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
I said 1 in 100.
Now, who here has ever applied for any kind of business finance? Business credit card, business loan, anything like that? Okay, now, and we did that because we needed the money. In fact, we might have been desperate for the money. It might have been the Hail Mary. How many times when we apply for that business loan do we get approved?
0.
Yeah, very rare.
It's very rare. Anywhere from 1 to 10% of all businesses that apply for business financing actually get approved. All right. So applying for traditional financing through a bank, that can feel like a Hail Mary, could it not? So here's what I'm going to tell you. There is an alternative to just, please God, I'm going to throw in the application and please just give me a credit card so we can stay solvent for another month. There is an alternative to the Hail Mary, okay? All right, we are going to train you today on how to do business credit. Business credit is a systematic approach of what your business can do when you're in a very special situation and set of circumstances that we're going to cover today. But let's see what Boise State called. The play they called and the results that they got. Right? Remember that the Hail Mary, he's got to throw the ball down the field. Let's take a look. Ready?
To move the chains. A last gasp for the Broncos. Bransky's legs might be critical.
What's going on here?
Get out of the middle.
Yep, heard a lot.
Oh,
Yep, I knew it.
yeah.
Laterally. That's easy. That's easy. That's easy. Easy play.
Wow. Jesus.
Final seconds of 4th down and 18. Montgomery. And it is good.
That's called the extra point.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the
hear that last statement?
Size of the fight and the dog.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. Most people know that your Walmarts, your Amazons, right? These big corporations, Google, they can go out and get the financing they want. They're the big dogs, right? And when we, as business owners, we want to go get financing, we feel like we're just like Oliver saying, please, sir, may I have some more? You know, like, hey, could I have just a scrap? I'd be happy with maybe a $500 credit card. You know, just something, please, anything. Well, folks, if it's business credit is not a wing and a prayer. Business credit is a systematic, step-by-step approach that we're going to cover today. That when you do it the correct way, yields you the results that you want to see. Yields you tremendous results. I don't want to step on too much of what Ray's going to train on, otherwise he won't have anything. But today's training is called the Entrepreneur's Playbook for Building Business Credit, right? See, when those football players, they step onto the field, they don't just figure it out as they're going, right? They've studied, they've trained, they've practiced, they have a strategy. It's called their playbook, right? They know the game plan, they know what they're going to do for the game. And they also know that the defense is going to do everything they can to stop them. Who here feels like, in business, that you're up against a prevent defense? There are forces aligned that are trying to prevent you from succeeding. It might feel like it's the government saying, well, you don't have this number or that piece of paper, or there's some bureaucracy that says that there's this fee, or it could be a banker telling you you don't have enough time in business, or there's all these different forces that seem to align, or anytime we seem to make one step forward, it seems like there's all these other bills that seem to pop up out of nowhere. All of a sudden now insurance has just doubled on me, or now I've got to do, does it ever feel like there are forces aligned to prevent you from succeeding in business? Did you agree with that?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to give you the playbook that helps you know what the game plan is to build business credit and how to get past those prevent defenses that are stopping you. Because there is a lot of barriers between where you're at today and getting $50,000 in business, $100,000, $300,000, $500,000 in business, lines of credit, loans. So you've got to know who the gatekeepers are, where the defenders are, and how to, how to get around them, how to move, shove, jive, right? That's what Ray's going to be helping you with today, all right? So let me tell you a little bit about these scrappy guys from Arizona. We are real estate investors. You know, I don't want to go too much into this. Sometimes this is the only presentation that we do, but because we're with you all day, we're going to open up our business model. We're going to show you how we set up our businesses, because we've got 7 of them. And we're going to show you how business credit is incorporated in all of them. We're going to show you how we've raised millions of dollars in funds, how we secure that with business credit. We're going to show you all these strategies, but here's the flavor that I'm trying to give you. If you had rental properties, by the way, by show of hands, who here invests in real estate?
Not yet.
All right. Okay, so there's some people here who think they're not investing in real estate. Who here owns your own home? Anybody own your own home? Anybody renting? It's okay, there's nothing wrong. Renting, okay. We got a few renters. So if you're renting, right? So you're paying rent to a landlord. Or if you own your home, you're paying a mortgage, right? Let me put this to you. I'm going to tell you, here's the truth of the matter. All of you are real estate investors. Every single one of you in this room are a real estate investor. You're just either investing in your own real estate or you're investing in someone else's.
Yeah.
That's the reality of real estate investing. So I always want to encourage people, since you're already a real estate investor, why not make your own dreams come true instead of somebody else's? But that's my pitch for real estate investing for today. So that's our business. And we're going to show you how business credit is a huge, huge part of everything we do in real estate. Business credit gives us security, it gives us opportunities and advancement, but again, Ray's gonna cover a lot about that later today. So, again, it seems like I'm always about ready to steal your thunder, so I'm trying to pull back. Now, here's my other business partner. His name's Steve Weibel, and he was a realtor. Any realtors in the room? All right, hey, good on you. So he was one of the top 5 realtors in New Jersey back in 2008. Was that a good time to be a realtor?
I was in high school, so.
You were in high school.
Yeah.
2008 was the housing market crisis where everything crashed. So all of his clients went away. But here's what he did. Ray mentioned, or Mark mentioned earlier, hard money lending. Who here is familiar with hard money lending? Right. So here's what he did. Back then, it was a very unique situation, okay? Like everybody was in foreclosure. I mean, you'd look in the entire subdivision, had these little signs in the yard saying for sale, for sale by the bank foreclosure. So here's what he did. He's in New Jersey, entire subdivision, right? There's these 32 houses, all in one subdivision. They're all in foreclosure. I mean, there were more houses, but 32 were all financed through one bank. And so he did a strategy called a short sale. If you don't know what that is, I don't have time to tell you. So he's negotiating with the bank a lower price on the debt that's owed. So what he did is he got a hard money lender that was willing to come in and help him buy 32 houses, all at a discount, all with instant equity. I mean, I think each house had over $150,000 of equity. Because the banks at that time, because Dodd-Frank was being passed, that's a law that said you either get all this bad paper off your books, or the bank's gonna, or the government's gonna come in and shut your bank down. So again, a very special situation, but so the banks were highly motivated to sell off as many of these houses that were going into foreclosure as quickly as possible. Now, at that time, when the housing market crisis hit, who here had access to all kinds of bank loans and money? Right? It was nowhere. You couldn't get somebody to lend you 10 cents, right? Well, Stephen, back in 2007, he had started building his business credit. So by 2008, he actually had an excellent business credit rating. And having an excellent business credit rating that's apart from your personal Social Security, your personal credit rating, his business had its own excellent business credit rating. So when nobody else was lending, he still had liquidity, right? Because when you have an excellent business credit rating, that means that your business is lendable. You have an excellent bank rating, it's called a low 5, right? That's what you want to have. All these things, all the principles of building business credit, regardless if you're in real estate or not, are all just about making good business choices, right? Everything that you do when building business credit is just the right things to do to be more profitable. So this is what he's doing. He has an excellent business credit rating, and so when nobody else would lend, he still had access to funds. Now, maybe not as many funds as he would have had the economy been robust and roaring, but it was enough for when you use a hard money lender, they want you to have some skin in the game, right? You got to bring some cash to the table. They're not just going to give you a whole pile of money. You got to say, okay, I'm going to put this much in. Like I'm going to put 20% in, and you're going to come in with 80, right? That's how hard money works, and it's very expensive. But he didn't have any money, but he had proof of funds through all of his quote-unquote lenders, through the banks. See, there's a lot of traditional lenders and there's a lot of secondary lenders. So he had proof of funds. He gave that to the hard money lenders and said, look, you're going to help me acquire these properties. I'm going to use my funds through business credit to fix these properties up. And the hard money lender said, okay. So they purchased 32 properties. Then he goes ahead and probably puts about $12,000 into about 16 of them. New carpet, new paint, change a couple of fixtures, not that big of a deal. And so then sells 16 of them. The profit, because of the short sale, which negotiated so much equity, the profit paid off the hard money lender and the other 16 properties. So here in 2008, when everybody is losing their shirt, he owns 16 houses free and clear and can afford to put people who are trying to get out of these houses they can't afford anymore into his houses and offer them safe, affordable, clean housing at an affordable price at that time. Keeping the rents low. Now that was 11 years ago. Fast forward to today, guess who's a hard money lender now? Guess who owns hundreds of properties all across the eastern seaboard, right? Because at a time when nobody had money, he was able to continue to buy, like 4, 5, 10 properties every year, right? And while everyone was going through a recession, he was going through an economic boom. And you see how business credit played a huge part in his ability to access funds when nobody else could access funds. I bring that up because whether or not you're in real estate investor, real estate agent, are there going to be economic shifts, a downturn? Anybody think we might be headed for one coming up soon? So having business credit is a hedge against that, because you personally might lose access to your ability to obtain capital. It's just going to happen when the markets dry up. But a business that has an excellent business credit rating and a low 5 bank rating, you're still going to be able to have access to funds. Because the banks, they still need to make money. So they're going to let, we can't lend money to any of you people who are risky anymore. We can only give money to this people in this pool who we know are good, right? So that's what happens when the rest of us can't find access to money. Only the people who have excellent business credit can get access to that. You guys wanna learn how to do that?
Yeah.
All right, let's jump in. So when you go to get your business credit, remember I told you about this earlier. Who here remembered? 10 business owners go to the bank and they're applying for, let's say, $150,000 loan or $150,000 line of credit. How many of these 10 people here are going to get approved by the bank?
One.
That's right, only one. Why is that? Why only one?
Because banks suck.
Because banks suck. Thank you. That was
Can I put it
excellent.
bluntly?
I tell you what, I don't want to say banks suck. I think banks have a tremendous business model, and when given the opportunity, I plan to become my own bank. All right? We're going to talk a lot about banking today, so I'm going to show you why I want to be a bank, because being a bank is cool. Now, having to pay the money to the bank, not so cool. But if you are the bank, very cool.
It's good to be a bank.
But okay, let's take a look. Why did these people, what happened? Well, this person right here, this person didn't have enough cash flow, right? This person had no collateral for the, so they didn't get approved. This person, there was no capacity. They hadn't been in business long enough. In fact, a few of these didn't have enough capacity. Others had character issues. Like these 4 had character issues. You're like, character issues? What are we talking about? Everybody in this room looks like you're a character, right? Teasing. Character issues. We're going to talk about that. Whether you intend to be fraudulent or not, the bank is suspicious that these 4 people are not who they say they are, right? And you have people here who, they don't have any personal credit. And then the last person has cash flow, collateral, has credit, has character, has the capacity, and that person gets a loan. Yay! So, how do you go from being any one of those 9 who may be missing or lacking one of those traits that the bank's looking for? How do we make the bank see us as legitimate, as lendable, as worthy of taking a risk? Well, that's what Ray's gonna cover. I'm putting a lot on your shoulders, Ray. Putting a lot. You've got to lead. This is Moses over here. He's going to lead you to the promised land. Hey, this is why banks, we want to say they suck. The reason why they don't lend, they only lend is because they know that 90% of all businesses fail in their first 5 years. Let's pretend for a moment you're a bank. I want to borrow $250,000 from you. Right? We get a 5-year business loan set up. Now, there's a 90% chance that I'm going to be out of business, bankrupt, unable to pay you back your money. Are you comfortable just saying, here you go, here's $250,000?
No.
Right. So you're gonna tighten your lending restrictions. You're gonna make me jump through a whole bunch of hoops to see if I'm just, maybe my business is just a hobby. Maybe I'm not really committed to my business. You're gonna find out if I'm really committed to my business, if I really am successful, if I really do have what it takes to be successful.
And if you're not, those 9 don't get a bailout from the government.
That's true. See, the banks are just
They can
too-
fail and get a
they're
bailout
too-
from the government.
They're too big to fail.
Yeah.
Along with hedge funds and mortgage lenders, and I mean, come on, the banks. We say bank, but we really mean the whole financial industry, right? Right? Okay, you're right. See this guy? He's become cynical, right? We're going to turn him into a true believer before we're done. All right?
Get your work cut out for you.
No, everything you're saying is absolutely true. But you know what? Instead of fighting against it, let's find a way to use
Yeah, I'm
the
all for
bank
that.
and their systems to our advantage, right?
Yeah.
If you can't beat them, join them. Which is why I'm going to become a bank. I can't beat the bank, right? That's a losing game for me to try. So I'm just going to become one. All right. The person who's going to take over the rest of today's training, not all day, but for the next couple hours, right, is my business partner, Mr. Ray Fleming. Let me tell you a little bit about this guy and why you should listen to him. He has started more businesses than I have fingers and toes. That's a lot, because I actually have 10 or 11 fingers and toes. I don't know exactly. I have to take off my sock. Now, this guy has had, he's had a landscaping business, a handyman business, kettle corn. Who here doesn't like kettle corn? Right? Oh, that stuff's good stuff. He started out with eBay businesses, finding junk at yard sales and then putting it on eBay and selling it for hundreds of dollars. I mean, that's kind of like a fix and flip right there if you think about it. Fix and flipping junk, right? This guy started a wholesale business, fix and flipping business. We're talking about real estate. He has rental properties. In the last 2 years, he's done, him and his business partners have done 16 deals, right? He's made well over $100,000 in profit. In fact, his companies at this point are worth over $400,000, right around there. I don't know the exact figure. I'm just bragging on him. So this guy has learned not only how to do business credit, because he's had so many businesses, but in the last year, just the last year alone, he's helped 90 different businesses, entrepreneurs like yourself, build business credit to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars that are at their disposal for the purpose of using to grow and build their business. I think we have a lot to learn from this guy. Please welcome to the front of the room, Mr. Ray Fleming.
All right. Thank you, Joseph.
Partner, there you go. Keep up the good work.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing today? All right. So my name is Ray Fleming, and thank you, Joseph. That's why I like working with the guy. Take him everywhere so he can introduce me, especially when I'm about to check out or register. It sounds really cool and all, but to tell you the truth, it still seems a little bit weird when I hear these things because that is totally not what most of my life actually looked like. I still picture myself, the guy sitting at the bus stop just hoping that I had a car, and that was 5 years ago. Like, I failed businesses, lost everything multiple times. It was just one of those things. But I had a revelation, and so I had a little small contractor business. It was a great gig. I got to work on different projects, worked for a lot of real estate investors, and who's worked out in the heat? Like out in the summer. Does it get hot here? How hot does it get here?
I think summer can get up to.
You get to like 100 or close. You could get over 100. Okay, so that's just standard down in Tucson, Arizona. Standard hot. So I'm up on this roof and I'm working on this cooler, feeling like I had made it. You know, I set my own schedule, I had freedom. Yet it actually felt like I had about 30 different bosses. The landlords were bossing me around, telling me what to do. My clients are always telling me to go fix this or go do this or go do that. And so I'm sitting up there and working on the roof, and it's 114. I remember this day, it was crazy. 114, which I think we usually get the max is like 17. That's where we like topped out. I don't know why we went there. So I'm like sitting there, and then it's like the clouds opened up, and this like the sun came down. It was like this vision from the heavens. Yes, almost. But actually, it was just a reflection off of a black Porsche that would like pulled into the driveway. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I like these shiny objects considering I have an old beat up truck. And this guy gets out in the suit, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, like, who's this guy? He's talking to the foreman down there that's running the project. And after he left, I went down there and I'm like, oh, who's this guy? And he's like, oh, I thought he was a realtor because realtors drive really fancy cars, they wear nice suits. But the problem was he wasn't a realtor. He actually owned the property, and he owned the 5 houses down the block that we were all working on. And so I didn't understand how this guy who was late 30s controlled all of this stuff. I figured he won the lottery, or he was a trust fund baby, because that's the only way I ever figured you could get money. So I figured I'd been in business for a while, I could go to the bank. And I walked in and I looked for getting some money to actually go buy a property. And of course, from what Joey was talking about, what do you think they told me? No. They're like, yeah, P&Ls. Who doesn't know what a P&L is? Okay, so a profit and loss statement for a business.
Okay.
So I didn't really know about accounting. I was kind of doing my own accounting and things like that at that time. And so didn't even know what a profit and loss statement was. And so they were like, well, we can't lend you any money. All right. Went through a lot of these scenarios of not being able to find money. So I came up with a new business plan, and it was to go to all of my guys that were working, gather up money, because there was a huge lottery on Wednesday. Anybody ever else think that that's your only opportunity to buy and
Powerball?
retire? I had no thoughts. That's all I thought that I could ever get from the lottery.
Hey, somebody has to win it.
Yeah, right? And so it would be a disaster now thinking about if one of those tickets actually won. It would be a nightmare. Okay, so, whoops. So these are, did you already flip through these?
No.
Oh, so these are some of the projects that Joseph and I have been working on just in the last 18 months or so. And we have actually, that's a new one that we're working on currently, and actually there's another project that's gonna close on the 20th. And so we like to do real estate. I used to flip cars, I used to flip junk, kettle corn, all this stuff. How much money of my personal money do you think I have involved in this? Close. $10. It's all I've ever had to spend of my own personal money. So that's what's powerful, that's what's crazy. Like right now, there's guys working on the house. We purchased it for cash from an auction. We're gonna put about $16,000 into it, turn around and make a $20,000 profit when we sell it. Now, is this typical? I don't know. I would say not. I would say that 80% of people don't really do stuff, and there's that 20% that actually make it happen. Like for example, we had maybe like 40 people that wanted to be here today, and 20% of that is gonna make it happen. So you guys are the ones that are actually making it happen, so congratulations to you. Now, I wanna really dive into, we've kind of been giving you the background on us, so you really know where we're coming from and who we are to really get us to know. Now I'm gonna go into like the nitty gritty, step by step, so be ready to take some in-depth notes, and to make sure that we really understand where we're going, I want you to compare this to what we already know. So that's the easiest way to understand business credit, is to relate it to what we already know. What is SSN?
Social,
And EIN?
your,
Employer identification number.
Employer identification number. So works similarly like a social security number. It's basically the tax ID for the entity. Now, talking about your personal credit, what is a perfect personal credit score?
it would be close to 800, 750 to 8.
You got it. right there.
The max is 850.
850. Actually, yes, it is 850. There's a couple different scoring models. Yeah, you get a gold star.
Yeah, that's FICO now.
Is it real gold or is this color?
A couple different scoring
It's
models.
yellowish
They
in
even
color.
have some that go up to 900, but most scoring models, it's 850. And what is a perfect business credit score? If you don't know, we're gonna find out today. All right, so let's go back to personal. If you want to check your personal credit score, where would you go? Who are the big 3 bureaus that you would check with?
TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, and go to annualcreditreport.com.
Yeah, so you can go to a third party that could actually direct you to Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. Now, there's actually hundreds of them, but those are the big 3. If you want to check your business score, who would you go to?
DNB maybe?
Perfect. So if you don't know, we're going to cover that today. Let's go back to personal. What could make your score either go up or down?
Well, you have to go with the FICO scoring, so you're talking 30%, don't spend more than 30% of the credit limit. Then you're talking about the
That's called utilization.
You rate
utilization.
utilization.
Then you're
What's the
talking
biggest
about
one? What's the biggest thing that could hurt your credit?
Default.
Yes.
Bankruptcy.
Payments.
Yeah.
And then what you're talking about is staying under 30%
Uh-huh.
utilization.
Payments are the largest.
Payments, yes, that is the biggest one. About 35% of your score or your profile is calculated from that. Utilization, what you were talking about, utilization. So, utilization, how much of your available credit you're actually using. Let's say you have a $1,000 credit card and you're carrying over a balance of $500. What percentage of utilization is that?
So you're saying $1,000 balance?
Sorry.
No, or you're saying, I'm sorry.
$1,000 limit.
There you go.
$1,000 limit, and we are carrying over a $500 balance. So it'd be 50%. What was it one more time? What was your name?
Sherry.
Sherry. That's right. So Sherry. So what you said the magic word is 30%. Does everybody understand that really you're supposed to stay under 30% of a balance being carried over each month?
If they're pulling Vantage score, it's even lower than that.
Yes. Actually, anything over like 1% starts to actually hurt your score, but it can keep growing until you surpass 50. Once you surpass 50, then you'll actually start to really negatively impact your score. And maxing it out, that will affect heavily negatively your profile. And it affects 30% of your score, the utilization. So, we weren't not necessarily talking about personal credit, but that's very important to understand. Inquiries, that's another one. So,
10%.
10%.
And also,
Is
if
it-
you
or is
don't
it
have
about
a lot
50?
of credit,
Is it-
if you do not have a lot of credit, it will have a greater impact on your score than if you have quite a bit of credit. Does not impact as much after 1 year.
You
though.
should bring her up, have her teach this part of the class.
You're awesome.
That's because I was in the industry.
You're awesome. No, that's awesome. But you bring up a very good point. If you only have a few records, these small little things that in a big scope, if you had a whole lot of different payment histories and things like that, they wouldn't have such a big impact. But having a couple of inquiries, and that could really offset your score dramatically.
There's several types of inquiries too, right?
Yes, there is.
Hard, batch, soft.
What about age of accounts? So, do they want to see a bunch of brand new credit cards? Or do they want to see some accounts that have been opened up
Do
for...
not close your old credit cards, whatever you do.
We brought her with us, just so you know.
She travels with us now. And you're coming to Hawaii, right? So that's we're presenting it.
But right. No, you bring up such a great point, though.
Yeah, you don't do it because it's ruined people's credits.
Absolutely. People that close their credit card accounts can see their scores fall. If you're working on not spending, cut it up and just keep the account open. But you also want to maybe use it just a little bit. That's a whole nother training for another day. And mix of accounts. So they want to see that you're able to balance a lot of different products. Not just one credit card. Like you said, that they have several different products in the mix. So you have maybe a car loan, a mortgage, personal line of credit, a credit card, HELOC. The more products that you're able to properly manage, the better. Now, let's move over to the business side. What affects your business score? Is it all 5 of these? This is very important to understand. So we need to understand what affects. See, this is one thing, we never even learned this stuff in school.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a whole nother class, conspiracies on why
yeah.
why we don't learn these things. But actually, I know Mark, if you guys plug in with Mark has an amazing personal credit training that he can get you access to. It's absolutely phenomenal. That's where I learned most of my stuff. So Chris and Mark, yeah, get touched with them. How long does it take? So let's go on the personal side. How long does it take from where you are today? As soon as we start talking about personal credit, how long will it take for you to get to 850?
Well, I've been told at least a couple of years before I can even think of applying. 2 years of
She
taxes.
doesn't even have a social.
Yeah, I don't have a social, so first get my social and then 2 years of tax returns, good ones, and then I might start thinking about applying.
Okay.
That's what I've been told.
And it's not very different than a lot of people who already have socials. You know, it can take them years because one thing, if we don't know how to properly manage it, it's very easy to damage it.
Well, let me ask you this. I have 2 foreclosures and a bankruptcy on my record. You being the credit expert that you are, how long is it gonna take me to get
You're
to
just
an
telling me
850?
now in front of these. DC told me in front of you guys, so I couldn't walk out.
How long is it gonna take me to get to an 850?
I
Probably
don't know.
7.5 years.
I think that's the meeting after this. It's like credit support or credit anonymous. Like,
How long did you get your second loan after your first foreclosure?
No, both foreclosures happened at the same time.
Okay.
I've seen different scenarios of foreclosures still being in effect on somebody's report 12 years later, because by the time it finally furnished and processed and went through, and then the 7-year cycle started, it's ridiculous.
Is 7 years for 2?
7 years. Actually, foreclosures can stay on there for
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
Mine have affected me
And
for
liens
10
too.
years.
Yeah, lanes
Bankruptcy.
10. But that's the other thing too, is once it's finished processing and stuff like that, it could have taken 3 years for it to even fully finish, and then really hit it. Many cases forever. I mean, I don't know anybody who's actually achieved an 850. As soon as it starts to get good enough, we end up really using it. Many times. Now, on the business side, how long does it take to achieve a near perfect credit score on business? Well, we're definitely going to make sure that you know that before you leave today. All right, so disclaimer, I'm not a licensed attorney, accountant, financial advisor, broker, unless individually that have licensed active that capacity that will not provide specific counsel, advice, or instruction to apply to specific individuals and presentations, no information only, the Watch Guys Stars recommend it. Get certain professionals when making a decision that have a legal impact, especially financial decisions. Okay. I haven't done that in a while, and I need to get quicker because I feel like I did.
You read that kind of slow.
It was kind of slow.
Painful to listen to.
Okay, so what does that mean though? Yeah. Oh, so I'm not using any license right now. This is all general in scope. So we do have financial advisors on our team and loan officers. So if you need a CPA, if you need an attorney, always make sure that what you're doing is right for you in that situation.
What's a CPA?
In other words, you can't come back.
Certified public accountant.
Thank you. See, I'm
Yep.
Okay.
Basically.
No
only
question is a stupid
language.
question. Only the unasked question.
Oh, sorry.
She asked what a
It's
CPA
not my
is.
first language.
Oh.
So sometimes I
A
don't know
certified public accountant.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so accountants, yeah. We have to get real on who we are. So this is the very first step. So who did not have a business yet? Everybody has a business of some type that they're working on? Okay. All right. So I guarantee you all looked really good. So you looked in the mirror before you came today. I'm sure you made sure your hair was looking nice and your shirt didn't have spaghetti on it. But I'm sure you can pick yourself out of a lineup, right? We know what we look like. Do we know what our business looks like?
Kinda.
Kind of. I
From
mean,
the
we
lender's
really,
perspective.
your body is an entity, and we create separate legal entities to create businesses for many, many different reasons. But many times we just do it and we don't realize that maybe there's spaghetti all over our shirt on our business. And we don't even realize it because we don't look at it in the same way we look at ourselves. So today is all about getting really deep and reflecting on what your business is saying to the world. Okay?
All
It's
right.
gonna be a little bit tough. First, it's about babies. Who has children? Anybody? Okay, so a couple. This is my little girl, but what is more important is this little pillow. She takes this pillow with her everywhere. And one time I left this pillow in a gas station and I thought it was World War V. It was the whole world was crashing down. But we have tried to replace this pillow many times because it's old, it's dirty, and it's worn. But nowadays it's still around and it has these little tiger stripes and it's worn, and I can't pull it away from her to save my life. It's one of these things that makes her feel comfortable. And did anybody have anything as a child that you just really felt was something that made you feel comfortable? What was it?
It was a little teddy bear.
There you go. Yeah, a little raccoon. It was one of those things that I still wonder where he is. Where did he go? And his name was Popcorn, actually. So what we have to do is we have to provide a pillow to the lenders. Lenders know what a credible business looks like. All businesses are basically the same. So it doesn't matter if we're talking about real estate or you're into pet supplies or your personal services. It doesn't matter what the business is. The structure of the business and the legitimacy of businesses is the same across the board. And so what we need to do is provide what lenders are familiar with, what they're comfortable with. We have to provide that to them because they know if you're trying to pull one by them. Like Joseph said, are you treating your business like a hobby? Because I used to have a hobby of building model cars. I'd go around my neighborhood, make some money to fuel my hobby. This is a big problem because many of our startup businesses, home businesses, we treat them like hobbies. We're in business for ourselves. We don't really have to, work 60 hours a week at it. Now, of course, after we've been around for a little bit, we realize how much work it actually takes. But lenders want to know that you're not treating it like a hobby. And that's very hard to do sometimes. So after we get real about what we're going to do with our business, the first thing is naming the business. Who has a business name that they'd like to share?
The what?
Your business name.
Good dog, nice kitty.
Good Dog, Nice Kitty. That's your business name.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Good Dog, Nice Kitty. I like it. Yeah.
All my businesses start with custom-made services and then the location.
Perfect. Custom made services and then where it's located. That sounds good. Nice. Perfect. Ben. Is Ben a bad name? Anybody in here named Ben? Ben?
No,
What was your name?
Carl.
Carl. Nice to meet you, Carl. Is Carl a bad name?
No,
No, it's not. I like Carl.
for a business probably.
Yeah.
It could be like Carl's, auto cares. It could
Carl's
be like,
Jr.
Yeah. There you go.
Can't be a bad name. It's like that's a huge company. So Ben is not a bad name, but see, we understand people names. Who thought deep and hard about their business name? You thought about that for a while, right? Thought about what it looked like on shirts possibly, what your website might look like, what your business cards might look like. You thought about your name. I don't know if, now Ben, it's not a bad name, but when we pair that up with another name that is not necessarily bad, it can create confusion. So, like if your last name is Dover, that can create some confusion, right? It can. It's one of those things that bend over.
Oh.
Bend over. Ben is not a bad name, but it's one of those things that kind of, it's like one of those, why'd your parents do that? Why'd your parents do that? And he's a real estate agent. But it's one of those things that neither one of them are bad, but when paired together creates confusion and uncertainty. We deal in real estate. Is real estate a bad name? It's actually a really bad, not necessarily a really bad name, but it is not ideal to have in a business name. There's a lot of reasons why. What about investments? Is investments a bad name? For a business, that is not necessarily a wise decision. Since we have real estate investment business. Anybody have investments in their business name? Besides Mark?
Our first one that we don't use anymore, but yeah.
It's okay.
Before we do.
Because the thing is, even if you have it though, there's always ways to compensate for a weak name, or I shouldn't say a weak name, a name that creates confusion. There's ways to offset that by building up other areas. Anybody want to take a guess on why the name or having investments in a business name would create confusion?
Doesn't tell you what.
Doesn't tell you what. Is this some type of financial institution? Lenders cannot lend to other financial institutions without going through a whole nother set of parameters and regulations. It is definitely not something that can be done through an online application. Does that make sense? So this would create automatic denials across the board because they don't know what it is. So you send an application through and you may be getting denied because of your business name. This is a hard realization. If your business name represents anything that is in a high-risk industry or a restricted lending industry, that is a problem that needs to be overcome. And we'll go back through a whole list of what these restricted industries are, high-risk industries, but I'll tell you pretty much anything that we can use, like normal startup businesses, are high risk. Lots of them are high risk. Just because of the statistics on how many actually fail. So we gotta make sure that you're using a good business name. Very, very, very important. Next, what's next after we get a business name? What do we need to think about?
Structure.
Structure, yes, we'll get there definitely. But also, where is your business gonna be located? Yes. I mean, especially if we're starting out, we may just say, oh, we're gonna start it out at our house. Use our home address. Anybody else do that? I did it.
Yeah.
It's like, we don't have, how much would it cost to take out a lease on this place, build it out? We're talking thousands and thousands of dollars to do that. And if we're just starting out, we don't have the funds for that.
Virtual office.
Virtual office, those are awesome.
Yeah.
That is an alternative if you can't afford the office. Can't afford the office? Then, wait, what about a P.O. box?
No. Freaking more.
Why not a P.O. box?
Doesn't really
Restrictions on that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
There
know.
are. But what about a mailbox, etc.? Or a UPS store? It doesn't look like a P.O. box, it looks like more of a street address.
Better, but still has some complications.
It does. And I went online and when I was first starting out, I said, where should I put my business? They said, go to a UPS store because it looks more like a suite address in a street. And then I went to the bank and then they're like, well, where's your business located? I said, oh, here's my address. And they're like, that's a UPS store because we all have Google. We all have Google, we know that that's a UPS store. But why would that create a problem?
They want to know your physical address.
Could be fraudulent.
Exactly.
Where to find you.
Yeah.
Where to find you.
So when they're serving you papers, they can know where to go.
Yeah, so, wait, it's Carlton, right? Wait, no,
Carl.
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 Carl's Jr.
Carl. Carl. Okay, so Carl, if we just met on the street, I want to borrow $100 from you, and I give you my address of a P.O. box, or I give you my address of a UPS store, you have no confidence in that because you can't, like you said, you can't find me. You mentioned virtual office. So having a place that can receive mail on behalf of your business. Virtual office, there's monthly expenses to that, but for what we're hearing today, a place to work 2 days a week, $50, and receive your mail, that's a phenomenal opportunity. I would say most virtual offices are anywhere from $30 to $200 a month. Huge range. depending on the services that you're looking for. Now, there are still some issues that arise in virtual offices. What do you think the issue could be with a virtual office?
I know.
You're not physically there.
Well, there will be, like, most of the time, if it's a virtual office during regular business hours, there's a receptionist or somebody there that can receive packages. It's kind of one of the things they have to have. But yeah, you're not personally there, but somebody is there.
I know it's very short, can be very short term, there's no,
Yes, they don't know how long you're going to be there. The other issue is, how many businesses do you think are working in here on a weekly basis? There's a lot of
Dozens.
independent business owners. So when there starts to be 15, 20, 30, 100 different businesses at one address, then they flag it as a virtual office, which usually just requires some extra security things, possibly needing a driver's license, wanting to ship to your home address. There's a lot of things that can come up, but the easy solution is virtual offices that offer private mailbox numbers. Private mailbox numbers, those do cost a little bit more, but you're not going to run into any of the issues. Now, if you use just a regular virtual office, it's easy to overcome many of those issues of being in the same pool with all the other companies. But it is a very inexpensive way to get a good, legitimate business address. Or you could be like me and choose mom's house, because I had a little contractor business. I didn't want people knowing where I lived. I didn't want them coming to steal my tools, my trailers, messing with my trucks. And plus, there's people that would show up there looking for work. I don't know if anybody has ever thought about that, on reasons. Anybody else thought about reasons not to use their home address?
yeah.
What would be one reason?
Well, a lot of stuff you can say.
Like people actually coming and showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I sent them all to my mom's house. She's literally a mile away from where I was living, and I could just go by there and pick up my mail. Not a big deal. And so one day I showed up, and there's a guy like kind of snooping around the side of the house. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is my mom. She lives by herself, and I'm like, grab like tools in the back. I'm like, grab something. I thought this guy was trying to break in and do something, and he's sitting there pulling weeds out. Like, hey, dude, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just, Nancy hired me to pull her weeds. I'm like sitting there, and I do landscaping, and I'm like, okay. I go knock on the door because it was a Saturday, and I'm like, hey, Mom, like, what's going on here? Like, I could have done the weeds for you. It's kind of one of these things, like a mechanic not taking care of his own car. Like, I just didn't ever do my mom's weeds, and that's what I did for a living. She's like, well, I know you're busy, and I didn't want to bug you. And then he showed up looking for you and looking for work. And I said, well, I'll pay you to do the weeds in the yard. She ended up building a whole crew and put me out of business. But actually what happened along the way, which was another big problem for me, is when I first started, it was at my house. Then I moved to a UPS store, and I didn't change the address with everybody. Certain people had my home address. Then certain people had UPS. Then when we get an office, then certain people have the office. The IRS didn't have the office address, but the Secretary of State still had the UPS store. So everybody all of a sudden had different addresses, which then creates a huge problem. Every single entity or agency that needs to have your address needs to have the same address. And when I mean same, exactly the same. We had a problem, and I'll show you in a few minutes, a huge problem that arose, and it's something that most of us would not even notice. So we have to make sure that wherever we're sending them, it is all the same all across the board. The bank, the Secretary of State, we'll go through the whole list of who needs to actually have that information. Okay, next, we're gonna give a little quiz. What does the winner win? What does the winner get?
A calculator?
I got some in my bag.
I'll take one.
What do you got?
I got some in the bag over
A
there.
USB drive?
Yeah. All right. So, when you, I think it's in the main one. So we're gonna put something up here on the board. As soon as you have solved the problem, raise your hand. Okay, and I'll watch.
Don't
to see
blurt
you.
it out.
Don't blurt it out. You gotta raise your hand to phone in. All right, here we go. All right. What's the problem?
Spots in there twice.
Spots in there twice. Perfect. Who did not see it?
Where is it? Can't get
Oh, the other bag, the black one.
Oh.
The other black one. So, many of us, depending on the way that our minds think, me, I go straight to the numbers. And I'm trying to see if there's a pattern there of some sort. Because, well, let's see, Ray said that there's a problem. Me, I'm like, can you spot a mistake here? Okay. And I'm looking, I'm like, colors, 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 colors. Anybody else do that?
Yeah.
That's what I was doing. And then, so, like Carl said, he's like, well, spot's in there twice. Why spot in there twice? I didn't even read it the first time. I'm like, oh. Our brain makes these little like shortcuts to kind of save time and energy. And so the problem will happen when you're reviewing your documents. Because you've seen your address a million times, you've seen your name a million times. And you will literally look at your name and move on. For 2 years, my name has been spelled wrong on one of our companies with the Secretary of State. I could never find this business searching by my name. And I always wondered, I'm like, why won't it come up by searching by my name? I have to search by the business name. And then I'd look at this, I guess there's just a flaw in the system. And then once we started really reviewing everything, I said, you've got to be kidding me. I probably have seen this about 15 times and wondered why it did not come up. And there's an extra O in my name, and I had no idea. I just didn't even notice it. And it's still actually spelled wrong, which I finally got around to submitting the correction.
Carl just wanna give me a USB drive. You wanna tell him what he just got?
Oh, Carl, you got the USB drive? Perfect. There's like 9 ebooks on there that are in-depth, like business credit training books, and there's even a book on there about fully developing your personal credit as well. It's about 100 pages on that one too. Just if you didn't have anything else to do this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
cool.
$300.
Congratulations. Yes. All right. And
I'll sell
All
it
right.
for $250 right now. You buy one?
Oh, he doesn't wanna build
things
business
like me.
credit.
That's what I would say.
I'd take him at $250.
Okay. All right. So what did we do so far? All we've talked about is getting a good business name and getting a good address, right? And making sure that your documents and reviewing them. Then guess what? The other thing we missed besides my name, one of our more recent ones that we set up is called the 1,000 Doors Project. It's this huge endeavor. I mean, just to set up the legal structure was almost $5,000 just to get that set up. And we have a girl in our office who helps us build our business credit. And she comes and she's like, well, we have a problem. Okay, we just got our official documents in place and corporate books, and what's the problem? She's like, the address is wrong. I'm like, we know what we're doing, we just set that up. How did somebody screw it up already? Like,
Ray's
how
fault.
did, and I'm like, okay, what did Joey do?
Ray's fault.
So we're looking at this and I'm like, holy smokes, the address is wrong. Yes, the address was wrong. And I signed off on it. And he signed off on it too. We both signed off on a sheet with the wrong address. And guess what was wrong? It said it was East Hayden.
North?
I still can't even get it right. North Hayden.
It's supposed to be North Hayden Road.
No, but it said
But it said North Hayden Street.
North Hayden Street. And it should have been road. So that little street versus road. Is a person gonna catch that? People are not gonna catch that.
Somebody did, because
Well, when we're really reviewing it, but who are you applying to? Are you actually applying to a person?
And you're applying to a company.
You're
So
applying
they
to a
would-
computer,
Oh, okay.
an algorithm. Anything under $150,000 goes through a computer algorithm.
Okay.
You put your application in and it goes boom, 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 boom. Secretary of State, IRS, 411 directory. It goes to all of these things, and any discrepancies they think you're trying to hide from them. They think you're trying to pull and bind them. Because scams and fraud is the biggest problem there is. Anybody want to take a guess on the percentage of fraudulent applications that lenders receive daily?
300%.
300%. Percentage of applications. How much are what percentage is fraudulent or deceitful?
I would say
Third.
70.
50 to 80% daily.
Wow.
They spend a significant amount of money preventing fraud. Significant amount. But when I say deceitful, it may not be on purpose. It may be Secretary of State says you're one place, your bank says you're somewhere else, 411, you're not even in it. So you're just an unestablished entity, and you're just trying to get money, and you're not even an actual business. That's what they, and then plus there's, how hard is it to start an LLC? Pretty easy. How hard is it to apply for credit? Pretty easy. Yeah. Lots of people who, now I wouldn't say a lot of people. There's a couple bad apples that ruin it for the bunch, because not all people are bad. Actually, it's pretty much a small majority. There's a small number of people who are actually trying to be deceitful and wrong. But they ruin it for everybody else. They really do. Do you guys have any payphones still here?
Museum got one, I saw.
The museum has one.
In the prisons, they do.
They do.
I know. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we finally let Joey
In
finally got.
obscure places, there might be one.
See, he was a correction officer, and that's where I met him because I was the inmate. What about phone books? You guys still have phone books?
I still have one.
Still get some.
You still get some, right? Who has, if you have business, have you made sure your business is in the phone book listing? The national actually more specifically, the National 411 Directory. And this isn't 411 from your cell phone. This is the national registry that they use in conjunction with the phone book. In the 411 National Registry. You can't just call your Verizon one because that'll be Verizon's directory. Who remembers 411 when everybody had a home phone? They're too lazy to get the phone book out and like, well, in 20 days when I get the bill, I'll pay that 75 cents that they're going to charge me for this operator-assisted call. Man, it is still a thing today.
It is.
A huge thing, especially with the beginning vendors. It is a way for them to check legitimacy. Because when you're in business and you're legitimate, it was one of these natural things that over the course of within a year, you would be put into that system. You'd have opportunity to take out ads, you'd have an opportunity to correct your listing. Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Can you connect your cell phone to that, or does it have to be a landline? Do you have to have a landline?
That's a great question. Not a personal cell phone,
Okay.
because you'll get flagged as an unestablished entity. Think about what a big company would do. Would Walmart put a cell phone number? No. No.
So you
They
need a
don't want.
basically
They
a
want to know
landline.
that you're serious about your business.
Okay.
If it's not, I'll show you some options as far as there's what's called VoIP, like voice over internet protocol systems. There's Freedom Voice, there's Ring Central, there's Vonage. There's things like this where you can actually get a registered phone number local for your business.
Okay.
Many times it's a very minimal cost to actually add in, or sometimes they'll do it for free, add an 800 number. And you're like, whoa, I just do a couple trade shows a year. Why do I need an 800 number?
I did that once with Grasshopper.
I have a lot of people ask me this, maybe you can answer this. On my personal cell phone bill, they always offer this to me all the time. I could add a line, and it could be for my business. Would that work?
Yes, if it is a legitimate business number.
See, my understanding was if I add a line to my personal cell
Oh,
phone.
you're adding a line to your personal.
Yeah, it's my.
Oh, I thought you were adding
my
a
personal.
business.
No, my personal carrier
things.
is asking
If
that.
it would,
Still
the
personal
main
line.
account holder needs to be a business. So if your main business account, the easiest way to actually do it is to just set up the easiest and the most cost-effective way is to set up a registered online number and just have it get forwarded to your phone. You can also have it go through a auto attendant. So, for accounting, press 1, and it could go to a specific voice mailbox. The goal is to create this. When you're starting out, it's kind of like getting really close to a light and a screen is really far away. So you can project a large image with a small amount of power. Yes?
Skype too. I have to Skype to Germany because I can't get through any of my phone lines, and they offered me a registered landline number. On Skype, it's about $8 a month.
I'm not. How does Skype work?
Skype has a VoIP. They do have a VoIP number there. You just still have to be careful.
As long as
to-
it's registered your business, there shouldn't be a problem.
Right,
I didn't
and one of the things that Ray is giving you this information in a very specific order. A very common mistake is people start going all over the place and doing this. You have to take care of everything in the exact order that Ray's telling you, because when it comes to this step, if you want to set up your phone, a business phone number, you already have to have your business name. You already have to have your business address. You have to have your business entity. You have to have these all in place because the phone company is going to check that. Or they won't give you the business line.
Now, there's ways to get listed in the 411 on an expedited basis. There's services out there. There's called like List Yourself. There's services out there, and the most expensive one I think was $360 that I saw. So there's a cost to getting yourself sent out there. It's kind of one of those things. Talk with us. We have a corporate account, and we'll talk about that a little bit later about just listing. But you've got to make sure that you're in the 411 directory for sure. Who has a Google Voice number?
We did at one point.
I used a Google Voice number for my first business. Why
I have
why
one
did
I
you?
use, or you mean just as a primary business number?
Yeah.
Not anymore, but I did use it.
I had mine for, when students called me, because they didn't have my personal number.
Perfect. Right. You didn't want to give out your personal information, so you used it because it was kind of a way to hide almost. Privacy.
Gave you some anonymity.
So,
And it
the,
can- sorry.
yeah, no, go for it.
No, an advantage if somebody doesn't want, if you want a second personal, just, it's good, just a separate number to give people, if you don't want to give them your personal number.
And how much did it
And
cost?
I like, it's free,
It's free.
and I like it because it converts your voicemail to text.
Yes.
And the cell phone companies charge you $5-10 a month for that service.
I love Google Voice numbers. They're awesome free service that Google provides. Lenders absolutely hate Google Voice numbers because they're free and awesome and easy to use. So everybody else,
So why would a business want to use that, you know?
well, I mean, it's one of those things that, like you said, it's kind of hard to find. I used to use, well, I still use them. I use them on, anybody ever seen like, we call them bandit signs? Signs on the
Yeah.
side of the road. Buy your house cash. Yeah, that's us running around with suits at 3 in the morning putting up signs like that.
Okay.
Actually, I saw quite a few here. Do you guys have a big problem with that here?
We're
There's
allowed to
quite
do
a-
them on weekends.
It's.
You're allowed to do them on
From
weekends?
Friday noon to 8 a.m.
And you just take 'em
Friday,
down?
Monday,
You're allowed to do that here?
on weekends.
Oh, wow.
take it down, but,
We are not allowed to do it,
oh,
from what I've heard. And I know, now we're crossing that line of ethics. I know some people that run out even though we're not supposed to do it. It's against code enforcement. And we use Google Voice numbers because it's very hard to track that person.
So this is one of the ways that people cut corners when building business credit?
It is. And so this is what you look like to the lenders.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, so next, email address.
You really be in a suit? I think just pajamas or something.
He's trying to be official. He's getting in his mind right.
Right, he's in business, right? He's trying to come across as a business.
What about email address?
I don't use a
Oh.
public one like Yahoo. Okay.
Have your own domain, like
Domain.
Outlook,
Perfect.
email.
So imagine you're doing some work with Joseph at the bank, okay? Sending you some routing information, and this is the email that it comes through. Is anybody a little uncomfortable with that?
You want to give me your personal account information, that email?
Okay, let's just make like a little change. Do you feel a little bit better about that? You're still gonna make sure that it's who and whatnot, but you feel a little bit better. One thing.
I got mine from MaxKidding.com or something like that.
There you go, yeah. Bank of America has, what is it, SSL secure, what are those security
SSL is one of them.
Yeah. So like they're encrypted. It can be hacked, but I mean for the most part it's pretty fairly secure. Their network. They're pretty good about what they're doing. Now of course I'm not saying you always trust that. You always got to make sure it's with the person, especially if it's wire instructions. That's a huge problem, wire fraud. The important part is that you have the domain. Like you said, get the domain of your business. It's very inexpensive. You could buy the domain of your business. There's services out there. If you go through GoDaddy, it's kind of all in one. You could use Google, their G Suite to host your email. We're talking $5 a month maybe for your email. But it's a huge sign of legitimacy, huge sign of credibility. And lenders are going to look for that. Their systems are going to look for that. They're going to look that you have a registered phone number. They're going to look at your email address. Gmail accounts, instantly flagged. Instantly.
Okay.
Yeah. Instantly flagging those, instantly flagging.
Yahoo,
Google.
Hotmail, MSN.
Yes.
Live,
Anything that is free
Outlook.
equals bad with the lenders. They want to see that you're actually serious and investing into the business. And these are the things that we're covering. These are the #1 reasons for denials. That's what it is. They only have this to go off of. And what we're talking about today is how you can start accessing credit without your social security number and building your business credit without your social. Now there's ways to accelerate it using your personal credit, but there's ways to grow your business credit in a very quick amount of time without your social.
How quick?
6 to 12 months. You could reach $50,000 in lines of credit without using your social. Yes, sir.
And the one thing, in a previous life, I worked for GoDaddy, so that when you're thinking of a business name, looking at the domain name availability is one of the first areas you want to put that towards the top of the list at the same time.
You bring up an amazing point. Yes, back in the name aspect, when you're thinking about it, you got to go to your Secretary of State and make sure that nobody else is even using that name.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't buy the domain name before you actually go and make sure that you can get the name. Make sure that it's trademarkable, that you could actually get a trademark on that. That's another thing. There's so much. I mean, we're covering a lot. There's a whole lot of deeper details in this, and we'll go over those a little bit more later. But a lot of these things are very important.
A very quick question. Does it matter if you're using like a name, a first name, in your email,
Oh,
or
that's a
like
great
a
question.
position,
We have
you know,
the same thing.
customer service at, or
So like, you wouldn't want to do like
info at.
Cutie Pie Carl at Bank of America.
Sweet Daddy Papa 22.
Sweet, yes.
Yeah, I
But
get
it-
that part, but I'm thinking more of a customer service, contact at, vice a personal name.
First name, last name, initial, last name, totally okay. Info, team, admin, CEO, president, all of those things, totally okay. You just don't want to do anything that's kind of unprofessional.
Yeah.
So, but great question, great question.
Ladies Man 27. Yeah, you want to have that on there.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Okay,
his would be 57.
Yes, thank you. You remembered.
all right, so anybody's profession require a license? Carl, what's your profession?
Well, one of the things I do, I'm a licensed insurance adjuster.
There you go. This is another thing.
And you're a realtor, right? So you're licensed.
Yes, I am.
You didn't put your hand up.
I was trying to beat me to it, so it's right there.
It depends
Just
on
calling you
how
out.
interlinked your businesses are. Like if you have your own business for appraisals and adjusting, or on your license, the address would need to correspond with the business address. So
Right.
some brokerages require your license to be under that brokerage. There's reasons for that. If you're kind of venturing off, then you want to create your business and have your business on your license. That's actually a huge area of denials, is especially when somebody, say, they become a broker, they go and start their own thing. And so they have their own address somewhere else. They never went back and actually changed that. Or they have their home address and they're not using the office. Or you have an office and then you have a virtual office. So not keeping that up to date.
Or changed your email.
Change your email. Yeah, a lot of these information, and this is like, you know, licensing agencies, it's all accessible in this other little world of financing. They have all these records easily accessible in a second for funding For going through the application process, they are able to pull so much information, it's mind-boggling. Huge denial is not having the same addresses on there. Things not lining up. All it does is it just flags it. And what they're gonna say is lack of time in business. They won't tell you specifically what it's for, but they figured if you've been in business long enough, all of it would be lined up.
Unestablished entities.
Unestablished entities. They don't know that you're serious enough.
What about when you use a physical location address versus where you want your mail sent, the mailing address?
Mailing addresses
That will
and having
generate
that,
multiple addresses.
it just, as long as it's, you have your physical address and then separate mailing address with that, it's okay. Secretary of State, they're gonna have your known place of business. That's what we're talking about. They want it, if you have your bank known place of business and then your bank's mailing address, that's okay. And that could be a P.O. box. Your mailing address could be a P.O. box.
Whoa.
Your mailing address could be a UPS store. That's okay, but your actual physical location where they need to find you has to be something somewhat legitimate. And when I say somewhat legitimate, like a virtual office is kind of that, you know, or your home address. It's kind of one of those things, home addresses still work, but it's just there's a certain level in the process of not using your social where it's not gonna work anymore. Because most home-based businesses are just not profitable, statistically, that's really what it is. But if you do have a license, make sure that that's up to date. Also, if your industry requires a license, make sure that you have that license. Many times there's different like cities, counties, municipalities that require maybe like a $10 annual business license, and people don't have that, and they don't realize that that could be a denial.
Oh, hey, you see that a lot with your handyman that you work with. Right?
Yes. Yeah, handymen, they're notorious at not doing that. All right, where are we gonna keep our money? Under the mattress?
Business account.
Business bank account. Yes. Who has a business bank account? Very, very important. It is also very, very important to take very, very good care of that business bank account. Very, very important. Positive ending balances. Think about insufficient fund fees and NSF fees as literally the plague for your business. If you prevent it at all costs.
I'm gonna get that low 5.
Yeah. And so also that you don't have a business bank account, big problem. The sooner, there are many situations where they won't consider you actually being fully in business until your business banking account is up and running. So if you don't have an account, make sure you go get it started as soon as possible.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I think that's worth repeating.
There are many, I would say more than not, situations in the funding world where they do not consider your business to have started until your account has started, your business bank account. Yes?
Any particular banks that you would flag for not using?
Don't ask him that question. That's loaded. You
Well,
can get in
I
trouble
have
if you
a couple
answer
of
that.
choices
I
with
know.
no search like that.
That
Everybody
is-
told
that's
me
a-
not to go to Wells Fargo.
You're just trying to make me cry, aren't you? You know those roller coasters of being in business? When a bank holds like $20,000 of your funds for 6 months and you almost go out of business and that's like 2 weeks before Christmas? Yeah. And you have to try to chase after your money. Don't go there.
I went to US Bank. I
Okay.
don't have many options. Which-
There's also issues with Stagecoach banking. Didn't you say they're always trying to rob you?
Yeah. There's Stagecoach on the wall, they're probably trying to rob you.
Sometimes you get a similar problem even if you're getting paid through your PAL.
Ah, merchant accounts too.
Merchant accounts.
Ooh, that's.
You don't always talk about that, but that's an important part
That
of
is
business
yeah.
credit.
We're gonna talk about that, right?
Oh, you are? Okay.
No, we weren't planning on it, but that's another thing because you got to set up a merchant account too. Yes.
Okay, so, credit unions do count.
Credit unions. I like credit unions.
So do I. I love my credit union.
There's like Mountain America. You guys don't have Mountain America out here, do you?
No.
So there's other banks out here that you can get free checking accounts for your business.
Do you have Navy Federal Credit Union now?
Credit
Yeah,
unions
we
don't-
got-
Credit unions
That's a
don't
good
take
one.
you if you don't answer.
They are good.
That is true. So it's kind of one of those hard situations. You just got to be careful.
I got it
Every-
Chase, US Bank, and Wells Fargo.
Well, if I could put in my 2 cents, I recommend that you should have an account at every level of banking. You should have a banking account with one of the big guys. You really should,
What's
right?
big,
You should have mid-level banks,
The three
regional
that you were
banks,
talking
and you
about.
should have local credit unions. You should have your money, or should not necessarily money, but you should have accounts at all levels because different banks in different regions at different times give you access to different types of lending products. Whereas if you're just with, say, let's say you're with Wells Fargo, at one point, it's like one flavor of ice cream. That's the only ice cream you get is that one flavor. But then you go to a regional bank, something that's just, regional banks, they're starting to come up. They're not quite as big. The big banks are Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and US Bank, right? Those are the big ones. But then you got your mid-tier banks. They're actual banks. They don't say credit unions, right? And they're all regional. I remember I was down in the south earlier. There's Regions Bank that they do. It's called Regions. They got this little triangle. They're green. It's down in the south. There was First Interstate. They're a regional bank. So you got to look at different. When I say regions, because they're not coast to coast, they're not in every city. So the Key Bank, there's a Key Bank. If you go back east, Chicago has what's called Key Bank. That's a
They have
regional.
one out here now.
They do. They have a Key Bank.
Many of the issues are going to arise from the merchant accounts. That's where some of the biggest holds get placed.
Please define merchant account for me.
So the ability to process payments and to receive payments, not necessarily checks, but to run credit cards.
In
Okay.
fact, a merchant account is a
Stripe.
form of a line of credit that is issued to.
That is,
to your
it brings up
business.
a good point. It is a line of credit, basically. They're extending you that payment before it actually gets cleared in. Because there's actually this whole chain of events. It goes through the processor to their bank, then they receive funds, and it's this whole inner working. So when you actually run a payment with PayPal, PayPal is basically going to then
Yeah.
go through their bank and get money from their bank, your bank to their bank, then back and send it through, but they will extend you the credit
Yeah.
instantly, basically.
There's an
I
example
used
too,
to-
like if you have a 30, 60, 90-day refund policy, they'll do a holdback or something.
Yeah. they-
Chargebacks.
To make sure there's not a chargeback until after your
Right.
refund period.
Chargebacks can be done up to 6 months, which
You
is.
bring up a good point too, though, because there is that at a certain threshold, which this is what happens with merchant accounts. So you want to set up a merchant account. There's companies, like PayPal, there's Square, but also the big banks have their own processings, and there's different requirements for every level. Square, it's extremely easy to get. PayPal, it's very easy to get. They work heavily on their marketing to actually acquire customers. They do not care about retaining their customers. That's why it's very hard to get a hold of them. Very hard.
Stripe is another one that does that.
This is a big problem. If you have some massive success in your business and all of a sudden your sales spike, that creates sometimes red flags if it's going really, really high. I mean, we're talking typically what we normally see is it's going to have to go over $10,000 within a month, or huge weekend, multi-$1,000 weekends that is out of the norm can create flags on your account.
Your norm is established when you set up an account. Whatever you process in your first 30 days becomes your norm. So if you open your account and don't do any business for 30 days and then you process a card, that could potentially be flagged because, well, that's out of the norm because they look at the last 30 days as being their norm for you.
But let's say you're running about $1,000 a month or something like that, and then it's Black Friday. You have a huge special sale and you do $10,000 of sales, that can flag you because then they don't know if it's fraudulent. Then they're like, okay, what's the situation here? Let's review this because they just worked on getting all the business there. They don't really go through any underwriting guidelines or anything yet. But then now it's like, okay, all this money just came in. Now we gotta check on you, see what you're actually doing. And there's been, I mean, we've been in situations where it was to the extent that the person purchasing had to be on the phone. Their bank had to be on the phone. Our bank had to be on the phone, and us in a 4-way conference call to verify the people's identity. I'm like, just like, you want us to, like, them to ask for a refund? Like, how on earth do we orchestrate this stuff? And they wanted to do it with 5 different clients. This is insane.
And they wonder why people are wanting to move to cryptocurrencies,
It's insane.
to skip and avoid all
But
that.
we hired the right professionals that took care of it for us like that.
Yeah. They can, yeah, we can. But before we kind of knew some things, we went to a bank and where we ended up having to chase after our money. And it was that exact situation. Thanksgiving weekend, small business Saturday, did an online event, huge. Shattering. It was like, our whole business is gonna change. Like, we
We
just
made like
did
$25,000.
$25,000 in sales. It
It's
was
like, whoa.
absolutely insane. And then I'm like, okay, the whole family's going to Northern Arizona that weekend. See, the thing is, we have a whole team of people. There's financial advisors, there's loan officers, there's the online systems that we have that all need to get paid for. Office needs to get paid for. And so all this money came in, the clients got charged. So we're having to pay everybody. Everybody's going to work to actually start servicing all these clients.
And it's 2 weeks before Christmas.
Yeah, 2 weeks before Christmas, and
The bank puts it all on.
well, actually, I mean, it was about 4 weeks before Christmas when that happened.
Right.
And then a week later, I'm in Northern Arizona. He's like, "We still don't have money in an account." I'm like, "Well, you better call them and see what the problem is. Maybe it's just the large amount that they're transferring over is not coming through." He's like, "Well, it's Friday. They said that it's in some temporary hold thing." And I'm like, "Okay, that sounds normal. You know, there's a hold. It's a large amount. Many times it happens. You put a big check in the bank, they're going to hold it maybe for 10 days just to make sure it clears." So the next week, well, it's still in this hold process. It's in a review. Then the next week, it's in this hold process. It's in this review. What type of business are you guys actually in? Oh, well, we do like consulting, business credit, building and management.
Coach.
They're like, "Oh, so you're personal credit repair. That's highly risk. That's a high risk industry." We're like, "No, we're not anything associated with it."
Doesn't matter that we said no.
Doesn't
we weren't.
matter. They're like, "Oh, well, sorry, unfortunately, since you're high risk of chargebacks, we have to hold these funds for 6 months."
What?
And I'm like, "You gotta be kidding me. We have all this outlay. Like, we're borrowing money just to pay people."
We have families that, you know, are counting on getting paid from us so that they can have their Christmas.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So it's like 2 days before Christmas, and my wife's like, "Are we even gonna be able to give the kids a single thing?"
We were
I'm
we're literally
I'm like
doing the George
scrounging up
Bailey thing
cash
where
from-
we're like taking money out of our stashes and like,
I'm like
here, we want you
selling
guys to have,
toys and
have
like
Christmas.
we're gonna lose our office. Like we gotta I'm like pulling out car loans on our vehicles, and so it's not always beautiful. Things can happen.
So who would you recommend, because I did sign up with PayPal, but I haven't used it yet, and it's been a month.
We use PayPal.
Oh, you
PayPal's
use
fine.
PayPal? Okay.
This
all
is
of,
the
all, of
important
the,
thing.
all of them are fine, but you see, you have to be educated. We know, like, in our situation, if we had put our sale on our website, that would have mitigated a lot of things. If we had chose to call the merchant service provider the day
Ding ding ding
before,
ding ding. Call
and
the
told
merchant.
them
can
that we
help.
were putting on a
Not to
sale, we
prevent you from
expected
getting
to
fined,
see
but it can
an increase.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
No
'cause
problem.
My norm is gonna be like $10 or something. you know?
And whatever industry you're claiming to be, better be what you're representing on your website.
Okay.
Try to develop, even though it's a big $billion industry or entity, try to develop a personal relationship.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, having multiple processors.
Yeah,
But
It
we had
creates a
multiple
logistic-
businesses
it creates
that
a
we ran through
bookkeeping
one
nightmare,
website, which
but-
confused them.
yeah.
So now we had to separate out our different businesses to different websites, because having multiple businesses through one website, whoa, way overwhelmed the merchant service people.
Scam, fraud,
And
yeah.
those are the people you want handling your
Which
money.
we never still ever had a chargeback of.
Yeah, And we've been classified as credit repair. We do zero credit
Well,
repair.
actually, no.
Yeah,
Now
but
we're just like
they'll kick
we're
you
like in
off.
burlap sacks and having to walk around the town saying we're unclean.
Unclean.
No, our merchant and processor now, the only one that would approve us after this whole fiasco, because then we got flagged and put on basically a blacklist,
Yeah.
um,
Credit
which
repair.
didn't even know how that happened because we never even had a chargeback. And so it's just one of these things that happens, and then they're like, oh, now we're gonna hold 15% of every single charge.
Until you prove yourself.
So these are things
And
that will
compared-
happen. You have to be
Sorry.
careful. Yes.
Now like to compare notes with you on that because I have a friend that experienced, that's how I know about some of this, is he experienced some of the horrors you just described or worse.
Put some people out of business.
And now, I mean, this is 10, 12 years later, he has his own connections and stuff and, yeah. So he can help, he's in a position now, well, maybe what, you get similar to what you guys are doing, where he's helping people through this minefield.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, one of the things we do now to completely protect ourselves is we've split everything now into 7 companies.
Mhm.
We have 7 merchant processors. Anything goes wrong
And then
on
they each
one,
have their own, like so that
Everyone has their own
Square,
bank.
PayPal, and with the bank.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
then
you have 3.
We have a separate card,
Totally
check
different.
company.
Right.
So
So there's
Diversified, but then
accounting
it's a,
nightmare, but
that's what I was saying, it's a
we can't
management
over-
accounting
We don't
nightmare.
overwhelm them. We're very conscientious
So we
about
have
how much we actually
we have one
process.
accountant on staff now that just manages it all.
So
That's fine.
I know, that becomes a full-time job.
It does.
But it was just us, you know. It's just us and sitting on YouTube, and we're like, oh my gosh, we're so rich. Oh no, now we have to mortgage our house again.
I have a problem with
Okay.
PayPal that I've never encountered before. They pulled an e-check on me, so usually my payments get there immediately. And this was the third payment to my cleaners, and all of a sudden it's an e-check, and it takes about 10 days to clear. And
Okay,
nobody could explain to
Okay,
me
so
how that
here's a
happened.
situation that's happening right now with the banks. There is a spike right now, and it's just happening right now. The summer or this third quarter of the year, there is an uptick in fraudulent checks. So all major banks that accept, checks are now going out to 7 to 10 day holds
It
on
wasn't
these
a
checks.
check, it was an e-check on PayPal, so I send the money and usually it gets there instantly. And this time it's been put on a hold and it's been called an e-check and I didn't even select that.
But you see, you said the word, right?
Check.
Check. That puts it in that category. Even though you did it, you're right. The way PayPal processed it is they turned it into a check. Now, whatever bank it went to, because and this is just happening right now in the industry, and it gets reevaluated every quarter. But right now, checks, business checks specifically, not personal, business checks are we're seeing across the board 7 to 10 day holds on any type of form of e-business check or a regular check, whatever it is. Just because there's a lot of scammers out there and they're always trying to find a new way to game the system. And right now, people have found a way because they got their own magnetic ink machines, printing out fraudulent checks from their home, business checks, and so now that they're putting those extra holds. On
I got
those
one for
checks.
$3,500 for a car that was worth probably $500.
Hey, there you go.
Took it to the
Good job.
police, nothing ever happened.
So
Oh wait. Say that again. Wait, what happened?
I took the check to police, I got the police involved, I waited to catch this fraudster.
Oh, so they gave you a check
They gave me a check,
to buy your car,
yes.
but it was a fraudulent check.
It was clear that it was a scam. It was one of these scams where they offer you a lot more money for
It
the car
happens
that.
a lot on
Yeah.
Craigslist too.
And
Oh,
yeah,
Oh, we'll
Craigslist.
send you a check right now, and then once
Yeah.
you deposit
And you
it, then
pay
of
out
course send it.
more for that,
And then it may not be for 10 days until they find out that those are actually bad
right,
funds.
and your merchant accounts, what they are, because they're credit cards, because regular credit card processing at its fastest takes 3 days for money to move from one bank to another bank, but it can take up to 7 to 10 days for the money to actually move, which is why merchant accounts are a line of credit. You are when you run a card through PayPal or you run a card through any processor or you cash a check and you get money now, it says this is available now. That's extended to you on a line of credit. right? If you have it, if it happens in your personal account, it's like overdraft. That's that overdraft is another line. It's a personal line of credit that your bank extends to you.
I've
So-
actually seen that advertised as a way to build your credit.
Ooh, yeah, a little bit later we'll go into some really cool strategies with that. All right, so, wow, that was cool. That was a good rabbit hole to go down though. These things are very important to understand though, because that might be something you guys never even thought about. Now you can start to mitigate some risk when it comes to if you're into like retail sales and merchant processing. Okay, so let's check with business name, address, phone number, fax number. We didn't go into that in depth, but many times applications without your social will have to be faxed in. Your email address. So then we go to Secretary of State, IRS, licensing authorities, your bank, your website, credit bureaus, which we'll dive into in a minute, and 411. When I say your website, you don't actually need the website. You do need the domain name, but if you're gonna have a website, make sure everything on there matches. Like we were talking about home addresses, the big problem that comes up is, well, it's my home address, I kind of want to keep that address off of stuff. I want to put my business out there, but I want to keep that because I don't want other people finding out where I live.
If you don't, then you gotta pay an expensive service to keep it on.
Right. And then, so that's the thing is then lenders, they don't see it the same way you saw it. They see it as you're trying to hide from them. So that's why. So your website, if you do have one, make sure your business number's on there. You're not trying to hide anything at all. Everything on there, the type of business
Are you saying that you can't sell business coaching from a website that says you're doing real estate investing?
It creates some confusion. Lenders don't like that. And your merchant account won't like it either. Merchant accounts just don't like personal services, period. So let's say you're going through this and checking everything, and like I said, go through all this and check it to see what the issue is. Something doesn't work, you're gonna get a penalty, loss of business credit. And one of the big ones, 411 directory, you're not in there. And that's a big aspect to the beginning vendor accounts. And I'm gonna go over what vendor accounts are in just a minute.
How do you get on the 411?
There's services that can list you on there,
Okay,
small to medium-sized fees on there.
Okay.
We do have a
But
corporate
you
account
need
where
to-
we can list people. We'll talk to you a little bit about that
Oh,
later
okay.
if you want.
But Ray talked about also, before you try to get on there, to
Make sure you have all the information right first.
Yes.
yeah, that's what I'm looking.
So the
yeah,
phone number,
order.
they can't list an 800 number. Make sure your phone number is a local number. But it's always an extra sign of credibility when you have an 800 number. All
Ray,
right.
you're doing a great job, man. You're giving us so much information.
Lots of information
And you're making
today.
it interesting. So
Lots of information. It's just the foundation. We're just building the foundation before we can even start playing. Next, we got to start working on who's actually going to be there to witness this. You said earlier, Dun & Bradstreet. Who has heard of Dun & Bradstreet? Okay, anybody not know what Dun & Bradstreet is? That's okay. Dun & Bradstreet currently are the big dog in the world of business credit. That's what they do. There's Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax on your personal side. Those are the big dogs on your personal side. Dun & Bradstreet has accounts on businesses across the entire world. So you actually have to go to Dun & Bradstreet with your EIN number and all your information and get what's called a DUNS number, D-U-N-S. DUNS number from Dun & Bradstreet. That is a specific ID number that will separate you from all the other potentially similar named businesses out there in the world. You can't fully start building business credit until you are registered with Dun & Bradstreet. They are the largest reporting bureau, but you can actually get that number for free. It is very tricky to get it from them because they run the show, and they will let you know that you can't get it for free, or that you can get it for free, but they don't advise that. Your profile will be incomplete, this and that. They're very good salespeople. I would say the average that people spend with Dun & Bradstreet is about $1,200. So just be cautious on that. But when you get a Paydex score, or sorry, let me rephrase that. When you are issued a DUNS number, and then accounts start to report onto your profile, It takes 3 accounts reporting to actually start to generate a score. You will then be issued what's called a Paydex score. Business credit on a Paydex scoring model, or what's called an IntelliScore, I'll go over that in a second, is on a range of 0 to 100. Anybody want to guess what perfect score would be? 100. Yes. So 100 is equivalent to having an 850 personal score. What we notice is around 80 is ideal. 80 to 100 is what you want to have as far as a Paydex score. We do not see a lot of big difference in approvals. It's the same as if you had an 800 versus an 850. What's your confidence level going into a bank? For applying for a credit card. Your confidence should be fairly high if you have an 800 personal credit score. Now, what does that mean? What affects this score? Because I'm sure you're asking yourself, well, what affects it? We talked about 5 major things that affect your personal credit. Anybody know what the biggest, or actually there's only one thing that will affect your score. Payment history. And it is extremely impactful because that's all that they care about. They don't care if you have just applied to 100 cards. They don't care if it's nothing but brand new accounts. They don't care if it is
Maxed out?
maxed out. All your accounts could be maxed out and it won't hurt your score as long as you haven't missed a payment. As soon as you miss a payment, it's going to be on there for 3, or actually I should say a late payment. As soon as it's late, it should be on there for 3 years and you won't basically be able to achieve an 80. 80 is where they want to really see you at to issue your credit. Now, this is okay. 80 means you always paid on time. 100 is when you've always paid early. Always paid early. I always encourage you to pay early. And late is considered 1 day beyond.
What's the grace period?
There is no grace period. No grace period, especially in the beginner accounts, which we're going to talk about. Net 30 accounts, Net 60, Net 55s. These are the beginner accounts. There's no grace period. Anybody ever like misplaced a bill and missed a credit card payment, and you were a few days late? It happens, you know. Misplaced bill. Oh no! Like that was due 10 days ago. Past it. There's a late fee. You could probably call them and get the late fee reversed. Isn't that happen to anybody? Okay. Did it show up on your credit report though as a late payment? No. Typically there's a 30-day period, the billing cycle. Until the next billing comes out, if you haven't paid by then it's reported as a 30-day late. Beginning accounts especially, because remember, they're extending you a line of credit, and they're taking a risk because you have no history, and if you are 1 day late, you agree to pay back in 30 days? Day 31 shows up, like, okay, so I asked Carl earlier. I'm like, Carl, let me borrow $100. He's like, okay, I'll lend you $100. I'm gonna take a risk on you, Ray. You know, we don't really know each other, but you're gonna pay me back in 30 days. Okay, perfect, we have an agreement. Day 31, he doesn't know if I'm ever gonna pay him. I mean, it's like, hey, you had 30 days to pay me back. First thing he's gonna do is tell all of his buddies, because it's still in the very beginning, fresh. I'm gonna tell all my friends that you didn't pay me back to try to prevent other people from being taken advantage of. That is the severity of being 1 day late. Sending a check in better be extremely early, 2 weeks early, because of time for it to get there, received, and better call if you're sending a check to make sure that they receive the payment. Be prepared to make a payment right over the phone or something. Other problem, if you are making a payment, better not be the day before it was due, because some places, and this is the other thing, is businesses, there's no regulation on how they process payments. Every business is its own. You send us a payment, it could take me 2 days for that to process and show up on your account. If it's many of it's computer systems, so if the payment does not show up for 2 days and you made it 1 day before it was due, that can register in their system as late and automatically get reported out.
So this system is somehow tracking every transaction.
What do you mean?
So how do they know if you're paying early?
How does oh
How's the
because
system know? It sounds like they're tracking every transaction.
not every. Now I'll get into who's actually tracking, but business owner here extends a $100 line of credit to Carl. I offer office supplies. Say, I offer you a line of credit. You make a purchase. You don't pay me in the 31 days. I, as the office supply company, will report to Dun and Bradstreet. And that actually costs, that doesn't really cost me anything to actually report the negatives. But let's say you pay me back in 25 days. It costs me money to report your positive activity to Dun and Bradstreet. That's kind of one problem that we're gonna really dive into. Huge problem.
So this Paydex.
The number one problem.
The number one problem.
This Paydex is totally a D&B system.
Yes.
It's totally them.
Now
It's
there's,
not anybody
it's-
else or another entity.
There's the other ones. There's Equifax and Experian have. There's like Equifax Small Business and Business Experian. They have their business area, but it is nothing compared to Dun and Bradstreet. They're really starting to pull information from Dun and Bradstreet. Really starting to grow in that aspect. Yes.
Okay, how, you said that we could get a DUNS number for free? How would you do that?
But we'll go over that.
Oh, you're gonna go
Yep.
over that,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
And so they pull out information from Dun and Bradstreet as well. Where was I with that? But where was I going?
Well, they're smaller because those other entities, they specialize, like one might just do business loans and, or the other one does, they're highly specialized. But Dun and Bradstreet covers everything.
Yes, you would ask, is it that scoring model, whatever. So, like Experian, there's called the IntelliScore. They don't call it a Paydex. The Paydex is Dun and Bradstreet's, and then there's like the IntelliScore, still on a 0 to 100 scoring model. Does that make sense? So they just have a different name, same scoring model. They're both.
These guys use the same name, Intellifax, or is that just one of these?
IntelliScore is what?
Equifax.
IntelliScore is Experian.
And then Equifax, what do they call that?
I've only ever heard of just your business credit score.
I don't think they have like a.
They don't have a
like
fancy name
like a
for it.
recopyrighted name.
They just call it your business credit score.
So this is what we're
Very
talking about.
imaginative.
Who's reporting? Walmart. We refer to Walmart because they're a huge retailer. Huge retailer. They have over 60,000 vendor accounts. And when I say vendors, that's could be a supplier, that could be another business, that could be a financial institution. Vendors is just another a term used for another supplier. So
Business to business?
business to business situation. Yes. Even your local Walmarts will have anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 local vendors. That's why you may see things here in your local stores that you won't see in Arizona. But out of those 60,000 accounts, those are business to business relationship, financial to business relationships. You can actually go out and like check, like say Experian. You can go to Experian Business, or you can go to Dun and Bradstreet and search for businesses. This is a big difference. Like, could I go and pull your personal credit without you knowing? No, I can't. It's actually a federal offense. I could go to jail for that. But you could go and pull, this is just a little brief overview. The full report is hundreds and hundreds of pages. But it'll tell you where Walmart is, where their main office is, their address. They'll let you know how many accounts they have reporting. They'll let you know their credits, if they have a credit score, if they have a profile, then you can always pay to get the full in-depth report. But anybody at any time can pull anybody's report if there is one.
It could be like up to 50 to 150
Like if you wanted to
bucks.
just pull our business credit report, you could go and pay Dun and Bradstreet to pull, Wise Guys Guy's business credit report. You could go and do that.
We have a Paydex at 80, by the way.
Yeah, you cut that if we get it. We do practice what we preach. We do. Okay, so let's take a guess here. Out of 60,000 accounts, how many would you guess show up on their credit report, knowing what I just told you?
That people have to pay money to report positively.
Out of 60,000. You're like 0 of them. Possibly. Any other guesses?
That's not 1,000. 1 to 200.
513 accounts. Yes.
How
When I
many of
first-
those? How many of those 60,000 though will report negatively if Walmart missed the payment?
Yes, for sure. Because
No.
it's guys like this. This is a
No,
little
none of them, because you don't want to get on Walmart's bad side.
right. No, they're just gobble you up.
Because
They'll
yeah,
just spit you out.
you're done. You'll never work with them again.
It's these guys. It's like these local. It's us. It's people that grew businesses, and we're trying to grow it, and then we're getting profitable. This is they create cooler pads. Do you have evaporative coolers out here? Swamp coolers.
None, some. not
Okay.
a lot.
If you don't know what a swamp cooler is or an evaporative cooler, basically there's pads that get wet and it forces wet air through a house to cool it down. Works really great in the desert until it rains and then they just stop working. So they have a factory that they produce. They've been in business over 50 years, and it's somebody I used to go get pads from because it was like, hey, look, I'll be back after I run my jobs. I'll be back tomorrow to pay you. It's like, hey, supply you with something, handshake kind of business. If I didn't pay them, they run Tucson basically in the cooler industry. They travel so quickly that I screwed them over that nobody would want to work with me. That's the basis of credit. If you screw somebody over, they're going to tell their friends so they don't work with you. That's really what it is. It's a relationship business. Building your credit is relationships. So we have to go out and find distributors that are big enough to report, who have the access to report. Because what you need to actually do to report to Dun & Bradstreet is you have to have 300 active credit accounts integrated with your QuickBooks system, daily feeds to Dun & Bradstreet. And the cheapest program to be on to report is $2,000 a year. That's the cheapest. And then of course you have to have the system in place, and of course you're gonna have to pay for your own administration to take care of the reporting as well. So
Batching, you gotta pay for that.
yeah, but of course if if somebody gets screwed over, then it's very easy to just send that negative in there. It's very, very off balance. Very off balance.
And it's not regulated at all, right?
No regulation. That's the difference. There's a lot of regulations in the personal credit world. It's a wild, wild west out in business. Every business, the beauty of capitalism is nobody can tell you how to run your own business. I mean, there are some regulations, you can't do certain things, but for the most part, you have pretty much free reign of doing whatever you want. Yeah. This is, for example, like the first quarter of the game. There's 4 quarters in a game. This is like the first quarter. Going to vendors who are big enough to report. So anybody ever heard of like Uline?
Oh, yeah.
Uline packaging, shipping, industrial materials, cleaning supplies. They are huge. And they're willing to take a bet on some startup businesses because they know the game. If they can help you in the beginning, you're going to be a customer as you start to grow.
And their catalogs this then.
Yes, they spend so much money. I'm like, you guys
I know.
you send me a catalog every week. Like, stop sending me
yeah.
these catalogs.
I wanna ask a question for, what's your name again?
Kirsten.
Kirsten? I wanna ask a question for Kirsten. Do I need a social security number when applying for that vendor credit?
No,
No.
no. You just need an EIN number.
In fact, they don't even ask qualifying questions. When I called them to place an order, they said, oh, good dog, nice kitty. And I said, well, how do you know that? I can't place an order with you. I didn't even order the catalog. And it was so funny. They said, okay, we're gonna give you 30 days net. You don't even know me.
There you go. They do know you though.
Yeah, I guess
Your
they
system
do.
knows
You're an
you.
established entity, so that's how
They
it sounds.
do know you.
So I'm like, oh, okay.
They wouldn't do it if they didn't. So actually they don't know you, but somebody knows you.
Yeah.
So it's, if you've been in business long enough, you might already have a DUNS number established. You may not even know this. It depends on how many other accounts you've had set up. They may not have even looked at that. They may have just went off of your EIN number and your other bank records. Not bank records, Secretary of State. Uline is one of the easier ones to get.
So
That's
is
why I was-
Quill.com.
Quill.com. Quill, depending on your situation, they may issue you a net 30 right away, or they may want you to prepay for 90 days to have your account season. Most accounts, even if they extend you a line of credit right away, they will still want you to season for 90 days before they actually start with Quill. Blue Line's pretty good about it.
Are there any vendors that will ask you for your social security number?
Yes, there are. There definitely are. A lot of them will. So what we just said was net 30.
Yes or no? What's
Net
that?
30. These are the beginner vendor accounts are typically going to be in a net of some type. It could be a net 10, net 7, it could be a net 15, net 30, net 55, net 90. All this means is how many days from the day you are invoiced do you have to pay them back? Net 30 means you're going to get the product today, we're going to invoice you. You have 30 days to make sure that we're paid back. Many of them will say net 30, they'll do like 10, or they'll be like 2% 10, or whatever. They have different ways of they saying it, but if you pay them within the first 10 days, they'll take 2% off of your bill.
We call that sconto.
What is it called?
Sconto
Sconto.
means a discount earlier you pay.
Yes.
Anything 2 to 5%.
I totally do that. Yeah, you know, if you're a business, instead of waiting 30 days, and many times these are interest free. So these are just beginner lines of credit. But the great thing is, and this is what we're talking about, come day 31, they're gonna report you late. But once you get a couple of these rolling, then it creates payment histories, or payment experiences, as we like to call them. And that is what will start to grow your credit. Because then when I go back to Carl and I want to borrow $100, if 5 of you I already did business with, and you know Carl, and you told Carl about it, Carl, how do you feel now about giving me $100? When 5 of your friends just said that I was good for it.
A lot better.
Instantly. All right, Carl, so you have $100? But instantly, just through talking, he feels comfortable about just knowing that other people were paid back.
So how do we find some of these net 30s? I got
Great
one by
question.
accident.
We're gonna show you. We're gonna
Oh,
show you.
okay.
But yes, 97% of these beginner vendors, like we talked about, do not report. 97% of them do not report for the reasons of costs involved.
Mhm.
So in the big scope of things, 7% across the board of businesses, financial institutions will report.
Report positively,
Positive. Thank you.
and 100% will
100
report.
Well, I mean, it might be like 98 because like a small business, they may not even realize that they could negatively report. Many businesses don't even know about Dun & Bradstreet, so the ones that do know are definitely going to report. All right, so after we want to get 5 to 6 accounts in here. So 5 or 6 of these accounts. And we'll go over more of them later. But we're now into the second quarter. So what we're doing is we're going and setting up a bunch of net 30 accounts with different vendors. Then we're making our purchases. Many of the times it has to be at least $50 for them to report. You make a purchase of $40 with Uline, they won't report that. They want at least a $50 purchase. Another tricky thing that sometimes they will do is because since they have to pay for it, they will split your invoice into 2. And then you have a $30 one and a $40 one. So you have to be very cautious of that as well. Problematic, because in that case, they don't have to report. They're a little tricky. See that right there? That would be worth the price of admission, just knowing that. Okay, so now after we have these, so you went and got your accounts, you made your purchases, you paid your bill. Anywhere from 30 to 90 days it will take for those to actually report and register with Dun & Bradstreet, Business Experian, and Equifax Small Business. After they report, then you can go, once you get your DUNS number, you're at an 80 paid X if everything was paid on time, then you can go and start applying for the store credit. Going to Amazon. Amazon typically starts with a net 55. But it's very important that you do really well in the first round, and then you go to Amazon. Another thing, Amazon is going to ask for your social security number. Really starting in this round and some in the very first round, they're going to start asking for it. But it does not mean that you have to give it to them.
What?
Lots of places will extend credit without the social, but they will never tell you.
Yeah, I tried.
Why? Why would they not tell you?
Because they want to have a personal guarantee.
Exactly. It's the standard. It's the norm. 84% of businesses out there have somebody personally liable for the debt. It's just what it is. They want you on the hook. Amazon, I've seen anywhere from like $4,000 to $8,000 instantly on a net 55 account because it's not a person, it's a business. So you need a lot more money for a business. Best Buy, we see huge accounts at Best Buy. Guess what? Best Buy does not report. They're big and they'll extend huge lines of credit. You can get a lot of stuff there and it's a valuable account to have, but they don't report.
Do they check your business credit score though?
They do. Even though they don't report, doesn't mean they're not going to check your score or ask for your social. And many times they're online applications you just can't put through without filling out the social security thing. I don't offer legal advice, but do not put any number in there except for your social. That is illegal. You can get in huge trouble for putting a number other than your social in a social security number form. Many times you're going to actually have them call them, have them email you an application, manually fill it out, leaving it blank, forcing them to pull your EIN and business credit. Now this is the other thing. They're getting wise. There's a thing called the Patriot Act, which is designed to prevent terrorism and also give access to all sorts of information. Like I said, conspiracy is a whole nother class we're going to go over. But you can't get an Amazon account without proving your identity. And they package it into the same thing many times. So if it's going through Synchrony Bank, like there's a lot of different banks that go through us, and what they're doing is they need to verify your identity before they'll actually issue you credit. That's has to take place. What they're doing is they're saying, well, the easiest way is just to use your social. It's just to verify your identity. In the fine print, it's also authorizing them to pull your credit, even though that's not what it's quote unquote what they're stating. So it'll be one of these little things, you have to uncheck this on this thing. Oh, so many issues can arise from that. But they're always going to be asking, but it doesn't mean you have to provide it for them. Staples, Walmart, they definitely report. So you're going to do the same thing. Go and get 4, 5, 6, as many as you can of these accounts. And then get those, making a purchase, paying the back, waiting for it to report. Yes?
What's the difference between a net 30, as you said, and a revolving account?
And revolving. Well, what is a revolving? A revolving account, more similar a line of credit, or let's call it like a line of credit or a credit card. Those would be a revolving account. So if I have a $500 revolving account, doesn't mean that I have to pay it all back. Typically, they will have an interest and a payment, but it doesn't have to be the full balance. So on a revolving account, you can actually keep a balance that carries over month to month. So credit cards are revolving accounts. You charge up $1,000, well, your payment might be $100 that you have to make. Some of that's interest, some of that's principal. The principal, you can go back and respend. And use it, pay it down. Use it, pay it down. Net 30s, you can still use it, pay it down, but you have to pay it all. You can't leave some balance on it. That's a big difference.
Good job.
All right, so we've gotten our store cards. We've waited for them to report. We've monitored the report. So we went to Dun & Bradstreet to check our report. We went to Business Experian to check our report to make sure that these things are showing up. Now reporting, we didn't really talk too much about reporting. We'll go over that a little bit more later, but you can actually go directly to the Bureau. Like for on your personal site, you could go to TransUnion's website, or you could go to a third party to get those. Sometimes you have to pay for it, sometimes you don't. Especially if you've been denied for personal credit, you can get a free report. Same on business. You can go directly to Dun & Bradstreet to get a report. Last time I checked, it was $150 per report. Business Experian and Equifax, they range anywhere from $50 to $100 depending on if they have a sale. We have a corporate reporting account. It's $24 a month to actually get your report. That's something, if you're interested in, we have available for you. All right, fleet credit. This is moving into the third quarter. So we're going through 4 rounds here. We went through the first one, which is the vendors. Then we went to the store credit. Now we're moving into fleet credit. So this is getting gas cards. This is getting maintenance for vehicles, tires. This is also where we start to work on vehicle financing too. There's a lot of gas cards out there, and they can get really big. And it's one of these things that you just gotta make sure that you pay it. Certain gas cards, they wanna be paid back sometimes in 7 days. Some of them are good 30 days. Anybody ever used a fleet card? It's kinda cool. You know, it's like, just go to a pump like a normal credit card, except for it just asks some different questions. It'll say, what's your odometer reading? What's your driver number? And then, then you instantly would get a bill. Most of the time you receive a mail bill within 2 days. They're really, really quick. Or you could use it for financing equipment, vehicles, tires, like I mentioned. All right, so we do this. It's just a process to create those payment experiences, those relationships. So we want to go out there and, okay, like have a card and, we want to use it a little bit each month. Benefit to us is, well, it's kind of, our business has to buy gas to maintain its credit account. So, we're actually kind of at the problem,
We have so much gas cards. We
We're
have
like,
to spend for so much gas. We have to go to the gas station and say, hey, do you want us to give you some gas?
that's borderline ethics. No, but we will fill up our
We've
wife's
never
cards.
done that. I'm just saying we're getting to the point now where it's like, you're telling me
We
now I have
can't
to spend
achieve-
$200 a month on gas per business. I'm like, well, wait a minute. We need to buy some more
Right.
vehicles and have people
I
driving
don't know
around.
if I have a gas card.
Give it to me.
Oh no, I think I left most of my cards at home. I have a Home Depot card. You never know when you need it. So Home Depot, like a pro purchase card, we use this for like our fix and flip businesses, but pretty much any business could use a Home Depot card. This is a very, very first one, a net 30 account. It could be done.
But you want to know something that's interesting though, is if you go to Home Depot for that pro card, they're gonna ask you for your social security. We've got different backdoor, like 4 or 5 different backdoor channels on how to actually get that pro card.
It's a little, yeah. You can't do it, well, you can't, can you do it online?
I mean, without providing a social.
Yeah, and that's an $1,800 line of credit too on a net 30, so it's really nice. We were able to like put some appliances in and get the thing sold.
Home Depot is a big entity and they have lots of different other companies that they own. The main parent company, Home Depot, offers huge lines of credit, so it's harder to get approved for them, but easier through one of the subsidiaries.
Makes sense. And we'll go over a lot of these more later.
But that's a store credit, right? Not a fleet credit?
Technically, I got it in the beginning. It's a vendor credit, and then but you can use it at Home Depot. So I went through one of their vendors. Yes.
I was just gonna say, we were about a year and a half ago, trying to like develop our business credit, so we're gonna go to Home Depot and we're gonna get a credit card in our business name. Well, they used our social security number and we're like, wait, what? I felt bamboozled,
Bamboozled.
Yes!
Well, they did put the card in your business name, but they
Yes.
reported all the credit on your personal side.
I actually didn't go to Home Depot to get that.
So you can
It's
absolutely.
actually the
Zero
company is
business
no
credit.
longer around that I originally got it through. They're phasing out. I don't even think do they have a website still? It was a company called Barnett, and so you can't apply through Barnett anymore to get a Home Depot card.
No, they don't exist. But that
It was like one of
way.
these it was basically eBarnett is I think they still might have a site, but it's phasing
No.
out. Is it gone now?
It's gone.
Oh, it is gone now.
It's not.
So
I
this
got the
card-
official notification, because this.
But there's
account-
other ones that we're like, researching and developing. So this card actually, it came from a company called Barnett that was owned by Home Depot. I applied through Barnett and then applied for a pro purchase card through the credit department at Barnett to use at Home Depot. So when I actually would swipe, Home Depot's now officially taken over the Barnett accounts. So it's now kind of slightly changing how you apply, but it used to be able to just go to Barnett, apply online, and then and then later have them issue you a card. And so when I swipe it at Home Depot, it acts like a pro purchase card, except for I receive a bill from Barnett. It's kind of tricky. So, but now it's kind of in this transitional period, which we'll kind of go over a little bit more later. So we'll dive into some of these underwriting guidelines a little bit more later. But
In about the next, like 3 minutes.
holy smokes. And we won't have enough to talk about. All right, cash credit. This is where you want to be. This is the 4th round. This is where we now go back to, say, Amazon, who issued us a $4,000 net 55 account. We now have 14 accounts reporting. And now we start to have them transition from net 30s, net 55s to visas. We have them review our business credit reports and then have them slap it with the Visa logo. That's how we start to transition into the ability to use those cards anywhere. Yes.
With the clients that you've worked with, I mean, you've worked with like over 90 clients in the last year. Where would you say is the first place that all of your clients, when they did it on their own, started?
Well, everybody goes like straight to the Visas, the Chase Ink cards, all the business bank cards, American Expresses. American Express, they're in their own game. They play by their own rules.
It's like
Those cards
PC
are all
Mac.
tied to your social.
Well,
Yeah.
no, you can, a lot of our clients have like $20,000 American Expresses with no social.
What?
Yes! Did anybody ever tell you that was possible?
No.
Amex has their own
But
set
the
of
crazy
rules.
thing is, many of those don't even report anywhere. It's crazy. American Express doesn't even report half of the places.
But they do report to American Express.
yes, they play by their
You
own
can
rules.
play in the whole American Express.
And I'll actually show you.
universe.
I'll show you Luis. I mean, he just recently got a $20,000 American Express no personal guarantee, just based off his business strength. Crazy, absolutely crazy. But that's where we want to get you, because then once you have a couple of those, then you can start going out to just the regular business accounts. And you'll start to get, these pre-qualifications for business accounts, and they'll say you can apply with just your EIN. Most of the businesses don't actually have established credit, so they always default to your social. But you'll start getting from Wells Fargo and bigger banks who are offering you these based on your business strength. Yes?
Right, does the rules come back into play then as far as like utilization for a business? If the business utilizing at 90%, is that gonna ding them if they're not reporting?
If it is not showing up on your personal report, it will not affect your utilization. Certain cards, certain business cards, like for example, if you use a social security number to guarantee your business credit, certain accounts show up on your personal, certain show up on both places, and many don't show up or only show up on your business. Now, if you don't have a Dun & Bradstreet account set up, then it may not show up anywhere. So it's a little bit tricky. Certain accounts show up on your personal, some show up on both places. It depends on what your situation is, your strategy, and your goal. Because that's a whole nother thing we do too. We can help you if you're gonna get credit lines and things like that. We can walk through like what's the goal. We have a whole nother topic.
That's a good point for you to bring up. Where are we going to dinner tonight, and what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Old Chicago.
Old Chicago. At Old Chicago, we'll talk about personally guaranteeing business credit the right way.
I'll have a address to the whiteboard.
Okay, cool. So if you want to find out about, hey, I got good credit, I want to accelerate my business credit, but I don't want it to screw up my personal utilization, because we have things like hybrid accounts, which are credit cards that act like lines of credit where you have cash out ability without the charges. Those are insane. We'll dive into those more tonight. All right, it's just a whole day of business financing, folks. All right, so this is DePhillis and Thelma Sample. They run a company called Success Tax Relief. They're out of LaPorte, Texas. Okay, so they're really cool. We partnered with them on a couple things, and So this was where they were at. They went to their bank to get business line of credit and they turned them down. Got started with the financial advisors along with Business Credit Builder program and set up and build a business credibility, built our business credit. After following these steps, he now secured over $96,000 in business credit cards, just applied for the Platinum American Express and got approved instantly with no limits. Now they have 4 to 5 different companies calling them each and every day trying to give them money. It's a good problem to have. So it's different on business than it is personal. If you're applying for personal credit cards, there's a limit. They start to like restrict you at certain points. And they're like, you have all this available credit, you gotta kind of pull back. You're gonna start to see denials. You're gonna start to see other situations of credit limit drops, depending on how you're taking care of it. Most people don't optimize the credit. I'm not saying that's you guys, but you may be in a situation knowing about credit, how to optimize it, and how to keep growing those lines. Many people don't.
We'll
But
talk
on
about that.
On business though, they want to be the #1 card you're using. Typically, you're going to use the highest limit card with the best perks. So somebody issues you a $30,000 card, like Visa, MasterCard is going to look at that and say, well, let's extend them a $40,000 one at a lower interest rate. So we're the big dog. And then the next one, as long as you're still growing and growing your business, you can actually keep getting more and more offers. It's pretty powerful. All right, so you might be asking yourself, will this work for me? And yes, it will if you follow the systematic approach. The big thing, the basic foundation stuff, that's the #1 reason for denials is not having your information correct. Getting there is half the battle. Because especially if you're already established, go back and review. And if you cannot find a single thing wrong, call me, because I will find something wrong. I've not found a single business that did not have one thing that was not needed to be corrected. So let's see, we got, and of course, find us on Facebook, Instagram, like us. We always put out content on YouTube as well. So Abigail, JCPenney cards, and you're like, well, what can I do with JCPenney's? Well, they appliances. Actually, I just heard a rumor that they're stopping the selling appliances. They did stop. They used to sell appliances. So now you can get pants for your appliances.
But what if you had a nightly rental? Could you buy your still like dishes and bedding and
Yep.
furniture?
Yep.
Can
You
I
need
just
some
ask why you didn't do this 2 months ago?
Business
When I was
attires.
sitting in my house?
Business
I bought
attire,
everything
yes.
now.
I did do this 2
Fixtures.
months ago.
Anybody interested in
Yeah, I was in
creating nightly
Vegas. I was
rentals?
there.
Listing things on Airbnb, VRBO.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's right. I'm all about that. Let's do it. It's a whole new movement. Hop on board. Office Depot, there's always things you can get. $1,000 there. Exxon Mobil, gas cards. So let's see. What was this for? $17,000 Amazon line of credit with no personal guarantee. Another JCPenney card, $4,000 for Felicia. Where was this from? BP, so that's a gas card. Amazon $4,000 line. On another Amazon account. Here we go. $50,000 line of credit with Pilot Flying J. Those seem like those on the freeway. If you run a trucking company and you have access to $50,000 line of credit, you can keep your trucks running. Let's see what else we've got. Quill, we talked about Quill earlier. More Amazon accounts, no personal guarantees on those. More fleet cards. Here we go. Oh, what is this? $9,000 American Express from Renee. No personal guarantee on that.
Big red.
Here, Luis, $20,000 American Express, no personal guarantee. $50,000 business line of credit through Red Circle. Let's see, we got a whole bunch on here. So you get access to lots of funds. But like Joey said, we got big, don't bite off more than you can chew. I mean, if you got an $18,000 gas card, don't spend $18,000 on gas, because if you can't pay it, then you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, what happened to me in Germany, I had a Barclays, 10,000
yeah.
euros, and I wasn't able to pay it off. It completely messed up my credibility in Germany. So
That's what happens.
still paying it off.
That's what happens. It happens.
Craig, did you have a question?
Or Carl.
Or Carl.
Carl.
Can I call you Craig? I'm sorry.
We're just picking on Carl today.
I thought I
Alright,
saw you
so
raise your hand, Carl.
we're gonna go over this later, right?
No, I can do it right now.
Just real quick, Ray. So if you have all these lines of credit, I mean, is there a good, bad, or other for you not using them? Or they just sit dormant for a while, no activity?
Oh, okay. So that's a great question. So kind of to explain it in a slightly, some of these accounts, the beginning vendor accounts, depending on who it's through, may only require one purchase a year to keep it active. And let me know if this explains it. Some of them require quarterly payments or purchases to keep the account active and reporting, so they report quarterly. Some of them want to just have it seasoned for 90 days, so they would want 3 purchases in the first 3 months, but then they'll report for the next year. Those are the beginning accounts. More of like revolving lines of credit, gas cards and things are gonna be reporting monthly, consistently. Even if you don't have a balance. Now, what a lot of them do on a lot of gas cards, if you don't use the gas or you don't charge anything, then they have a fee associated with that. It could be like a $5 a month fee. It could be many of our cards have like an $18 a month fee if you don't use gas. So it's kind of one of those hands off. There is an expense to maintaining those accounts, but the great thing is the goal is getting to the Visas, getting to the MasterCards, getting to the American Expresses. Because then once we get to that point, then we're using them where it doesn't matter so much anymore, but we had to go through the process to get there. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, that's good info, but just having these later on, let's say you still have all these accounts and they're just sitting there dormant or there's no activity, does that hurt you in any way? Does it help
Does it
you in
hurt
any
you?
way?
No, it does not hurt you, but it can definitely help you. It won't hurt you to have an old account, but it can. Now, unless it's one of those, like a gas card where they're going to keep charging each month, you got to make sure you keep
But then
paying.
if you don't want that, then you close them,
Yeah, then you have to close it.
and then that,
Closing it, it depends on where you're at in the process. It's not going to hurt you like it would on your personal credits. What it's going to do is have that payment experience fall off. And so it'll just be one less thing that's reported. That's the problem. It's not going to make your score per se fall, but when it comes into looking at, because the magical number we got to get to is 14. At least 14 accounts reporting before you can access the Visas and the MasterCards.
I didn't need all that stuff.
It's a magical number, but it's a process, and that's what it is. It's building up that. That's what it is. So it's going through that. But that's if you just want to do it without using your social.
I heard someone say they don't need all that stuff. But if you don't do all that stuff, you don't get the $30,000 line of credit, so.
It's kind of like an
You do
expense,
need it
like
if you wanna get access to those lines of credit.
Yeah.
so it's like you're gonna have to invest, minimum $50 into each account, at least 14 accounts, and reporting, and your phone number, and this and that. You're gonna spend money on the business in one way, shape, or another.
But it's gonna make your business look huge.
But say you end up having to spend, let's say, $3,000. Is that worth it to gain access to, say, 50, 60, even $150,000 of accessible credit? To do whatever you
those 14 all reporting at the same time?
which is doable in 6 to 12 months. So that's the goal. Get it done in 6 to 12 months
You're online right now.
to get to that point. Perfect.
But that's leading to credit cards, right?
Yes.
Are we getting to loans?
Yes. Because once you qualify for credit cards, that's just the tipping point. We just got to get to that point. Then it starts to work into loans, secondary lenders. But unless you've been in business for 2 to 3 years and SBA is willing to back up your business, because you actually don't get loans from SBA, which we're not going to talk too much about loans today, but we can talk about that a lot later today. Tonight we'll talk about loans. But like SBA loans don't actually come from SBA, which is the Small Business Administration. They just start guaranteeing that debt. They want to see that you've been in business 2 to 3 years, that you have tax returns, profit and loss statements. They want to see that. It's very, very hard to get SBA-backed loans unless you're an extremely successful company. Building the credit gives you access to secondary lenders where they will lend more on your industry, more on the situation. We can get lending just on credit, we can get lending just on assets, we can get lending just on collateral. We'll go over that. 27 different ways we can actually lend on your business. We'll have to dive into that a little
For
bit.
instance, I'm doing Airbnb, so I've got
Mhm.
5 properties.
Cash flow.
Yeah, renting to sublet. So what I need is I need my deposits. Usually they cost double of me. Then I need $5,000 dollars to set up the furniture and stuff. So I'm out of pocket at $10,000 for one property, just to get it going, and then we'll start Airbnb.
So the things like that, you know, like a Home Depot card. I'm sure there's things, there's $50 that you could have
We'll be able
used.
to pay that back within 30 days. It takes 2 to 3 months before, like with this house up in Dubai. I mean, my
All
third
right,
one,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
the
So you
first
do have
one
to have the
was-
ability to pay
Yeah,
for.
that's
yes.
the cash flow problem. You put in a lot of money in first, and after 2 or 3 months, you see the profit on that.
Well, so that's what you said. You're putting in $5,000 into the project.
Yeah,
Those things that you're buying with cash, buy some of those. Build your business credit while you're actually doing that. So if you're already going to spend the money, have it grow your business credit while you're doing it.
yeah, but for my next project, I've spent everything I have.
Oh,
on
great.
this
So
one.
in that situation, we have to look at cash flow
Yeah.
and see about getting lending
Or
on
collateral,
or
she already
collateral.
has
If you have
the
some
property.
properties, if
No,
you have
not
cash
buying,
flow.
renting to sublet. All of them are rentals.
Perfect.
All right, well then you have contracts.
Yeah.
You
So
need a
there's
good
things
business
like that.
partner.
I tried.
All of those things can
Nobody
be
talks to me.
leveraged. Everything can be leveraged. Like I could leverage this chair if it was mine. Like you can leverage everything in your business, especially cash flow.
We don't like to hear I can't. That's a 4-letter dirty word.
I didn't say I can,
Can't.
but I tried to find business partners, even investing $2,500. Everybody turned me down.
You keep that negativity away from us. We're only talking right here.
There's no shortage of money out there. You just have to figure out where to look for it. So you just are looking in the wrong place. That's okay. Keep hanging around with this group. Keep hanging around with Mark. He'll show you where to find the money. All right. So one way that we help people do what we're trying to do is we have a system called the Business Credit Builder. We're just briefly going to show you this so you know what we were talking about runs along with what we do on a normal basis. We created a system like this because we needed somebody to help be able to do what we did. And so, literally, our ladies in our office, they will literally just follow along and do it. So they go through the business credibility when we're setting up a business. Okay, they'll just go through and basically verify everything. So step 1 is the business name. We talked about these things earlier. So what is a business name? What is a good business address? And like, for example, you click on business address, and then of course, once we created this, then we're like, oh, other people would totally want to use this. So it turned into a business of people wanting to have access to this.
Haven't you invested like $40,000 in
At this point, we're about $40,000 into this system. So, business address, and this is the great thing. So we have a team of financial advisors, loan officers that work with everybody that we're actually working with, like our clients. And so when you enter in your information, it keeps track of it for our team to be able to review. So there's DaVinci in there, DaVinci, Alliance, Regis. We don't have any partnerships or anything with them. They're just companies that we've used with success for virtual offices. Virtual offices. And then a lot of what I've been talking about today, we have training videos in. We're giving you basically so much of the content that's actually already here. All these training things that basically we've talked about on today. But it's like one of those things that you can do your taxes on your own, but if you want to hire an accountant to do your taxes, or you use TurboTax, use some type of system to help you get there. That's all this is. So you can go build business credit yourself. If you need help, if you want a system, that's just there for you. Make sense? We're in Colorado, so you got to check to make sure nobody's using the business name that you're using. So if you don't know exactly where to go, you just click on Colorado, and it takes you straight to the business database. Search, easy, saves you time, stress, and headaches. So you don't even have to worry about where to go. Just get it done quickly. The reason we did this is for fast efficiency. All the high-risk industries, they're restricted industries, dry cleaners, entertainment, general contractors, retail. Those are all really high-risk industries. We go through setting up your business entity. So do you need an LLC, an S Corp, C Corp, EIN number, getting that from the IRS, your business phone number, 411 listing. This is what we were talking about earlier, that, you know, where do you go to get a phone number? We have training on why business phone number and 411 is important. Entering in your phone number and when you have it. And basically we will just corporately, or we just push out the listings on a weekly basis to the directory, and all somebody would have to do is, once all the information is complete, boom, we'll send it out for you. And there's like Vonage, Freedom Voice, Ring Central. So you go to each one, see what works in your price range and your budget. Website, email, business license, business bank account, merchant accounts, we talked about that. And then it basically walks you through as you complete the steps. Then you move on to the reports. Because that's the thing, is when you went to go get a credit card, did you have to set up your TransUnion account? No, it's already there. As soon as you basically had a tax ID or a government issued identification number or social security number, they started an account for you. Same with business, you have to go and get, say, your DUNS number, you have to go get an EIN number.
This little video right here is a 1 minute, 15-second walkthrough on how to get the free DUNS number.
There you go, walk through on that. But then the other thing that's very important, Dun & Bradstreet, they want as much data as possible. That's what they're. They're a data collection agency. So the problem comes into giving them too much information. So it's not that we want to be deceitful and lie, but certain things you don't want to tell them, especially if you're in startup mode. For example, if you tell somebody you don't make any money, they're not going to lend you any money.
And then you go tell everybody else that you don't.
And they're going to let everybody else know that you told them that you didn't make any money. And then they're going to tell you though, oh, well, if you don't tell us this, your profile will be incomplete, bunch of baloney. So we'll help you get through, make sure that you do it the right way so nothing comes back and bites you.
Here's something big right here.
And we're running through this really quick, but we still got a couple of hours to really dive into this stuff more often. How to fix discrepancies, especially if you're using a virtual office. Similar names and types of businesses can get dropped onto your report. Big problem. So how do you fix that? Now we go into the tier 1 of building your accounts. So what do we do? Who do we apply to? Who's actually reporting? How much does it cost? All of those questions, like who are these reporting agencies? Which is happening. Good break in.
Lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
Well, okay, this is a good time, then, because we have food here, I know you're right in the middle, but if it comes back up real quick, okay, go ahead.
All right, so we're going to Quill. All right, so Quill. All right, let's take a look at what Quill is. Quill is, if you go up a little bit, it gives us our phone number. It says it reports to Dun & Bradstreet, $50 minimum purchase report. There's your website. Quill sells office supplies, cleaning supplies, packaging, shipping, school supplies, printing. So it gives you who they are, the terms, net 30, special instructions. The first payment made to Quill when you have a net account can take up to 90 days to report. After that, reports monthly. What do you need to qualify? EIN number. New businesses or businesses with no credit history may need to prepay purchases until a net 30 is approved. You can ask to have the account reviewed for net 30 without completing the 90-day period if you have an excellent payment habit or an excellent standing during the pre-term. This can also result in higher credit limits. So we give you all of like the information on what you need to do, and if you've been going through our system, then we know you're already pre-qualified. If for any reason you got denied, but you should have been approved, then that's when our advisors can be on the phone and help, because we work with all these accounts daily, so we can help get that through. So all you have to do is apply and go through that process. Next.
There's 15 different ones on the, yeah.
No, so what he's doing is, well, we have a live recording that's taking place, so we don't want to. The hard part is a lot of these things are continuously changing. Not all of them, but it's kind of like that's where all of our money gets spent, is the data research and collection on all those
Our
accounts.
proprietary information is all the research that we do on the underwriting guidelines.
We spend a lot of money tracking.
And we'll talk to
A
you
lot.
guys all about that, but for our streaming folks, we don't want to play, pause, and then.
And we'll go over these a little bit more later. We're gonna go over these later. Just want to go really quick. Okay, so just to wrap this up, we actually take you just through all 4 steps of store credit, gas credits, revolving accounts. And so it's just a whole system walks you step by step through everything, working with our financial team to making sure that you get $50,000 at least in 6 to 12 months. And save you as much money as possible. Good with that? Anything else I missed?
Yeah,
Did you-
pricing.
Oh,
It's $24.
for reports? Well, here, why don't you want to run a test? Are you you're gonna quiz everybody?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I mean, we're gonna go over a lot of the other stuff, but rounds 2, 3, and 4 are what you already
It's
talked about.
priceless. No, I'm sure you want to know what it is, like what our services are, yes. Yeah, we'll tell you what our services are worth.
How about I close it out and then we just have some lunch? Does that sound good to everybody?
Yep,
Yeah.
that sounds good. So,
The working lunch?
are you guys learning something so far though?
Yeah.
A little bit more than when you walked in the door today?
Oh, a lot more.
Okay.
Anybody feel like they're that they're getting what they paid for today?
I would have paid. I would have paid.
After lunch, yeah.
Carl just came for the lunch.
I know you did. That's why I came to you.
Hey, listen, do you mind if I just jump in really quick?
Jump in real quick,
Jump
yeah.
in.
I know we're gonna do a working lunch and everything, which we're all used to that.
Well, why don't we do that? Yeah, why
We are business
don't we take a
owners.
break?
Oh, no, I'll keep going.
Yeah.
If-
Here, you.
I'll, just give me 2 minutes,
Yeah.
I promise, okay? I just wanna thank both of you, I so appreciate you both being here. You guys, they came all the way out here from Tucson, Arizona.
I know,
So I
thank
so
you.
appreciate them, they're extremely knowledgeable with all things business credit and everything that goes along with businesses. So they've been in the game for a long time, they are wise guys in ties, and why are they in ties? Because they are professional. They really do know what they're talking about, so I so appreciate you guys, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming all the way out here for us to share your wisdom with us. So please show your appreciation when you can. But we do have food, as you guys also are here for the food too. Carl's just here for the lunch. He did announce that to me when he arrived, which I love that. That's awesome. I love it. So bring it on. We do have pizza. We have the kitchen sink, which is everything that they have put on a pizza. That's the 2-stack there, which is awesome. Hawaiian, which has the pineapple and the ham, and then veggies only. That's on the far side over there. We got some fruits. Help yourself to any of the beverages that are over there as well. Ladies' room on that end, men's room on this end. If you've already paid your $12, awesome. If you haven't, you can come and see me. And then I do want to make sure that we stay connected, so I'm going to steal that pad of paper back from you for a second, just to gather phone numbers and emails from y'all. And just thank you guys for being here. This is awesome. It's a great foundation that you're going to be starting and building. And wow, to not even have a social security number yet, being new to the country, this is going to be so beneficial to you. So glad you guys are all here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
So take about 10 minutes, get some food, make your bladders gladder, and then we'll finish up.
Then the tests.
Yeah, then you're gonna be quizzed to see what you learned today.
Okay.
All right, guys, go grab some food. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
15, 20. So, you've got your 7 here, you've got 15 online. Perfect. Yeah. We try to make sure that we're
We get what value. use this center, I can put the address for each place up later. And I can put it now for later. Yeah, we'll erase it.
Where to go?
Hi. Do you guys have a link to this by chance? The streaming? Will you guys have a link to the streaming available for us to watch again?
Oh, it's just live stream. We're not recording.
Oh, okay, so it's just live right now. Okay, got you.
You can find Wise Guys on YouTube though.
Okay.
Wise Guys and Ties on YouTube. We
Perfect.
do all sorts of financial trainings and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, just go
Because
like
all the
subscribe.
information that we go over, like when we start talking credit scores and numbers and how to apply, that stuff changes from month to month.
Exactly.
And if we leave that recorded on there, then all of a sudden, well, people will say, you said to do this and it didn't work. And I'm like, so since we've had some of those arguments before, we just take it off.
Okay.
Right, so we'll live stream, right? But then when our trainings that we actually put there that you can watch over are more general information where we pull out all the specifics.
Got it. Perfect.
Now here, we're gonna give you a lot, we've been giving you a lot of specifics, but keep in mind that come 30 days from now, those numbers may change.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no.
What? Oh, yeah. I might do it.
I got Diet Pepsi too, because somebody said Diet Pepsi.
There you go. It's all the way back in the coffee bar.
Hi, my name's Joseph.
No anchovies. I love anchovies.
Aaron. You've been pretty quiet at the presentation, so I wasn't sure, like, have you already mastered all this stuff?
That's great. I don't work.
I just happened to see it's on
What is it that you do?
I got, Airbnb.
I invented that. Good idea. Well, I have to admit, I'm not crazy about pencil beans.
You just, we're closing on the old day.
Alright.
We're closing all 3 works on the title, but we're done with our portion of the
Okay.
But,
Dun dun dun.
I will. Thank you.
But do you turn it over every client, or do you have a thing like that? Perfect. So business credit has been huge for us because of getting into your industry. There's a lot of outlay before the income. It's like you get paid last. So what we've been doing, especially with vendor accounts, is getting those extended out to 90 days so that you can get your products and services in. And then as you get paid, as you go through, do you use like Airbnb or do you use all of them?
Another person. Interesting.
So we'll take it to the construction, find investment, get construction funds.
There's a lot of sharings out there. Not spelled the same way it's spelled mine, but when I was in California, one time I never met another sheriff. Out here.
I hardly ever, I don't ever see her still.
No, you need business credit is primarily what we're talking about, but we're gonna be covering, self-directed IRAs today. That's $1 million that we're
Didn't realize there was a dinner. Neither did I. I'll have to go
They
look
use
at my
business
credit
card.
card. Luckily, I have some
That's
money.
just for,
I can charge.
so even if I don't use the credit.
There's nothing left of it.
Something like we need to do before.
I ate less than so much until I looked at it. Oh my goodness.
Even if they're not raw, it's still. Raw is way better, of course.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually why I'm here, for, see if this is something I wanna recommend or.
About 8,000 a year.
Yeah, so, honestly, that's what I do. Well, I've been in the industry, for over 30 years.
From traditional to raw. And what we found for her, that if we can earn 12% on her balance, and then it pays for all the rollover.
Personally, one-on-one, because I'm very, I do everything one-on-one, and I like it more personalized, specific for them. Oh, that's not fair. No, not right. Okay, sorry.
Well, as you find people that get into this, and as you go,
Okay, sorry. Yeah. And what kind of business do you have?
So I own a jewelry business.
Oh, wow.
And, I'm also a real estate agent.
Ah,
So that's.
what do you do for real estate?
we have a lot of salons that we actually work
Here in the Springs?
with, where they,
How long ago did you
co-op.
So,
Structure selling out, it's
well,
like,
Bucket was here over the last
it's like
3 years.
Airbnb,
So
so
one in
it's more
71 and
like
8, one was
salon suite.
but that kind of started when I was in the military, around a lot. And so the place I went, I would try to buy a house, and then I thought they would keep it.
And where else are your properties?
So I don't, so those are all now consolidated here. So I did 1031 exchanges to get everything consolidated.
Yeah, you know your stuff. That's great.
But this is, but I have now
So many qualifications.
capital.
Yeah.
So this is,
It's important to use this, our business credit. And the thing about it is that, again, just being able to have the knowledge that it's mind-blowing to me, and it's like way over my head, that's why I rely on these guys. Because you want to be able to have that accessible cash, basically. But you want it on your own personal credit.
right, and that's where I
That's
am.
scary.
Right now, I don't have.
That's scary.
I don't have an LLC set up or anything like that. So right now,
Right. Do you have an EIN, nothing?
well, I have my two.
Okay, there's not really any income, like major income.
Well, we're gonna talk about.
$200 a
Yeah,
month.
and these guys are perfect because they are already been in real estate
We're
for years.
just talking about.
So they can do
Most
it.
of it today is
These
where we're gonna
combinations
talk
together,
about.
so it's
Well,
really.
he said they weren't gonna talk.
So maybe we'll give you an idea or two. You already sound like you know.
Oh, talk to me, ask them, because they're pretty flexible. You know, if somebody in the crowd is like, I really would like to know about this, then they are, they're so knowledgeable.
Well, I'm gonna get us started again, cause if I don't, we're never gonna get through all this
Hey,
information.
Joey, Kirsten, right?
There's another Kirsten, there's two
Yeah,
of
I
us.
know, I was like,
It's weird.
yeah, so.
Inside of it, I'm a person Yeah, here's what
wanted
I
to
spell.
a little bit more information on some topics. What was your topic?
Entity, different kinds of entities.
Are you gonna touch on business entities?
Oh,
Entities.
I did for a while.
Yeah, he was supposed to,
And
but
then,
now he already skipped
taking a
over.
break, and I'm
Four
just
type
gonna
of
do that.
basic entities, you got your sole
So I heard
proprietorship,
a
you
little
got
bit,
partnership,
so she's.
you got LLC, and you got a
going on,
corporation. And all those break into subs.
You are?
So corporation, you have your C corp, your S corp, but you also have nonprofits, which is like the LLC. When it comes to building business credit, you can do it with any of them, but there's limitations. Sole proprietorships and partnerships treat you like a person. You have to have the social
No, I'd
security
love to
number.
talk
There's
about
no
your
way around it.
services and
There's no strategy, even though you have the EIN.
In
The
between
sole
now,
proprietorship
there's
means
all-
you are the business, you are guaranteeing the business, so there's no way around giving the personal guarantee. Partnership, it's like a sole proprietorship, except for it's her and me together, so it's, the business is us. So really, the fastest, best way to do it is to actually be incorporated.
Stuff like that.
That's either with a limited liability company, or an S corp, C corp, or 503C, or some other of those other corporate types of
Stop trying to do all
structures.
myself.
When you do that, and you're filed with the Secretary of State, and you have your EIN, right? You're a completely different entity. You don't have, you are not the business, the entity is its own structure.
So the two kind of questions really are, one, have you seen any problems with single member LLCs being more vulnerable than multi-member LLCs?
We've done it with both.
And
Not a problem. There's somebody out there, and I keep giving this, there's people out there saying, don't be a single member LLC, like that's bad. It's like, no,
well,
it's
so
not.
I went to, an I-Corps investment community of the Rockies.
I saw the same one. I
Yeah,
was like,
meeting,
what?
and
Yeah.
there was a, real estate lawyer, tax lawyer,
Yep.
and he was telling us that there was a federal bankruptcy case where, an individual who owned an LLC, who was a single member in an LLC, filed personal bankruptcy, and the court held that his LLC was not separate, and they forced him to liquidate it to satisfy his personal.
Well, okay, all right, so now that's how you do your taxes. All right, so if I have a single member LLC, and I'm not making any money with it, then, or I mean, maybe I'm making a little, right? That's gonna all fall under my personal, right? I need to be making like over $30,000 or $40,000 a
He
year.
had to sell it to pay his debt.
Right, well, here's what I'm saying, is that the way the business files taxes, all right? You can, right, if I'm gonna go do TurboTax, if I'm gonna go file Jackson Hewitt or H&R Block, they can all lump my single member LLC into my personal income for tax purposes.
Right,
I have
but
to
that's
have-
not what I'm talking about.
But you reduce your
Well,
risk.
I mean, having gone through the bankruptcy process myself, I have some single member LLCs, and the fact is that how I filed my taxes have them from being considered in my bankruptcy situation.
So did you have your taxes as well? Is that
Right, exactly. That's exactly the point.
Okay, so you didn't use it, so if you use an LLC, if you have a single member LLC taxed as an S corp, instead of taxed as a pass-through entity, then you're,
You got it. That's exactly what I tell people to do.
Buying and selling a house, if you're a realtor, you want.
Well, I mean, we're talking taxes. Taxes is a part of the day, but
Right.
taxes is I mean, we could spend 2 days just talking about taxes.
So I did is, the owner of my company here.
Owner of your company here. Who's the owner of the company in the UK?
Yeah, but I did.
No, you mean you had your
Location,
company
location.
buy,
Oh, yeah.
right, okay.
Is it a year-round
I
place?
have to,
Is
I
it a
didn't
cyclical
know it
place,
at the
like
time.
Colorado Spring, or here, or just summer?
So I'm going
Learned
for
that the hard way the
what's
first year.
called
Yeah,
multi-national
they're good, yeah.
restaurant, and you have to have at least 2 companies in different,
Well, like she's
countries.
saying she's doing.
But they have to be
Airbnb
mixed
is
basic, or there's the daughter comes from
decent
the
students
same
for
position.
the,
You got it.
I did all that and then my lawyer
that's almost a
told me,
perfect
no,
marriage right there.
check. What my default was like, because I didn't want to be what she calls a single owner. I thought it's much better if my company is the liable.
So, Yes, my single member LLC files as an escrow, which keeps that off the personal.
So if you have,
Files as an escrow.
Don't you end up paying tax twice?
Actually, no,
Whole nother
because my S
conversation.
corp would pay me, it would do a profit dividend
just
split,
Google S
and so I pay myself a certain amount of income,
Yep.
that's what's
Yep.
taxable.
Yep.
Yep. You're talking about, I know what you're talking
Yep.
about, as a single member LLC, if I pay myself, I got self-employment tax, and then the business itself gets taxed, which would be 15 and 15, I'd be at 30%. No, but through, how you pay yourself through the S corp is, you have to divide things out through profit and dividend. So, anyway, I don't have time to go over all that
That's
and
it.
cover
Big
everything
tab-
over
that's
here.
very in-depth.
But you're on the right track.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah,
that is,
nice.
and Mark and Chris here,
Yeah.
they know this
We'll
stuff
stay
too.
connected too.
Yeah, they really know this stuff.
Yeah, so, all right, if
I'm
we
sorry that I
can
don't have time to go
come
into that.
back.
I would love to, but then I'm not fulfilling my obligation to go over
Oh,
all
right
of this.
after this. Wrap up here.
All right,
Yeah.
so,
that wasn't on the Facebook page, so.
here we go,
No,
folks.
you're right, I'm so sorry. This was.
Let's get ready to
last
rumble.
meeting. We all decided last.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. All right, none of that getting sleepy because you just ate some food, okay? I'm gonna hit you with the test right after the lunch break.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, what is considered a perfect credit score? What?
Personal
100,
business.
yeah, it could be a Paydex score or what? And telescore, you got it, boom, 100 Paydex score. Okay, so who are the reporting bureaus, the big ones, the big three for business credit? Dun & Bradstreet,
Business experience.
Business Experian,
And Equifax.
Equifax Small Business. You got it. All right, perfect. Now, what are all the factors that affect your business credit score, that make it go up or down? Payment history, that's it. In fact, I'm gonna teach you something that I learned from my football days, and it translates to every facet of my life. To be early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late. And to be late in business is fatal. Okay, at least in business credit. Right, so, but here, let's talk about, if it's the first of the month, or we're close to the first of the month here, if I made a purchase on one of these net 30 accounts, right? That would mean that within this month, I would still have to make that payment. Now, because I made the purchase, was invoiced in the month, and paid in that month, I'm just gonna let you know a little insider baseball. That's not going to report, even if you did everything right, right? The goal is to make sure that your purchases on net 30s, right? It's different for the length of the account, but if it's a net 30 account, you wanna make your purchase at the end of the second week, or the third week, or the fourth week, you know, of the month. So that way, you're invoiced in 1 month, the invoice will be due in the following month, right? And so when you pay early, your payment can be received in the second month. That will make sure that there's no computer little errors, because we see that sometimes where somebody did everything right, but because the computer didn't report it because you purchased, invoiced, and paid all in the same month, so it didn't create any transactional history. Is that right, Ray? You seen that? Okay. So, how long does it take to build business credit?
6 to 12 months.
Well, okay. If you're working with a professional, you got a team of financial advisors, loan officers, yes, working with you, you can do it in 6 to 12 months, for sure. In fact, when you work with us, we guarantee to get you $50,000 in lines of credit in that period of time. And that comes in vendor credit, store credit, fleet credit, and unsecured cash credit. All of that is great. Now, I want to tell you, I tried this on my own. I was the lone ranger, right? I tried to do this. It took me a lot of time and money to find out that I ultimately had to hire a professional anyway. I don't know if that's happened to any of you before, but I think to myself, oh, the faucet's leaking. Oh, I could fix that. Go watch a video on YouTube, go down to Ace Hardware, and then before you know it, I'm making a phone call to who? The plumber. I tried.
Or to me.
Yeah, I call you, exactly.
Ray, help me.
I pretended I was a handyman again. All right, good job, folks. All right, so right now you're asking, so what does this cost? Yes, there's a cost. We do have services. I'm going to tell you about these services. We've given you all the information that you need to do it on your own, but it does take time. It takes time for you to find out which vendors report. It takes time for you to find out the underwriting guidelines. How much do you need to purchase? At what time do you need to be invoiced? All those things, right? Now we put all of that information together for you, systematic, step by step, in an online program that trains you as you go. Plus we have financial advisors that work with you, right? In fact, our financial advisory team, let me tell you how cool they are. These guys, because this is our philosophy, everybody says they've got some kind of advisory line. You can call this number, right? Our financial advisors, we call you. We don't wait for you to find, sometime, because it might never get done. With all the chaos that's going on in your life, all the things that you have to do that are important to you, we recognize it. So our financial advisors, we call you every day, right? Monday through Friday, right? We call you and we try to see where you're at, what we can do to help, what's the next step for you. We're very proactive. That's our approach, because look, if we guarantee we can get you $50,000 in 6 to 12 months, that's provided that you're doing the work, right? You got to do the work, but we're not going to give up. You're going to give up on yourself before we ever give up on you. And people always ask, well, how long are your services for? We work with all of our clients for up to 5 years, or more if they want. What?
Not every week. Usually the first 2 weeks we'll call you every day.
Well, as you get going in this, as you develop your rhythm, you're going to find that you don't want to call from us every day. And you might find that, you know what, Tuesday mornings are good. Right? So we'll settle on the best time, and we'll work that in, right? We don't want you to think we're stalking or anything, but we want you to know that we're committed, we're dedicated to your success. So but you can call anytime. You can text, call, email. Our financial advisory team is going to work with you. On top of that, we have our loan officers. So once you get to the point where you have established an excellent business credit rating, and it's time to put through a loan, an SBA loan, or you're trying to apply for multiple different types of lending products out there, our loan officers work with you to help you make sure that you filled out all of your paperwork correctly, that you have all of your supporting documentation for the loan paperwork all ready to go. All of this is done in-house with our team. We've been doing this, our team has been doing this for 12 years, and we've had a lot of success. So what does this service cost? Well, I'm going to tell you, our retail price is $4,997, right? So that's what people pay. You go to our website, write this website down. I want you to check this out. Our website is called Wise Guys in Ties, the word in. All these are words, wiseguysinties.com. And to get a full 20-minute review of a walkthrough of our Business Credit Builder online program, go to the pricing tab and scroll about halfway down, and you'll see a little 20-minute video where you can see a walkthrough again and again if you need to want to re-see that, because we kind of rushed through it really quick here, but you could take a look at that. As well as on our website, you're going to see all of our testimonials. We've got literally dozens and dozens of video testimonials of people we've worked with, written testimonials. We have a lot of information on there on how to build business credit, a lot of information we've already given you today. So, and then you can always contact us for a free 30-minute consult where we go over your business financials, your goals, and we try to see where you're at in the process, what your next steps are, and if partnering with us is a good fit for you. Now, We do on our website have payment plans for the $5,000 amount. There are payment options. But we do offer a special one-time cash discount of $2,497. So you can get 50% off the full price if you make a one-time upfront payment. Now I want you to know, feel free to shop around. We're not the only business in town that helps people build business credit. There's a lot of other people out there. We partnered with really the best in the business. And I only say the best in the business because they're like the Walmart of credit, the business credit building team. They're called Credit Suite. You can go ahead and look them up online. They're a great company, great business. Ty Crandall and Megan Christensen. In fact, our partnership with them, we've invested a ton of money, and so we offer the exact same services. Our team is the exact same thing. Our team of financial advisors is their team of financial advisors. Our loan officers, their loan officers. The only difference between us and them is the price. We use the exact same people, we use the exact same online tools. We have, everything's the same, but because, and this is all part of my arrangement, I'm not doing something that's subverting them, but I don't have the overhead that Credit Suite has. Credit Suite has offices across the country. That's a lot of overhead right there. They have a lot bigger staff. Their staff is in the hundreds, my staff's in the tens. So, one day we'll be that big, but because of that, I'm able to offer discounted prices off of what you'll see. So if you go to Credit Suite right now, you'll see that their full retail price for their services is $6,000 or $7,000. Their one-time payment option is $3,000. So I have a much lighter load. I have a smaller team, which means that where do I come in? I'm like your second level. So we're all using the same financial advisors, the same loan officers, but I have a couple of financial advisors that just work for me. I have a couple of loan officers that just work for me. And then Ray and I are also business coaches, financial advisors as well. So that's the other second level support that you get when you utilize our services. So that is what you get. We've kind of given you just a brief overview. We're going to continue on with a lot more training today with business credit. We've just shown you so far up to this point how to build business credit. The rest of today is all the creative ways that we use business credit and financing with business credit, debt reduction with business credit. Man, it's so crazy all the things that can be done. I don't even know that we can cover all the different ways. Ray has probably 365 different ways that you can turn business credit into its own cash flowing business. Just the business credit by itself. There's a lot of different ways. Yeah, go ahead, pass those out. Give those out to folks. Because
we printed them out this morning. You can find all this information on our website because it's a little hard to read. Looks like the printer had a hard time making it.
All right. So, by the way, when you do get signed up with us, we do offer you several books. These books have been authored and written by our financial advisors. This is what's on. These are the books that are on that drive that you got. This is a $300 value. The 9 most devastating mistakes business owners make when financing. 12 credit lines and cards that you can apply for today for your business. The definitive guide to building business credit. These are long books, okay? 27 killer ways to get cash credit financing for your business. That's really the topic of discussion for dinner tonight if you want to hang out with us at all. We're just going to be going over all these different ways that you can find alternative ways, secondary ways to finance your business. Business credit building checklist. This book was the forerunner of the actual Business Credit Builder website. Because now you have everything online, and it keeps it, like we told you about all these underwriting guidelines, they change monthly because the market shifts on us. Therefore, the underwriters have to adjust to what's happening in the market. Our research always gives you the most up-to-date information. Also, the system tells you whether or not you're qualified to apply. we line up which ones to apply for first and then second. So, and then because the monitoring, you can tie it in, credit monitoring directly to the Business Credit Builder program. You can see in real time what your progress is and how long it's gonna take you. That way you can see, am I gonna hit my goals in 6 months, or am I gonna hit it in 12? So it's a beautiful system that works really well. So these are 6 bonus books that you get, obviously, to help propel you on your way. You already got them. Congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you.
Carl is awesome. He's been a good sport all day today. Hey, don't forget, at the end of the day today, we're going to be giving away that Apple iPad for those who stick around at the end. Text the word credit to 602-497-2257. Even if you don't want an Apple iPad, there's somebody in your life who does. Great gift. All right, so don't forget to make sure that you text that information there. All right. And again, because you guys have been taking a lot of good notes, I still recommend when you text credit to, it says 60 biz package, that still works out to 602-497-2257. You're gonna get that book. Anybody had any difficulties, or did everything get resolved? Has everyone been able to download that book?
Well, it came to my text.
Good. I just remember somebody had some problem
Yeah,
about
it'll be
downloading.
later.
Yeah, I didn't get any text.
But,
I didn't get any text.
all right, well, we'll make sure that before you leave, that you get this book. Is it's just once you put your information in, it comes back with the link, and then you just download download it to your computer, download it to your phone. Either way. All right? Okay, so I'm gonna wrap this whole presentation up by closing off. We were talking about, well, today we tried to put this in the context of having a playbook, a strategy, going through 4 quarters of play. I set the stage by telling you about the greatest game of football that's ever been played, right between Boise State.
Sorry.
You laugh, it is. It's the greatest game of football that's ever been played. All right, so there's nobody who disagrees with me on this either. All right, I'm just laying it down, the truth. So, but here we are. I'm going to continue the analogy on through to the end here. When we last left the game, we were all tied up, right? Remember that? The game's all tied up, right?
Yeah.
So it's the championship game. You can't end the championship game on a tie. So what happens? You go into overtime, that's right. Overtime, right? How many of you feel like your business might be headed into sudden death right now? Right? Anybody feel that way? Like, we gotta do it right now, or we... Okay, so the way overtime works in college football is they give you the ball like really close to the end zone, like on the 25-yard line. All that means is you're really close, okay? And they give you 4 tries to score. And then each team gets a shot, and then wherever the score is from there, if it's still tied, then we go into double overtime, right? Formerly called second overtime, but then the brand new updated version is called double overtime. So here we are. Boise State, Oklahoma, in overtime, flip of the coin. Boise State wins, they defer, which means they're gonna let Oklahoma go first, right? Okay, so Oklahoma in 2007 has a running back named Adrian Peterson. So in case any of you don't know, he's a professional running back, very, probably headed to the Hall of Fame. And so if you have a star player, if you had a business and you had the star salesman, right? This person, this guy, this gal, they go out and they just close deals, right? Like they breathe and then out comes profit for you, right? Who are you going to trust in the situation where you need to close the deal? Now, if that's you, if you're the one, right, you're the whole coach, the player, the team, and everything, then you're the one who does that. But if you're the Oklahoma Sooners, who do you give the ball to? You give the ball to Adrian Peterson. First play, let's give it to Adrian Peterson. Run around to the left, 1 play, touchdown, Oklahoma. Boise State fans across the nation all, what are we gonna do? Oh, yeah, that's
Sorry
fine.
to interrupt your flow, but that's a strategy unless you're the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
So, so the next thing is that Boise State, it's now their turn. And they got 4 plays. So hey, if Adrian Peterson of the Sooners can do it, so Boise State can't. So we give the ball to our running back and, oh, we didn't run 25 yards for a touchdown. All right, so it looks like we're gonna have to get it done through the air. So we take the ball, snap, and we throw, and drop pass. All right, so it's 3rd down. Got 25 yards to go. What's the play? Is it gonna be a run or a pass? What do you think? It's gonna be a pass. Who said pass? Good job. It's gonna be a pass, right? So guess who also knows it's gonna be a pass?
Oklahoma.
The Oklahoma Sooners, the defense, they know it's going to be pass. So they blitz. So that means normally they keep people back because they want to see what's going to happen. This time they send everybody after the quarterback. Takes the ball, and all of a sudden here comes ever feel like you're surrounded by your predators? That everything's coming at you. You're like, so all we can do is just throw the ball and get away. Whew. But now we're on 4th down. It seems like, weren't we just in this situation just a few minutes ago where it's like our whole season comes down to this one play? Okay. So, Boise State takes the ball and they pitch it back to the running back, who's going to do what? He's going to run, except for he doesn't run, he just runs for a little bit, and then he throws the ball to a tight end in the end zone that no one saw. Touchdown, Boise State. Now, how much is a touchdown worth?
6.
6 points. So now the Coach Peterson, he has to make a choice. Do I kick the extra point, which is worth how many points? 1, because I'm down by 1 point now. Tie the game and go into what?
Overtime.
Double overtime, yes. Or do I go for the 2-point conversion, which is worth how many points? 2. And win the game by 1 point. Now, if I go for the 2-point conversion and I don't get it, what happens? Lose. So,
And you might get fired.
that's true.
If you're
That
a
is
coach.
true. So, here we are. Let's see, you're in a situation where you can make the choice. Am I gonna play to win, go for the win? Or am I gonna play it safe? Go for the tie and see if I can win again. In business, what is the options that the business owners do to grow their business? Do business owners play to win, take risks, or do they play it safe? You play to win. If you play it safe, that is a guaranteed formula for losing, at least in business, and many times in sports as well. Let's see okay, take a look at this. So let's see. Boise State decides to go for 2. They're going to play for the win. This is called, this formation, what they line up in, this is called trips right. Trips right. All that means is they got 3 wide receivers standing over on the right side of the field. All right? All game long, they've been in this formation maybe 4 or 5 times. Every time it's a quick snap, and then they pass it to this guy, and they do what's called a bubble screen. And that means these guys create just a little bubble, and this guy comes underneath, and they try to get 5 yards out of it. It's the name of the play, bubble screen, or trips right, bubble screen. So they've done that all game long, and it's gotten them 5 yards, which, as you see, they only need like 3 or 4 yards. So the defense, knowing what they're doing, has put a few more extra guys over here. Notice that? Let's see what Boise State chooses to do in this situation.
Right. Boise State for the win. They hand it off to Johnson. Boise State has won the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
That was kept on football.
It was a trick play. It's called the Statue of Liberty play. So I will play it again. You guys gotta see it. I know, you gotta see it. Okay, so here's the quarterback. Right-handed. So if he's right-handed, he throws the ball with what hand? Right hand. Takes the snap. Let's say this is the ball. Takes the snap. So this is my right hand. Which hand is the ball in? So as he comes back, I'm putting the ball right here, but I still go through my motion of throwing. Now the running back stands behind the quarterback. The quarterback's running back, and then he just takes the ball and then runs.
Oh.
It's called the Statue of Liberty play. But everything, and this guy, he's acting like he's catching the ball. And these guys are out blocking, pretending like they're going through the whole play. But really, what it is it's called a Statue of Liberty. It's trips right, Statue of Liberty, sweep left. Here you go.
Right, Boise State for the win. They hand it off to Johnson, Boise State. The Tostitos advance the ball.
Too easy.
Boise State wins 43-42. Everyone's like, Boise State? Who is Boise State?
Why is it called the Statue of Liberty?
Well, because everyone's looking up here, Statue of Liberty.
Oh,
toward-
yeah.
watch up here, when really the play's back here.
That was good.
That was cool. So, I'm going to ask you, are you going to play it safe? You going to play it safe in life, in business? Think about all the great moderates in this world. All the people that you know of throughout history that played it safe. Do we read their biographies? Do we study about them in school?
No.
Do we read about people, or do we read about people, or are you going to play to win? Do we read about people who took a risk? Who was told the earth was flat, but we're going to go sail off and see if there's an edge or not, or if the world is round, right? Or, a very inspirational young president of the United States who says in 1961 that we should, take a man from Earth, go land him on the moon, and safely return him. Right? Even though we haven't invented the technology, the computers, the spacecraft, the metal alloys, we have only had one successful space mission, and it lasted 5 minutes. But now, hey, we're going to go to the moon. You think that's bold? Is that risky? Did any astronauts die along the way in making President Kennedy's vision a reality? Yeah, you bet. You bet your sweet bit. But here's the thing. Is that not one of the greatest achievements of mankind, that we left this planet and landed on another one? I'm telling you, taking risks, playing to win, that's how you get it done. Not just in football, not just in life, but that's also how you get it done in business. So I challenge you not to play it safe and sit there on the sidelines and think about, business credit sounds interesting, but do nothing with this knowledge. You need to apply it. You need to play to win. You need to go for business credit. You need to hire the wise guys in ties. Of course, I'm biased, right? I'm obviously going to say you need to hire me. But as a special offer, my good friends, Mark, and, excuse me, I had something in my throat there. I'm going to need to drink some water in a bit. Mark and Chris, I want you to know that they told us that if we're going to come here and really help, because you guys are a brand new community, it's like, you guys have got to help us get this community off the ground. Is there any way that we could offer a deal? And I'm like, well, I think $2,500 is a deal. That's why it's on my website. And so we even were arm wrestling over this at dinner last night. But I finally gave in. I said, okay, I want to help them out because they've been such an incredible help to us. As I said, we miss them in Phoenix. They have a heart of service. And when you want a leader in any community, you want somebody whose foundation of leadership is a heart of service. And that is the folks that you have here. So, here's what we decided to do. We're offering special pricing for today only, $1,776. Because I'm going to tell you right off the bat, my profit margin on this, I'm cutting it back to $300. The rest is paying for your services. You're not gonna get a better deal, but I'm only gonna offer this for today because I'm completely out of my mind doing this. But I want to give you the option that if you wanna get started, you've got the forms, fill out the back sheet, make sure before you leave you give that to us today. And with business credit, see 1776, you can begin your own financial independence. That was an idea. I fooled you. They talked us down to 2,000, and Ray and I, we left. We're like, hey, you know what? Let's just blow them out of the water.
What is craziness? I just want to, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we were gonna. They wanted us to come down $500, and we would make a $500 profit. That's fine. Instead of $1,000 profit, we make 500. Now we're just gonna make a little bit less, but the benefit is passed on to you guys. Because you know what? I ultimately, I don't make money, or my family doesn't live off of the money I make from this business. I'm a real estate investor. And so I see this as my ability to invest in you. If I could put $50,000 in the next 6 to 12 months in your pocket, what are the odds that you can come together as a community here and start investing? And then you bring in more investors. And maybe not you, but maybe somewhere down the line, someone that you know, or maybe yourself, wants to invest with Ray and I when we start buying apartment complexes here in town. Right? Who's going to have capital that we helped put in your pockets, that if you want the option to come in with us on one of those deals, you could do so if you wanted to. And maybe that's you or not. You could use our services, benefit yourself, and God bless you. Do whatever God put you on this earth to do. But that's how I'm looking at this. I want to invest in your success, and maybe not. Some of that will come back towards me, and we'll invest in a future project, and it'll be awesome.
So 3 to 5 years, you're gonna come in at the next bust after all the overbuilding the last few years, and then you'll just be ready to do what your example did.
Exactly.
That's when things are on sale.
Right.
Right now, all of my investors, I am working as hard as I can right now to get them as much liquidity as possible. Because when the bad times come, and they will come, they might not come for 4 or 5 years, who knows? But when they come, and everybody's cash reserves dries up, but you have real estate, and you have equity, and you have lines of credit, not unsecured. I mean, yes, you will have unsecured, but during hard economic times, having your lines of credit secured by your real estate, you'll be able to have liquidity when nobody else won't. So when other businesses close up shop because they have no cash, they have no access to new lines of credit, those who started building now will be running. Everything will be on sale. There'll be no buyers except you. That's what I'm doing for all of my clients right now. We're preparing for, and if that never came, is getting extra lines of credit for your business hurt in any way? It doesn't, because we're going to show you all the ways that today we currently use business credit. But I want to thank you so much for letting us teach you how to build business credit. That's the end of this presentation. I'm going to bring Ray back up here, and he's going to show you our business model. I mean, we have 7 businesses, and we set them all up in like almost identical, similar ways. But he's going to show you a lot of other financial strategies we use, such as self-directed IRAs. He's going to show you business credit. He's going to show you how we use insurance, velocity banking, a lot of fun stuff. So, if you want to get started with us, you want consultations with us, this is our contact information, Wise Guys and Ties. Make sure you get that. And without any further ado, let's bring Ray back up, and he's going to show us how we can use business credit by showing us how we've done it in our businesses. Right? Give him a little bit of encouragement, folks.
Oh, come on. Good job, Justin.
Thank you, sir.
No, that's amazing. No, Jody.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, it's exciting.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so what are we going to talk about now? So, like I was saying earlier, like I was saying earlier, every business is basically the same at the core. It's really what it is. We just have different products, different services that we offer, but everything is basically the same as far as, you know, legal structure and lendability. It's all foundationally the same, just sell something different. Myself, I'm always looking for people, properties, and money. And that's what every business is always looking for. Money, people, customers, and my product on many of it just happens to be properties. Or if you're looking for, you know, a cheaper manufacturer for whatever it is you're selling. But everything kind of still revolves around the same form. And so one way that we have been able to help others, and this is not a sourcing of funds of capital for you to invest with, that's not the goal of today. All of our investors tend to be people we have personal relationship with, that they're retired, they're looking for a larger return on their funds, but I'll show you how we've taken their funds and we actually put it into a business model, and you can actually incorporate this for anything that you're trying to do. Now there are regulations that you have to be careful of, especially when it comes to using retirement funds. Anybody have a retirement account? Okay. Whoever doesn't have one, I'm sure you know somebody who has one. Who has a 401k, IRA. What's an IRA? Perfect.
It's just a vehicle, tax preferred vehicle for retirement.
That is. And where are IRAs typically, they don't just sit in an IRA, where are those funds then placed?
Wherever you place it.
Yeah, wherever you place them.
Mutual
Most-
funds, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Mutual funds.
Mutual funds. Typically mutual funds. Who has a retirement, do you really know where your money actually is?
I do, but mine's all self-directed, so.
Self-directed, which means you pick where your funds go. But, of course, if it's going to stay in that protection, there's things you have to be cautious about, and which are prohibited transactions. So there's certain places you can't send it. There's certain things you can't do with it. Is it with a third-party custodian?
Nope, I'm a custodian too.
So is it in like an LLC?
The LLC owns the retirement,
So it's in a self-directed IRA LLC.
no, 401k.
It's a self-directed 401k.
401k that has its Roth and the 401k. And
So
the
that's the
LLC,
greatest
and
thing.
there's an LLC.
Then why don't you diagram that on the dry erase board?
Okay, yes. So typically, 401k from where an old employer is, or if you're self-employed or you have your own company, you can start your own 401ks. And a self-directed, and if you're going to be putting money in, might as well be a Roth, because everything, all the gains are going to be non-taxable. That's pretty great. So if you had an old 401k from an old employer, many times they don't let you take the 401k that you have with an existing employer. If you have your own company, we'll look into setting up your own 401k system. Having an IRA, traditional IRA, Roth IRA, something that's with mutual funds, these can be moved to, it's called TPC, third party custodian. It's typically the first place that it goes unless you're actually working with a law firm that's going to help you set up your 401k right out of the gate for your company. But most of the time what happens is somebody has an IRA, they have an old 401k, and it needs to get moved to the third-party custodian, because wherever it is, if it's with Fidelity, if it's with Charles Schwab, or it's with Vanguard or something like that, they have a list of items that you can usually purchase. And they're usually mutual funds, index funds, many times not even like single stocks. Let's say you wanted to go to get a hamburger, and you show up at Taco Bell asking for a hamburger. What are they going to tell you?
Don't sell hamburgers.
And they're going to say you can't have one. It's not that you can't have a hamburger, they just can't provide one. They have stuff there in-house that could resemble some type of hamburger, But that's not what they do. So you have to move it to a third-party custodian where you have more control of the funds. All they're going to do is verify where you're actually really gonna send those funds. Many people can just leave it here. Sometimes they just leave it there, and for example, setting up a note right now with the third-party custodian to basically have a private, it's like a private second mortgage on one of my properties, so I can basically go buy another one. It's like just leveraging another property, transferring equity. I have to go through them and show them the note, go through title, have the draft of the deed and everything like that, and then receive the funds. So they're verifying that there's nothing prohibited. Many times it's taken to the next level where the third-party custodian who controls the self-directed IRA, or it could be a self-directed 401k. You can also self-direct your health savings accounts. Lots of different types of military retirement funds can be self-directed. There's a lot of things that can be self-directed that are in the retirement protection. This can then go into using an attorney. I would recommend you could set up, like, for example, a self-directed IRA LLC. So this then actually becomes an official company. That the owner of the company is the retirement, but the manager of the company is the beneficiary of the retirement account. So, for example, like me, with my self-directed IRA LLC, I control where those funds go, but I can't just take the money. Does that make sense? I can't just take the money because then that would be actually like a early withdrawal. So, I get to actually write a check to wherever I want to go. So if I want to go and invest in real estate, I can do that. If I want to do some type of business, I can do that. Business startup, creating some type of partnership, some type of LLC, I can invest into that. There's regulations that go along with that, so I always recommend, I have a really good attorney who's probably the best in the country. Anybody heard of a guy named Matt Sorensen? He's, huh? Directed IRA. He just started his own directed IRA company. He's with a law firm called KKOS. We have, what do I like to say? We've spent a lot of money with Matt, but he's never cost us a penny, if that makes any sense. We've had some really crazy things come up, and because of going through one of the best in the country, if you are looking to do something like this, I always recommend Matt Sorensen. He's got the #1 selling book on self-directed IRAs. Grab the book. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
You say you recommend hiring professionals?
Yes, I always do. I always recommend you hire a professional. But you can even buy, there's things, so in this situation, the IRS pretty much will just tell you what you can't do. That's what it is. They don't want you investing into wine collections anymore, or art, because that just, pieces ended up missing and things like that.
Wine
But you can,
collections ended up being bottle collections.
precious metals. You could go to stocks, mutual funds, wherever you wanted to place that. If you wanted to buy some real estate, you could do that. Except for there's things like you can't go buy a house with your retirement and then live in it. You can't go buy a house and then have your child rented out from you. There's all these things that are prohibited transactions from being able to do. You couldn't go buy, say, a house that you wanted to fix up and remodel and do the work yourself. That's actually a prohibited transaction. You can't directly benefit from it while it's still in its protection. So there's these things you gotta be careful and cautious of. Now, one of those just being in good practices, some of those things, oh, you went and took the trash in, who's gonna actually know? It's one of those things, it's like a slippery slope. You start doing one thing, then it could get out of control, and you don't wanna dissolve an account. So this is kind of the flow of how things go. We, with our investors, we get them here to this point, where they are now have the checkbook ability to write and become owners in a company. We wanted to do real estate. That was our goal. We wanted to get a lot of rental properties. So we created a company called the Thousand Doors Project. Now what we're doing is showing you how we structure this business, but like I said, whatever your business is, whatever your product is, you can just take the idea and use it for the same purpose of whatever it is that you wanted to do. So it started out with Joseph and Ray. We were sitting there, we're like, hey, let's go buy a bunch of apartment complexes and storage units. You got any money?
No?
All right, me neither. So we better go figure out where we're gonna get the money. But we've gone through a substantial amount of trainings and seminars, weekend programs. I mean, I've spent probably $40,000 on just different types of trainings and coaching programs and all sorts of things. You were talking about like Rich Dad Poor Dad earlier, or Robert Kiyosaki. I have his board game. You ever play Cash Flow? Are you guys play Cash Flow here?
We play Cash Flow here.
Oh my gosh! Every other week you guys are playing Cash Flow up here. That's awesome.
Hey,
You
Ray,
gotta totally tap into
Can
that.
we come back and play Cash
Totally
Flow?
tap in. I love playing Cash Flow. My first couple hundred deals were done in Cash Flow. So it's like a way for you to learn how the money will flow in buying assets before you actually go out and do it in the real world. It's pretty cool. But I love Robert for that. Spent some money with him, and many things have tangible value. Knowledge is so important. You have to know what you're doing to mitigate the risk. We learn by failure, right? But it doesn't have to be your failure. I love learning from the failures of others. So I'm like, please tell me what to do. So we went to anybody heard of Renatus? Who's heard of Renatus?
What?
Anybody heard of Renatus? So Renatus is another type of like financial literacy training program. It also teaches about real estate. I met Joseph and actually Mark and Chris through that class, and I was like, oh man, like this is really cool. And so a lot of what I've learned, Matt Sorensen, he's one of the instructors for that academy. So a lot of what I know came from that. So when I'm here with Joseph, we're like, okay, what are we gonna do? Well, let's go create a business together. 50-50 partnership, where it is a business consulting firm that handles business credit, property management. It didn't handle business credit to start with though. We were literally just trying to, on our own, build it. And then we're like, hey, what have you not done that didn't work? Okay. What have I done that doesn't work? Okay. All right, now how can we kind of make this better? And then we spent so many hours and days and weeks and months and years trying to figure it out that then it turned into a business. We're like, we spent way too much time on this to not turn it into a business.
I think it's funny, when we sat down, we were in business together doing real estate, and each of us on our own, with our other businesses, were trying to do business credit. And then one day we just had this conversation, we're like, I'm stuck on this. And like, oh, I'm doing the same thing too. It's like, how did we not talk about this?
How did we get this far together and not talk about this? So this is what we did. And so we are the management company. We take over the service side, which helps when you have the knowledge. When you have the knowledge, there's people out there that have the money who don't have the time or the knowledge or the relationships to do what you want to do. So we went and pitched this idea, and what I'm showing you is really something you can take as well. This presentation that you're looking at, this exact PowerPoint, was put together by the master funder, Joseph, over there. And this PowerPoint that you're actually seeing, we got this company up and running in, well, the commitment for funds, 32 days, $406,000 by just showing this PowerPoint. It's pretty powerful stuff. Good job on that, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I thought it was gonna take 6 months. And then, yeah.
Every time I bring in money, you're always surprised. I don't understand.
It's still a shocker.
I bring in money, I raise capital, and you spend it, so.
Who's been to Chick-fil-A? Okay, so you know what Chick-fil-A is. It's
That's the chicken joint.
yeah, and there's kids running around. It's crazy. Like everybody's so polite though. They're like, "Would you like more soda?" Oh, that's my pleasure. They always say "my pleasure," and I like that. So they have little napkins on the table, like this, and literally, our first fix and flip company. We're sitting with a guy. His name is Jim. And we're sitting at the table, and I didn't know exactly where we were going, but apparently, I didn't understand, even though we were in business together, that when he says we're going to Chick-fil-A, it really means we're going to Chick-fil-A. I thought that just meant like we're gonna go take somebody out to eat. He's like, no, we're gonna go raise some money. We're actually gonna go sit down at Chick-fil-A. So I showed up in my suit and tie, and we're at Chick-fil-A, and I'm like, okay. We're sitting down here, and Joseph's sitting down. We're both wearing suits, and we feel kind of awkward. And he grabs a napkin, and this guy who, you've seen those shirts in the gift shop that have like wolves? And you're like wondering who buys these? Wolves, dogs, you know, like coyotes and things like the
Says
pure
Alaska
touristy
on it or
shirts.
Oh,
something.
okay. It
Yeah.
shows the
The shirts,
pictures.
the big, just big wolves and things. And so this guy comes in there and it's tucked into his pants, and his pants are pulled up to here. Great guy.
Got a beard, Duck Dynasty, you know.
Oh.
And so we sit down at the table with this guy, and we're just talking about, we haven't done anything yet, but this is all just a marathon we've been running in our head. We've been tracking these properties, not this property, but a fix and flip property, where we take ugly houses, fix them up, and flip them. And so we're sitting here, we're talking about all these houses we've been tracking, and diagrams, a little simple bubble diagram on a napkin. We're talking to Jim about how we're looking to raise some money, because he's retired and pretty well off. We're looking to raise some money for this business here to go out and buy properties. And we're looking for about $50,000, you know, to help us get this ball rolling. And he looks at you and he's like, it's not enough money. He's like, you guys, that's just not gonna work with the way you're working. He's like, I like what you guys are doing. How about I come in for what? What did he say?
No, what he said was,
It's like
can I only come in for 50?
That's what it was.
Can I come in for 150?
Yeah. See, it was kind of one of these moments where I blacked out and I hadn't been drinking. I was just shocked that it actually worked. It actually worked. I'd never seen it to that point. I heard people talk about business models on napkins, and at Chick-fil-A, which I always thought it had to be at some fancy restaurant. But no, it was amazing.
Isn't
Yeah.
the majority of the money of the $1 million we've raised so far been at Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, and it blows my mind still
It
to this
doesn't
day.
matter where you go.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's great.
Taking them?
I'm like, no, we're not going to Chick-fil-A.
Well, I had a lot of people say no, and I found that when I'm in my office and on my home turf, people feel intimidated by that. So when we go out, we're just, you know, a couple of folks just sitting around eating some Chick-fil-A together. You know, all of a sudden.
And this isn't somebody I just met off the street or anything like that, or we're just meeting for the first time. This is somebody I've had a relationship with, because
Yeah.
then that kind of goes into other things. If we're just raising funds from people we don't know,
What are the,
we're getting into some SEC requirements and stuff like that. So
what
it
are,
just
what are some
depends
of
on
the
what your
questions?
goal
Do you
is.
remember some of the questions that the ways that I ask people for money?
What do you mean? Oh, like how you start that conversation?
Yeah.
Well, we can role play it.
Sure. You wanna? Who are you?
I'll be, you know, just.
The person with the money?
Yeah, I'll be the
Okay.
person with the money.
So,
This totally went down.
as I meet with people in different capacities, they find me through. I have a number of people that I get referrals from. Like Mark would send me referrals, so I usually have met them through somebody, right? So and then they want some kind of consultation. They want to learn more about what I do or how they could start doing what I do. So here we're coming to Chick-fil-A. We're sitting down and say, "Hey Ray, it's good to meet you."
Nice to meet
Mark, remember Mark introduced us, right?
Yes.
Great, perfect. So you wanted to meet a little bit. Here, let's sit down.
He was saying
You want-
something about how, because I'm only making about 4% right now, and he was saying something about doubling.
Yeah. So that's good stuff. So I mean, how much money are you making right now? Like, first of all, is that any of my business? No, I just start off that way. So who knows how comfortable he is with that question?
Well, it's interesting. Most people actually respond because it's just a shocker. Like there's only a few people in their life who will ever ask them that question.
I do get some people occasionally be like, I don't
None
know.
of your business.
And then I change it to a more lighter topic, something like, so who'd you vote for in the last election?
To be effective at raising capital, you have to be okay with just randomly going up to people and asking about their religion, their political views, and how much money they make. As long as you can do that.
And don't have to do all those questions, but you need to be comfortable asking people about questions that are none of your business, right? Now, I mean, that's a bit of an over-dramatization, but you know, if there's a comfortable dialogue going through, and I'll take the conversation and find out a little bit more about your family, and oh, what'd you do this weekend? And then all of a sudden I hear something about church. Oh, what church do you go to? Tell me about that, right? So, and then as we talk, I get an understanding about some political view he might have. He might have let something drop, and it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or Democrat. I just kind of go there. Oh, so, and I'm not doing any of this to argue, mind you. Keep in mind, I'm playing like I'm a third party, just sitting back, just kind of interested in your opinions on things, right? That's all I'm doing, whether I agree with them or not, and I'm not reacting to any of this or arguing, but we're just creating a dialogue. And then if he asks for some of my opinions, I might say, well, I'm not sure I agree with everything you said there. I mean, I might say I see some merit in what you're saying, but I think I got a couple of different viewpoints on that. But I mean, I bounce away from that because I don't really want to argue. But here's the point of asking questions that are none of my business. The more comfortable we get talking about that, the more I can get back to the finances again, and now I can talk about his finances, which are none of my business. But it's the only way I can help him is to learn about the finances. And so, but also what it does for me is I'm coming across, I'm a genuine person. I actually have thoughts and opinions, right? I'm non-confrontational. I'm easy to get along with. Like, just so you know, I'm a Christian conservative. Like, I'm a Christian and I'm a political conservative. And I'd say a lot of atheists and liberals invest with me. It's because I don't argue with anybody about these things, and I respect people for their points of views as they're different from me. But a lot of people respect me because I listen, I hear them out, and I don't insult them or argue with them, but I just hear them out, and then only if they want to know what I think will I tell them. I try not to offer my opinions in those fields. But I mean, so when you have conversations with people, you have a lot of surface conversations. People are just mean, how's he doing? How's the weather? How's the sports game? You know, played with the kids, went to school. These are very shallow surface conversations. The more you can build depth into a relationship. Now, do I have to go into religion and politics? No. If he comes in and he's wearing Green Bay Packers up and down, well, I'm just going to talk about Green Bay Packers, and I'm going to become the biggest Green Bay Packer fan I can be, you know, without knowing much about the Green Bay Packers, right? But I'm going to find a way to go deep as much as I can with that person, but I've got to find that avenue. And sometimes finances are something that people hold very tight to the chest, and they don't want to give up any of that information. But I can't help him until I break those barriers. But people only do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And you don't do business with somebody who's just a shallow person that you've met and talked a couple of times about the weather. So I have to take it deep. Whether or not I go religion, politics, sport, I mean, I'm going to let the person kind of go there or try to pick up on any social cues I can. Like, if he's wearing a Make America Great hat or something right there, I'm probably not going to talk about, like, you know, Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton, right? I don't want to get confrontational with the person. Just be like, great, let's make America great again, and then, you know, we can move on. Any kind of thing, like if he's
the main thing you're saying is basically when you have that level of conversation with somebody, it's most of the time it's somebody you know a lot better. It's somebody you've been around with a lot longer. Even family members, we still are not even at that level sometimes. So, but even my mom for a long time, she wouldn't even tell me like who she voted for or anything like that. She wouldn't tell me, you know. I'm like, well, Mom, I'm like 18 now. I'm supposed to vote. Who do I vote for? Can't tell you. I'm like, whoa.
So that was a little aside as to why do I mean, I don't always talk about religion or politics. I'm willing to go in any direction the conversation will take me as long as I can get deep. If he wants to get deep about family, then we'll talk all about family. because that's a great way to get deep with folks if they're willing to go there. But some people have skeletons in the closet and they don't want to even talk about the family. So I'm not going to go there. But I'm going to find some way to get deeper with this person. So as we get talking, now I swing back to finances. Before he wasn't willing to tell me anything about his finances. So, let's get back, we only got a little
Well,
bit.
yeah, so, yeah, we were talking, and, had some dip the other day. I can't figure out how I'm gonna retire. I'm retired, but I feel like I'm gonna run out of money. in
Well, I mean,
10 years.
that's a great question. I mean, so is your retirement plan your Social Security account? Or you got a 401k, an IRA?
It's an IRA.
You got an IRA? Roth?
I was kidding. I mean, I know some people at 6 or even 7. The market's been really great.
Man,
so.
you should be hitting 8 if you're serious about it, man. No, okay, wow. Well, that's interesting. So, based off of the current amount of money that you're planning to live for more than 20 years after retirement?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, the actuary tables say you're going to have somewhere between like $1.5 to $3 million set aside to be able just to continue to live at the current level that you're at. So, do you feel like you're on track to hit that by the time you hit retirement? You hear that? That happens all the time right there.
I know. They're like, I
And
thought
then-
it was good, and I had 100,000. Which is, most people feel like they'd be really happy if they had $100,000 sitting in their retirement.
Oh, $100,000, yeah. Okay, so, and you're making a 3% return on that, right? What's inflation at right now? You know?
I don't know.
Oh, it's currently at 3, it's either at 3 or 3.5. So, is your money keeping pace with inflation? So, you're making 3%, losing 3%. But see, I'm talking like this. I'm making it now uncomfortable on purpose, and I'm putting these pauses in, these pregnant pauses. So because I need him. I need to see if he gets the fact that he needs something. He needs something better than what he has. Because if you go and you give somebody the answer right off the bat, and they don't arrive to it themselves, then they're not going to believe you, right? I only convince people of that which they're already convinced of, because anybody convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. Have you ever heard that? So I'm not going to try to make him think, I mean, if he's convinced that 3% in the stock market's going to take him to the promised land, I'm not going to push that on, there's some people who think that. So I'm like, okay, well, what if, and let me just throw this out there, because we're sitting here, this is why we're meeting, but what if I could show you a way that you could double, possibly even triple the amount of money that you're making right now, today, in your IRA account, backed by real estate? Would you be open to having a conversation about that?
Yes.
See, I'm leaning towards self-directed IRAs, but I got buy-in, right? I got permission to go there. So I'm going to talk about how this business model right here that you're going to go over. But that's how I've raised $1 million in the last 2 years, because I get people, and I have a reputation for finding money. I find money for folks all the time. So because I spent, a good 3 years learning and networking and meeting all kinds of people, and I found the people with the haves, and I found all these people with the have-nots, and there's a lot more have-nots. But finding the haves, and then you just bringing them together, and creating that relationship gave me a good reputation as becoming the money guy. I'm the guy who can find the money for your deal. And now I get referrals. Before I had to used to go out and put those little bandit signs and try and get people to call me, right? But now I get referrals, and we go to Chick-fil-A.
Thank you, Joseph. Good work. Give him a round of applause. That was good stuff. That was like level 400 money negotiations that just took place. that was a bonus. Okay, so that's really what happened here with all these folks. So we went out and we had a conversation. We had already met these people through networking events, local real estate events. That's where most of our network came from, is posting different things, putting on trainings for people. And so as we had those conversations in the sit down with them, they all had different amounts of money at different levels that they could contribute. But this is how it works. We are not coming to the table with any money. We do not. That is clear. We do not hide that at all. What we have is another currency. Would everybody agree that money is a currency? Would everybody agree that time is a currency? We interchange those two very often. What about knowledge? Is knowledge a currency? I think about knowledge being a very heavy currency. Should a doctor get paid more than a customer service representative? Because they have this skilled knowledge. Now, what about relationships? Is that a currency? We talked about credit relationships. But just knowing somebody, can you get a benefit or a deal or a discount by just knowing somebody? Definitely. Relationships, and the last one, so what do we got? We got knowledge, relationships, time, money.
You didn't say money. Money.
Oh, money, yes.
He did say money.
Money,
Yes, he did, but it's funny.
That's very funny.
credit,
You said them all.
knowledge, relationships, time. So that's what we're bringing to the table. We're bringing our expert knowledge, because we've already invested a substantial amount of money into our knowledge. We have time, and we have relationships that we've built. So we have title and escrow, we have contractors, we have all these relationships that we've already built. What we need is somebody to come in with money. And we will do all of these services, so this will be a partnership LLC. We bring the services. So we are going to contribute the equal amount of money in services. So that's why we deserve, or that's why we set up 50% ownership. So Wise Guys and Ties owns 50% of the company, whereas our money partners, they own the other 50% of the company. Why would they feel more comfortable having ownership? Yes, collateral, but also in certain situations, the way we set this up, many of large financial decisions we actually don't vote on, where we actually have to do the research and take it to them, so they're kind of like the board of directors. So we have to take it to them, okay, we want to buy this property. This is all the information on the property, and put it to a vote. So they get to vote on where their money's actually going. This is kind of one of those things that, without getting into SEC regulations and things like that, they're owners, they have voting rights, they have rights to the accounts, they get to see the transactions of the bank accounts, they get the account statements from our accountants. So they know what's going on inside the business. That's very powerful. So that is something that they can get behind, that they know where their money's going. And then, what are we gonna do with that? Well, our goal is to raise $400,000. For what? And now this is where, what is your business plan? Whatever your business plan is, that's where we filled in our business plan. This particular model was for real estate, for rental properties. So we had already looked at a triplex and a duplex from another investor who was basically liquidating his portfolio. He's tired, he's in his 70s, tired of being a landlord, just done, wants to sell it. We had it currently under a contract, so we had a contract on these properties. We actually used our fix and flip business to put it under contract. Because if this company didn't want to do it, there's other people that wanted to. And we could just simply sell that contract to another company. Does that make sense? Anybody ever heard of that? Called wholesaling? Tying up an asset and basically selling your equitable position in contract. That's all it is.
What were those properties valued at?
So the triplex was valued around $300,000, so there's already equity there, and the duplex, $200,000. So we had already negotiated a discount because we were negotiating a cash price and a quick sale. Well, not necessarily a quick sale, but we had built a relationship with this guy, and so he kind of liked what we were doing, and he just thought we reminded him of himself when he was younger. So he's like, oh, I'm really intrigued with what you guys are doing. And, you know, I'm willing to see how this plays out, because he was also intrigued on this whole business model. He'd been involved in sub-development, like developments and all sorts of things, and never even seen anything like this. So, what do? Our first layer of protection is business credit. So we talked about in 6 to 12 months how we can get $50,000 in business lines of credit. What is one of the biggest problems that somebody would run into with rental property?
Hot water, heater breaks,
Yeah.
HVAC repair.
Repairs are not, paid.
Repairs. Yeah. Somebody trashes it. You need $5,000 to get it fixed up for the next tenant. Or water heater goes out, the roof needs to be replaced, things like that. So this is a safeguard that we can get into place very quickly. And we have a company, because each box is its own company. So there's this main company that starts another little company that it owns. This is another little company that it owns. These little companies are all self-directed IRA LLCs. You know, that's my S Corp, that's Joseph. So all these little boxes are actual companies. So we start building business credit on this business. The great thing is, it has the, well, I'll show you in a minute, but it has the entity, but it also has collateral, has property. If we have $400,000, we can actually purchase it. It takes about 6 to 12 months, $50,000, like we talked about. So we have put these in there to kind of explain it as we go along. Next, what we need to do is we need to tack on umbrella insurance. So everything in red is money that's going to go out. Everything in green is money that's going to be accessible. So life insurance. What about life insurance? We have life insurance policies on us. Anybody ever heard about like overfunding whole life policies, being able to borrow against cash values, turning that into bank situations, tax,
Bank on yourself.
creating banking system about this. And I know Mark and Chris have worked with a guy named Garrett Gunderson. You guys ever heard of Garrett Gunderson? He has a company called Wealth Factory. Usually works with really high net worth people. And I know that they have like some really cool trainings and stuff that they'll be putting on for you guys and helping you out see the value of that.
So you got life insurance, who's the
Sorry.
beneficiary?
So life insurance policies with the company as the beneficiary. So the company pays for the policy, and if anything happens to its management, they need ability to, one, not only buy us out, because our families are gonna have to get bought out, and our company will have to get bought out, but it brings money into the company to offset expenses of finding new management and things like that. So, and I'll tell you, there's another benefit about why we would want to borrow from that in the future. But each property is going to have liability insurance, require renter's insurance, so those are extra expenses. Taxes and maintenance, those are going to be more expenses that we have to factor in. We are purchasing these properties free and clear. We're not going to have any debt on these. We don't have any credit established yet. And if you have self-directed account, you can't actually involve your personal credit. That's a derivative transaction. They can't be personally liable. So we can't actually have anybody's social on any of this debt. Now, the cash flow that comes off of this, that goes back to the company. So as these are all rented out, cash flow goes back, and then it goes through the company, pays expenses, and goes out. And then the cash flow split, it's considered profit. So money comes in from rents, goes back to the company, and then gets distributed out. Not all of these are equal. Some have $100,000 in, some have $50,000, some have $30,000. There's different amounts, so they get paid according to their percentage of ownership. Also, their voting rights goes on the percentage of ownership. The goal is to expand this and keep expanding it. So let's say we want to go out and get a large, say a 12-unit apartment complex for $1 million. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, since we've been growing the business credit on the property, we have cash flow, collateral, and credit. That's like the trifecta that you want to really optimize lending. Is you have collateral, you have credit, and then cash flow, which we have all three. So we need to come up with $250,000 down payment for a commercial unit. Now, you can also use the commercial unit itself as guaranteeing part of the payment, because that's a business in itself. But what we do is get a non-recourse collateral loan, leveraging this company and its assets. Non-recourse collateral loan, leveraging this property and its assets to come up with a $250,000 down payment. It has to be non-recourse because they can't be liable. Also, the only thing that they can come after is the property itself. So we can easily pull out, 70% of the equity. They're free and clear. On a $300,000 property, we could easily go get $220,000 on it. We use that to go and use for a down payment, and then using the leverage of the main company, non-recourse commercial loans, and the property itself as guarantee for payment to come up with the other $750,000. And I know I'm kind of going over this really quick and getting into some heavy numbers, but it's more the concept that I really want you guys to be able to grasp. So we do the same thing. Now, we wouldn't want to do this if they couldn't pay for itself. So we get the company, we immediately start building business credit on it. We have liability insurance, we have renter's insurance, because things always happen and we need to be protected as much as possible. Like I said, in a Square is a different company, so this is in its own business as well. Why else would we want to do that besides just the ability to build business credit? Why would you want separate entities for separate properties?
Protection.
Yes. What happens if something happens in here, there's an accident, something, and all of a sudden there's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit that's taking place? Well, we want to be able to slice it off and not affect everything else. Protection is what it comes down to. So this is the last main key factor that we start to implement, since now we have a bunch of debt. We have a debt payment here, we have a debt payment there, we have a debt payment there. We need to start implementing something called velocity banking. Who's heard of that? Okay, this is another class that I have taken. It's about how to offset loans with using lines of credit to drastically affect the debt paydown, which Joe's going to give you a demonstration here in a little bit, which will absolutely blow your mind. So after we start to implement this is when we're going to really start to hack down these loan payments and this debt to get it paid down as quick as possible. Velocity Banking uses business lines of credit, cash flow from the property to transfer amortized interest into the simple interest payments, which has the effect of aggressively paying down the principal in 1/3 the time. Don't worry, we'll explain it a little bit more in depth in the next training, but it is something that is extremely powerful on getting out of debt quickly. Of course, we're gonna have taxes, maintenance, and the loan repayments. Anything left over would go back. Monthly cash flow after all the loan repayments, that's gonna start to go back. This is a big one. All investment capital is to be paid back in 5 years unless they vote otherwise. It's kind of one of those other things. Well, we're gonna work to get you guys paid back your original investment in the first 5 years. Through this, and we can do this through the selling of properties, taking out a loan against the death benefits, life insurance policies. But in 5 years, pretty much if everything's going great, I don't think that they're going to want to pull the company backwards like that. We don't know though. They may want. At any time, anybody can. We're actually in the process of, I'll show you in a minute, but we're in the process of rehabbing this and looking to sell it, where the company is actually going to be able to sell it for about $320,000. So we'll make about $80,000 off that deal, which will already put us up about $60,000. Now, sorry, I'm kind of going down another little rabbit hole there, but it's important to understand that they wanted a protection on how are they going to be able to get their money back. It's also something else the SEC likes to see is how are the investors supposed to get their money back? Well, through payment of properties. But let me ask you this. This company itself, it's been around for a little while. In 5 years, it has a well-established banking record. It's got lendability. It could, most likely in 5 years, it'll have about $500,000 in lines of credit.
Tax returns.
Tax
P&Ls.
returns, profit and loss statements. What is that worth regardless if there's a property in it. Let's say this property gets transferred out to another company. What is a shell of a company that has banking financials, $500,000 of credit that's not personally attached to anybody? What is that worth? Would somebody pay money for that?
Two-thirds as much as the line of credit, right?
Right.
Rule of
It's-
thumb, like 7 to 10 to 1.
So let's say is let's say is $200,000 unreasonable? Pretty good deal, right? Is that what you were saying, or what?
If I understood what I thought you were getting at, if you're trying to sell the business eventually, let's say your books are around $1 million a year, you should be able to sell the business for 7 to 10 million. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, 7 to 10 times. Of
7 to 10 times
of its free,
yeah,
like cash flow, basically.
yeah, as a rule of thumb. If you're
Yeah.
trying to sell a business that's successful
Yeah.
and established.
Some more earlier starters, maybe it's only 5 times, but yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's the thing, is if we're taking out the asset though, now it's not making any cash flow, it just has a shell with credit. Somebody could easily say, okay, I'll easily pay $100,000 for that to gain access to $500,000 in a company instantly. You could sell that.
I would still sell it for the price that he's saying.
No, I know,
But I would
that's
take
what I'm
it, I would take it over time. I mean, this is just my thoughts, I would retain ownership in a percentage of the company, and over time, as you make payments, you're buying
oops.
out my ownership.
Yeah.
We can put it back up there later.
Yeah, so you have a company, and let's say it has over 5 years, $500,000 in lines of credit. In business, just banking, financials, and track record. So, what Joseph was saying, hey, there's an awesome widget of some type, some startup company. Perfect. Let's create a partnership. I got the money to start it. You own 50, I own 50, you do all the operations and run the business, I just bring the money into capital. We actually transition from turning the whole company into just a money partner. That's another way of doing it. Or selling it off. Okay, we want to take, say $100,000 down and a percentage ownership. Or you could take monthly payments. There's a million, I mean, that's a business model in itself, is just growing these. Now, there are companies that sell, like shelf corporations, but a lot of times, lenders know if it's been doing nothing for 5 years, especially when you get to the higher end, but it has the financial track records, and that's what's the power behind it. So we can pull those out as assets and sell those off to help pay people back, or to buy people out. Many times if it's going good, before, say, this guy sells, he's actually got to offer it to everybody else before he takes it out to somebody else to sell it. And they all have to vote and make sure it's a good partner and a good fit. But there's all these, these are safeguards not only for us, but for our investors as well. And that's what they felt comfortable getting behind.
Sorry, how's this different than just, better or different than somebody just saying, I want to take my money and invest in a real estate investment trust that's already set up? Sounds very similar.
Well, it depends on which side you're on.
No,
So
you're
if
just
you-
an individual investor, you can go to any investment institution.
So like a
and you can buy REIT.
syndication, or somebody that is like raising capital or something like that, or
It's a real estate investment trust, it's just something.
like a REIT or
A
something
REIT,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah, perfect. Well, yeah, no, you could totally take it. You could take your funds and go into it. We actually are looking to create one of those, because the reason that you would want to
But
do
that's what it
this,
looks like.
yeah, the only difference is they have control. They get to see they get to vote on everything. They
A REIT
get
can
to
have how many people in it?
I mean, there's no
Tens
limitations.
of thousands,
Right, so,
Which actually we're looking at setting one up. It costs about $20,000 just for the legal structure. Then you got to have an accountant on full-time staff and all this great stuff. Which you guys should totally want to do that too. It's cool. We're not there yet.
But there's some people who, this gives you more control.
Yeah, they feel comfortable because they can come down to our office, they can look at the books, they can sit down. We have monthly meetings of letting them know where it's at, their local properties, so they can go look at them. It's kind of one of those things that just depends on. Many of these people love the idea of being involved in real estate. They love the idea of it. They just don't.
They don't want to get their hands dirty.
Yeah, but they love coming and checking out the property. They love doing all that stuff. And we were kind of putting together a list of different classes that we'd actually taken.
Hey Ray, could you go back real quick and talk about all the different ways in which you protected your investors' money and the professionals that you've used?
So as far as like insurance aspects,
Yeah, everything. There's so much protection. You've got layers of protection in there.
well, yeah, so I mean, we have all the insurances and everything on the actual property itself, the dwelling, the liability, everything in there in case something happens in the property, it gets damaged.
So
We
you
have
have a
insurance
tax,
for that.
I mean, you have a insurance professional that handles that?
Insurance professional for that, yes. Everything was set up through KKOS, which is an attorney office that specializes in small business and real estate investments. So they have helped us legally structure everything, you know, using a quality accountant to make sure all this stays in track, because you have to keep track of, okay, where's their equity at? How much profit for the year? Each individual investor needs to have their own account in the books. They need to be always currently updated. The bank accounts, everything needs to be being tracked.
Do you use any like realtors or property management at all? in this?
Property managers are a huge one. We don't manage the actual properties ourselves. We manage the manager. So it took a long time to find the right property manager, somebody that we could grow with. It ended up being a guy named Bill, his wife, and they have one girl that works with them who's an agent, and then they have 2 maintenance people. With 5 doors, we were their largest client. But it was somebody that we got to know really well. We liked the way that they did things, and it's somebody that we could actually expand and grow with. That was the goal of finding a good property manager. With that being said, he's already gone through the test a couple times. We've had evictions. Those are never pretty, but those went by really smoothly. You know, there's been water pipes that break, things like that. I didn't even find out about it because it happened like on New Year's Day. And so that's great. If I don't have to find out about something, everything gets taken care of, and I can just review everything and make sure it was done right and it all looks good. That's the goal. It's putting the right people in place, the right professionals that are keeping track of stuff. So it's not only do we have a local accountant, but then we have a CPA firm that reviews everything. So there's all these layers of protection. It's like sometimes multiple professionals in each stage too. You know, we have a local accountant, but then it's still reviewed by an accounting firm, like quarterly. So
We have a banker, right? that
yes, we use professionals for everything we do. You can totally do it yourself, but it's one of those things. I'm not an accountant. I'm not an attorney. I'm really terrible at keeping track of my account. It's a lot easier to pay somebody. I'm pretty handy. I can build things. I'm still not the person that should be doing it.
Who
It
did
still
you,
costs
who
me
did
more.
you use for your business credit?
Wise Guys and Times.
Oh, okay.
I practice what I preach. I use it myself. Yeah, so that's pretty much. Anything else I'm missing on?
No, I think you covered it all.
Let's see, which PowerPoint is this actually?
I think you were gonna talk about all the education that you took to put.
Oh, these are classes I took from different sources. Velocity Banking, Tax and Legal, Self-Directed IRAs, Business Credit, Rentals, Contracts, Contract for Deed. These are all individual classes that I've actually taken. Different practitioners is what the word is. So people that actually teach what they do. Self-Directed IRAs was through Matt Sorensen. His business partner who's a CPA. He teaches a class on tax and legal structure, how to, it's not that I need to know how to do my taxes, it's what I need to ask the right professionals and make sure that I'm working with people to understand. Because that's actually half the battle, is making sure you're working with the right professionals. So our accountant, it took us 2 years to find one locally that we actually can work with. Our accounting firm we've been working with, because they're the only ones that understand some of the craziness that we're trying to do. We do a lot of things that are just not regular standard tax returns. You know, everybody's got K1s and this and depreciation and cost segregation, you know, depreciating, you know, the driveways on commercial properties. How do you accelerate that and taxing and crazy stuff? Oh. How many classes are here that we've gone through?
There's
Did you
30.
send us like a
Yeah.
list?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark?
Yeah, Mark's got it.
Mark is your local
Oh, there's me.
Renatus leader.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he's the one
Okay,
who
Mark.
facilitates those classes and stuff. You
Oh,
only have
okay.
those 2 slides, Ray.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Oh, just this one?
No, those 2 slides.
This one?
Do you want to talk about that story?
I was just gonna show this real quick
Sure.
because this is the power of having the right insurance. So this is the triplex. I get a call from Bill. This is a bladder on the 2nd floor, but the roof is okay.
Yeah.
So it's exciting how that filled up. You see that little skylight? You see that little hole there?
Ah.
So this is a little bit of a unique situation. You can have water leaks,
Yeah.
but the water entered through this way. So it's kind of unique that way. So we had just gone through this eviction in March. This is currently taking place. Went through eviction in March. We spent about $1,500 cleaning it up and getting it ready to put out back on the market. So we've been basically being shown for 18 days. I used to get calls 24/7 from my landlords and from tenants, you know, 3 in the morning. Oh, the toilet's overflowing, this. So this was kind of like, everybody else is like, oh, when I have like $1 million in the bank, I'm successful. The moment that our properties would have a problem and I did not get a call, that was like that was like my level of success I wanted to achieve in my life, was where I did not get that call anymore. But I did get a call on this, and I guess for good reason too. It's 10 o'clock in the morning and Bill's calling me. I'm like, whoa, I send Bill to Joey because I don't take his call. I'm like, hey, so we got a tenant, right? He's like, who's your insurance agent? When your property manager calls and that's his first thing he says, that's never a bad day. And especially if he knows not to call you. I'm like, why, what's going on? He's like, I'm standing in a lot of water right now and the ceiling is on the floor. It's like starting to fall down. So there's Bill's foot. I'm like, all right, Bill, start taking pictures. I'm gonna call James, our insurance guy, and see what's going on. This is a 2-story building. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. It's a unique situation. The kitchen is upstairs, along with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room. Downstairs, there's another bathroom and 2 more bedrooms and a living area. Very unique. What happened was, on the upstairs bathroom, which is the furthest thing away from the stairwell, opposite sides of the house, the water faucet, double faucet, the left side, which was the hot water, somehow broke off. And it was shooting a little stream about that big straight at the ceiling of hot water. Right there, actually. And it started to fill that area with water. And nobody noticed this for we estimated about 48 hours it was running. Flooded the house, soaked through the laminate flooring. And so when we first showed up to the house, after the mitigation, because in this situation, the first thing is calling insurance, second is calling some type of restoration company immediately to start the mitigation of the damages. Because if you don't, then your insurance company might say, but Bill had already taken care of all that. So this was like a second test. Restoration company was coming, they worked all through night because insurance wants to make sure that you are limiting how much actual damage takes place. I was like, holy smokes, Bill, all right, we gotta figure out what's going on, just water everywhere. So after they dried everything out, I went over to check on the property. So I sped it up a little bit and I'll slow it down when I get to the top. But see, I entered through the stairs up top because Joey was up the stairs and he's like, hey, come up here first. And they'll slow down a second so you don't get dizzy. But that's where, you know, anybody ever seen this where they've had to like cut away the drywall? They've torn out the floor. The kitchen was over here, had to tear out the kitchen. And so they cut away everything and had to get all the insulation out. This is going into the first bedroom that is upstairs. This used to be carpet, flooring. I'm just thinking to myself, holy smokes, this is absolutely crazy. And then the entire bathroom, of course, had to be gutted. Absolutely ridiculous. So that's where the big bladder was. They had to take out the sinks, the vanities, every single aspect of, yeah, that's where it was. And everything just had time to soak and get wet. So it was pretty shocking when I actually saw this. It was pretty devastating.
We had just spent $1,500 getting it all fixed up, repainted, recarpeted.
So then I'm wandering through the house. I'm like, okay, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. And so Joseph had already gone downstairs at this point. It's a pretty cool property because there's windows all up here in the kitchen. And so you have a view of like the like if you look out this way, you can see the mountains. There's a big back deck where you can see the mountains. This is super choppy, but it's making me sick. All right, but this is like the patio deck area, and it's like a roller coaster I'm watching. All right, so as we started to go down the stairs, though, I remember it, like I was wondering, I was like, wait, why did that wall have to go? And then I'm thinking, okay, water had to have spilled off somehow and soaked down there. Remember, this was a completed house a week earlier. They had to take out every piece of insulation, every piece of drywall throughout the entire bottom floor. Huge, devastating. Just the tear out alone was $33,000 to just mitigate the damage. Remember, this is the $220,000 house. That is what happened. Oh, I can't go back. Oh, what's that? No, it's all right. Anyway, yeah, so that little thing, that's what broke. But the rebuild, it was a 24-page estimate, $78,000 to rebuild on top. So over $100,000. But because we have the right insurance policies and we add on little extra things on our policies, it's not just the standard policies. We get loss of rents, so they're paying us $1,200 a month while it's being worked on. And everything was covered, and they took out the $1,000 deductible. So it turned out to be actually a blessing in disguise, but it's huge investigation. You know, they had to take not only the faucet, but the sink with the faucet had to be shipped off to some lab. And I mean, that's what insurance companies do because they're not going to pay for it. So they want to see, first off, if it's fraudulent, if we did it. Because then I have attorneys like calling me and they're asking me questions. I'm like, do I need to have like an attorney? Like,
Did you have a vacant writer on that?
We did not yet, which is something else that is very important. So, 30 days. If your property is vacant for more than 30 days, your standard policy will not cover you. And that was the thing, is Bill's like, wait, how long has it been, or the insurance agent, James, he's like, how long has it been vacant? I was like, I don't know, like 3 weeks? No, how long? We need to know exact dates. Oh, yeah.
22 days.
22 days actually is what it came out to be. But if we had not added a vacant policy or a vacant rider onto that policy, nothing would have been covered. So if you know anybody that has rentals, which is very easy to have it vacant for more than 30 days between tenants, absolutely let them know to get a policy. Good stuff though. All right, well, that kind of wraps up.
Let's take a 10-minute break. People, shake your legs out.
But that is
We'll
one of
come
our
back
business
and
models.
I'm going to explain velocity banking with business credit, which is one of the funnest ways that we use business credit for our loans.
Perfect. Need some water.
Good job, Ray.
Very good. I think it's so very good. I have a question for you.
I know at this point in the day we're throwing so much at you guys.
On this system, can it work when you're building the business credit thing? Okay, I wanna talk to the business.
Or if you want, we can wander over there.
No website, no nothing. The doggy thing, I'm just gonna piece it together, you know. Once we get going, will it work with a partnership?
So there's 4 basic types of entities. There's the sole proprietorship.
Oh, yeah, I know all that.
Partnership.
Yeah,
So it needs to be corporate, so you should set up an LLC.
yeah, it would be LLC.
That's fine.
Okay, but we can still go through your program. and
Oh,
focus and-
absolutely.
Oh,
Well, I
okay.
mean, we build business credits for everybody, but if you're a sole proprietorship or just a standard partnership, we don't give you the 6 to 12 months, $50,000 guarantee. Because
We can
you
definitely.
have to use your social security, we don't know what your personal credit's like, so people who
Yeah,
have
we
a
can
sole
talk about that,
proprietorship
but yeah,
build
we can,
business credit, it just takes longer, it might take them 5 years.
Oh, no, I'm setting everything up as LLC. I was even gonna do my cleaning service
Good,
LLC.
good.
In fact,
No, but I want you to know that
Yeah.
you can build business credit with any entity type, it's just the speed at which you can do it with an LLC, an S corp, a C corp, even nonprofits, 503Cs are.
So you would recommend for partnership, for real estate investing to go with the, partnership LLC, C
Well,
corp
let
or S corp?
me officially say that I am not a licensed real estate attorney.
I already know you're not.
Okay.
I already know, I had to give disclaimers when I was doing credit repair presentations.
So, based off of the type of real estate that I'm going to do, I'm going to actually wanna have an S corp that owns
Exactly.
daughter companies called LLCs. I'm gonna put on the real estate LLC, the cash flow through this.
Okay,
It
so
is.
we
That's the
wanna,
that's best tax and legal structure.
Yeah,
so we
yeah.
wanna
Before you
put,
leave today,
we
yeah.
wanna put our,
We'll set something up.
real estate investing into LLC and have it flow as, and we would be a partnership.
Now, you can get some LLCs, I don't know what Colorado's like, but like, in Arizona, we have an LLC that can operate an S corp.
So that's what I'm verifying.
Perfect, they might.
Okay, cool.
They
Thanks,
might.
Rick.
Sounds good.
Everything's there. Another type of corporation that I really like, but I can't do.
What are we
in
talking about
Arizona,
next?
Places like you can do it in
Okay.
Texas,
Joey's talking.
you can do it in Nevada. Good setup,
That's all I
it's
know.
called the Series LLC. Heard of that?
No.
Oh, that's great. So you basically pay one time for an LLC setup, but you get a series that you can just keep adding on. So this could be, say, you call it, the first one, what was yours, Good Dogs?
Good dog, nice kitty.
Good Dog, Nice Kitty. And then you're in your series, because you can get as many of these as you want, and you can build business credit on all of them, because you each get your own EIN, right? But it's a one-time setup fee. But now you've set up, Good Dog, Nice Kitty Alpha, Good Dog, Nice Kitty Beta. And then you set up all these, and they're all little separate companies, and they all can build business credit.
I don't think they have a,
I don't know if they have that. Like I said, I know, like, that exists in Texas, and that exists in Nevada.
that's pretty good.
And I think it exists in Florida, I think.
Yeah.
But, series LLCs aren't everywhere. But,
Okay,
and when you work in a place where they are,
Yeah.
like, I desire, because the real estate market right now in the country is hottest in Texas, so I wanna be there.
Yeah, so you wanna set
And,
up,
and they also have series LLCs. So you see how, like, I can purchase a lot of real estate.
and each
And-
one is in a different, yeah. See, and that would be an advantage, so I'm seeing then that you're building the business credit for our corporation, funded through the S corp, cash flow through the S corp, but we are a partnership with two of us, it's my sole proprietor. You can help us build business credit.
Yeah, do it all the time.
Okay, that was the main thing, because I'm gonna talk to him tomorrow and meet with him tomorrow, letting him know where I am on both journeys that I'm on with the dog thing and with the other thing, with the, cause he was the one that was looking at real estate investing, but the more I'm hearing about it, I'm like, oh, cool, I don't have to tie into personal credit. You know, cause my debt to income ratio isn't that great. I can do
Well,
something.
my next presentation, it is quite possible I might not your brain. You might have to pick up brain matter and stuff at that point, because I'm gonna cover a lot of what you're talking about. It's gonna be it's gonna be a lot of stuff.
When are you guys coming back out here?
He said he's having us back out in February.
I will be here.
You will?
Yeah, I think, I honestly think
Well,
at
our
least
goal,
$25.
our goal
You should be
is,
charging for this.
well, he just moved here.
Oh, that's why.
So our goal, But what we need to do is we need to establish a team,
Okay.
a consistent team where you guys network and collaborate and work to get mastermind
Well,
ideas.
that's what I'm been trying to find.
Well, that's what he's doing.
That's what I'm gonna do, talk to
So-
him now. Of
So
course, he
this
had to
is,
come from out of
this
state.
is what you might consider the kickoff event for a new Colorado Springs real estate and entrepreneurial mastermind group. And Mark and Chris lead that.
Okay.
And so, you know, to help them out, they've done so much for us in our business. We're very grateful. I did,
Pay it forward,
yeah.
basically. Okay, cool.
Well, they already paid it, you know, like, they,
You know,
but,
yeah, I'm glad I came today.
Yeah, it is.
because I've been trying to find, in the city, it's hard to find people like him. People that are actually bringing together some very sound, more in-depth information. It's, trust me, I've had to get everything offline. But
It is,
now-
and everything's out there too. That's
It
the great
is.
thing about online
I'm
is
sorry.
everything is out there.
I
but
know, and I'm glad.
It's just trying to decipher which is.
The whole country's not up here. There's parts of like Houston, Texas, parts of Alabama, Mississippi, Northwest Indiana. Markets are, you know, right now it's good. Outskirts of Atlanta are good right now. You know, they're going up, and those that are going up, they're gonna be somewhere correct again.
so Carl, sorry to interrupt you, you getting value out of today?
Yeah, good information.
Good, perfect.
It's flat. I don't know if it's flat, but
Joey,
it's just doing a little bit of this.
Yeah, I have a headache, sorry.
is it, I'm sorry, was it, what was your name? I remember we got mixed up there.
My name's Joey. Your name's Terry.
My name's Terry, that's right, okay. So, are you getting some good value out of today? All right, great.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to you and Ray later.
Awesome.
Ray said so, it's something special, just, I'm always a special case.
Well, you wanna know something? We specialize in special.
Yeah, I've had this Nick's trashed. Yeah.
So it's like, so it went from the, I went to the owner's hands, which is okay, but it's still not taking that pay that. So, I'll be short for minutes. I'll be honest. I just wanna be into this market for a while. We do a lot of evaluation. It's a wonderful. I'm inspired to come show what's around. I'm about looking around. So,
Well, so they have a partnership plan. I mean, they have so many different levels. We actually have, we have the one that's the plan that started at $1,000. And so, you come to that,
You,
and
maybe the survey, bring me on in 4 months, if you have that one. We're going, I think,
we'll be all these resources and materials to go out and do these kind of things. I travel the country. Your other option is you can just pay for your business credit over, or you can be an affiliate.
This last Thursday, I think, we sort of have a property tour this coming Thursday.
Sure, following the market, materials and information and all that stuff. And with that, it's not $700 because we have to make something on top of that. So but it'd be $1,200. Anything you sell over $1,200,
I have, yeah,
you keep
that's what I
yours.
mean. From, we had everything.
I mean, it's totally up to you, and I don't want to push you. If you want to go do that, you've got the money, you want to invest in that as well.
We had 5 breakouts where we were doing, multi-level.
Sure.
We had multi-family restaurants.
No, you have to pay, there's monthly, it goes with it, it's not like a flat.
Level off fees. So we will hear like
Oh, no, I mean,
this Thursday, I've got Andrews now, I'm going to have guys.
And if you do more than of your own
It's about
affiliates, you have to pay that. That's a monthly.
Oh, yeah, don't worry.
Teller County,
Those
Teller
are
County.
other
Okay,
costs.
my daughter was.
That's
So he's like,
paid.
stuff out there. He's got some-
So when you become an affiliate, I'm paying for that. And so
No.
that would be, like they're paying for the, that would be effectively. But if you can do it on your own, you afford to pay for it, you can do all this, you know, I try to sell a lot of people.
There should be a button where you can say, hey, correct that, correct that, correct that.
You can get lost in color.
Yeah.
But I can,
They say, oh, my address is on every one of these. I said, no, it's not. Some of that is- Trying to stay in you are facing. Well, we have the bear, I have the bear on the front with the gun over it, type thing.
There you go.
Yeah, and then they'll find it,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, I see the other thing.
Yeah, see the carbon block for my house, that's the house that you are.
There you go, there you go.
that's a great deal. Well, I sell it all day long, 25. I sold 5 this month. But when I come to an event like this, I wanna always offer for like 2,000. But I mean, with these guys, and even though this is a brand new market, and we don't even have the established team here, to help give an extra incentive to try and bring as many people in this group together. The more of you all that start working together and mastermind, the more productive we're all gonna be. Now with Credit Suite, the one thing that where I'm different, which I'm really gonna show today, is I bring a whole nother element to this, because Credit Suite primarily focuses just on the finances. I focus on business implementation strategies. Solution strategies, like, I try to, where they're at is they're very academic. They get results, don't get me wrong. But it's like, so you can get the money, so you can get the credit, then what? I specialize in the bank. And that's where you could be, because see, for me, business credit's not really my primary business. This just, like, this is another stream of income that comes in. But, I'm gonna get into business. I like business. That's why I'm in it. But if it helps the right people, get some people, it's not business credit. But a lot of times what people need implementation strategies. Because a lot of people are doing different things like this. But then what do you do? How can you? And so we show, how could you? You know that a lot of people do that rental, so we want to show our rental model. We have a fix and flip model. And a lot of people do. So I work with people who do over-the-road trucking. That's a huge client base that we could. And we have, as our clients, a lot of credit repair people. And understandably so, which is one of the reasons why I think that we don't taste those credit repair, because a lot of my clients are real. But I mean, they just don't have access to money. Right? They're so poor. So I'm helping them. So yeah, I work with, but I'm not a specialist in over-the-road trucking or credit repair or anything like that. But I understand their business models enough where
Many of them.
I want you to, now here's the whole plan.
Right.
But let me try
Many
and
of them,
tailor this for you.
I mean, it depends on the situation.
Should give you a little bit of guidance on, this is the route that a lot of our truckers have gone down.
It's one of those
By the time they get around,
So many times you can
have enough in vehicle finance to get across. That's what I'm saying.
sometimes you can get
Right, so I try to tailor it for the people I meet, so when I meet somebody who's in a new industry, I've gotta learn a little bit more. Because all I can do
Well,
is what
we
else
need
does.
it.
Or just in general,
Because it has to do with-
it's just some money, but when I learn more about what is collateralized in business, what type of cash flows.
Well, but then also, you know, you
Then we can start, because see,
things like that.
I've been working with Credit Suisse for a while. One of the, I don't work for them. I'm just one of their top associates, because I travel. Not the top, I don't want to claim the top stars, but yeah. Well, I think Todd and I get along okay, but, so what I do is I really try
You have to have.
to take this, and put my own spin on it and make it my own. That's how I would say success. Because, the more people that get into this, I talk to people and they all know it. So that, I'm good at real estate and I'm good at financing. So I'm gonna show you the strategies and I'm gonna use.
It's usually, yeah, people are calling on that business.
Yeah.
If it's somebody who's like this, most likely they're going to be calling. Just add on just a number and then if you want it forwarded to yourself. So like Freedom Voice, it's, you know, it's
It was never using our so I did mine like maximizing.
So you just get like,
So
you know,
basically,
right most of the time. As long as it's registered. Yeah, just set it up.
Anyway, so I have like everything other than that, we don't have any.
No, it would be like $10 a month, $10 a month.
Oh, no, that's fine. So that's probably gonna be an issue.
Well, everything with associated with your name, computer, software, that can go out. So, if it's out there on the web, or if it's out there with any entity that reports to a computer, such as the IRS, state, 401, any information that's out there, DMV, Experian, then a computer for any lender.
And that's the great thing too, is you can always automate what you put in. They can set it, and then they just, like, oh, account will be good.
Yeah, I mean, you
I don't
can
need
enhance your
15
corporate
accounts, but I
veil
just-
by adding a statutory agent. It's probably only by 60 there. But you have to see what law firm might pay for it. But they get listed, some law firm gets listed as your statutory agent. And it does boost your level of credibility, I'm sorry, legitimacy, when you have a statutory agent listed. But also, it's a bit of a liability protection because if I'm a insurance chaser, and I see listed, you know, you and I don't know you, but also I see, Kohler and Air, or, you know, KKOS, or I see,
And that's the great thing.
James and Associates, listed as your personal, like, oh my goodness, you have to go through a lawyer to get to these people.
Yeah, so we have a resident agent for our cars, and you know, that is our address is Vegas.
That was great for Southwest.
Anyway, you know, our address is Vegas. So, for our companies there.
Yeah.
So, and again, I was going to say, so this is
to experience.
Yeah, don't wait till you
the
need
level
it.
of success that I'm at, or better, waiting out there.
So that works really good if you have it done.
Some people I do way
Because
better.
regardless of
There's some people who do, even better than I do. But,
That's perfect. You can start
you're gonna have to invest in a lot of money. I buy
the address before you even buy it. And make sure it's all right before you even buy it.
right? I mean, that's a lot of money.
So
to help.
it works really well.
And then, you get trained.
Yeah, that is so cool. So I start seeing their TV.
But I enroll about 2 people through the week. And then from those, as I get new clients that they open up for me, and then brings in maybe possible future investors, as well as clients who might.
Because it's a great thing to take a lot longer to create, right?
It's a natural extension of what.
Depending on the situation. I mean, if you're on top of things, you're sending letters and all that beautiful stuff, yeah.
So that's what I like.
I studied
My business credit is great too. So it's both. But it's mostly, like for my clients, it's another tool they can use to get them out of personal name and, and it just helps build that out. That's kind of what I do with them. So, yeah, that's why I was just curious.
So our,
Even though we're not
and then, for our affiliates, they pay $50 a month, because that's what it costs me to do this with the hat. And then and we get ties with
So you get a lot of
partners, partners. But if you sign up as a partner, you get this, and then you get the life.
It's more like personal stuff.
The zero and all that.
Okay, well, I have a
Like the user company,
because again, we have three businesses.
If you can get it for 22, that's way better than what I'm offering. I mean, I started off at 7,000, and then I paid for a whole bunch of sites. And I've gone back a couple of times. So I bought 20 the first shot, and then another 20.
Yeah, there's a lot of, yeah, there's like things, I don't think they can actually charge to start there.
Yeah, I mean, in reality though, to run a good business, you gotta constantly evaluate your customers.
Oh, yeah, trust me.
Clients.
Yeah, trust
If
me.
you just, well, because, I mean, I just think it's good business practice to always do that. I always stay in touch with them. But the financial advisory team is great. I love Jen, she's the head of the financial advisory. She knows everything. I really like, so whenever I have a tough, every once in a while I get asked the question, I'm like, oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I get her
Tell
all.
me how you got that.
But, I mean, so I've been doing this now, like, before I even partnered with Credit Suisse, I was working on this for a couple of years, just trying to figure it
It's,
out.
yeah, it's dealing with.
So I already knew a lot, and then, I've taken classes on it.
I mean, yeah, not all, some of it's like that, I partnered, but a lot of it,
But Megan's team there. And so I was brought in, Meg, and, you know Meg Christensen?
I know Ty and Megan, but that's, yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
So, she's awesome. She
Yeah,
works
you gotta like
with
request it, and then
company.
it's follow a certain guideline.
So, yeah, they're,
Then they can.
entrepreneurial, financial, real estate investment, education company. So they teach people how to be in business, how to be an entrepreneur. How to set up your tax and legal structure. They teach on banking, different banking, types of banking strategies, loans, HELOCs, things like that. They talk about business, several different streams of business, marketing business, business credit, all these, and then they do a lot of real estate. And say, 75% of what they train are all different realistic shipping, right? Fixing, flipping, sales, short sales, multi-family, commercial, right? So they train, and what their training is start from finish, how to do how to set up and structure business, how to make all these deals, and do they sell various education we're coming in like 3 different levels, but their pricing, one of the things that they do is they try not to hide it. There's no, like they say, this is what the whole thing costs, and you can buy them these pieces or you can buy the whole baby. Right, so that's what mine does. He's like a student enrollment advisor for the college. He's a student. I'm a student. He's a student. And just using the education and the strategies, but not just the education, because you also get
Going online and looking for anybody
resources
and
and
everybody asking questions.
That's huge, that's usually what you do, like even credit for knowledge. That's why I was like, I think with you, it's still be, I think, for y'all, but I just don't think for myself. And maybe not the other part when I do want to get her.
right. So
So you're kind of criticizing.
so a lot of what we do with Bernard is, and there's a lot of different educations around it, but we set up, so this is, we're setting up a community to specifically focus on networking and learning for the purpose of raising funds for business and ultimately to put as much, people can invest in different degrees, but everybody should have some degree of investing in this. And so this, so the group here is going to focus on, right now, here in Colorado Springs, the 1990 market is high. So, and that's what Ray and I are up here because we're
Depending on
thinking
the-
about doing something with marketing. So, if I'm already in town on business and if I can help marketing.
They'll either go, they'll either keep climbing or.
Team here, begin to start having.
Well, 1 to 5 days.
Yeah, that's what the goal is, to try and bring as many people in, try and network once a week and bring people in and, cause once you get like, my experience is about 4 to 6 people. You got a core
But
group.
slightly different,
Then
but.
from there, you can in like 3 months become 50, you know, in another 3 months, you're 200. If you want, you're 1,000 people in 2 years, right? I mean, you can, I'm saying spanning beyond here across the state, right? Because you're networking. We just, we've got some investors up in Denver that we work a lot with. Michael Huggins being probably he's the most successful real estate investor that we work with up in Denver. But there really isn't any group going on down here in Colorado Springs, so we want to try and put something together and then plug in with Denver and then get, because we already have like realtors, contractors, title and escrow, insurance, all of that in place up in Denver. So we just have to put that all together. And that's the plan.
So I should probably get with Mark and stuff.
Yeah, Mark and Chris, they're the
Well, they have info now, but we should probably reach out.
because they're going, I mean, they have
I know a lady
tours and different projects that they're working on. There's another couple that's here, but I guess they're on vacation. But they have a number of rentals and stuff like that, so.
Yes, they've done a lot of real estate, the education, all that, and they just never released it anywhere, so, whatever, so. One day.
Alrighty.
If you're living there, you gotta fix it. If you don't-
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome. Tori, Terry,
Terry.
I got close.
You got close.
And then I got it right the second time.
Got a code for us?
That may be too sudden.
Hey, you all ready for this? Come on, let's go. All right, I'm just gonna start. Whether or not you guys are want to listen, that's up to you. I only got so much time left with you guys. Now, I'm still on Pacific time, which is 2 o'clock. I guess it's closer to 3 o'clock here. So
Yes, it's almost.
I should already be 45 minutes.
Be ready.
That's what we like to do.
That's okay.
That is right up my
That
alley.
is okay. I get to try out my new toy.
What toy is that?
This little drop pad. Here. It's different than my other pad.
All right,
All right.
getting this party cracking.
Velocity Banking with Business Credit. Welcome back, folks. So what I want to cover today is and close you out on is a very practical way to use business credit in conjunction with personal financing. Now, normally you gotta keep them separated, right? Right? Isn't that what we always hear from our financial advisors? And you do want to keep it separated.
Yeah.
But
So, which is ironic since we want to keep it separate on the credit side, but they force you to use your personal credit
right. Well,
in order to have the business
force you,
credit.
not force you, but if you use personal credit, you can accelerate things a lot faster, right?
But then that doesn't count for your business credit, it only is on your personal record, right?
Right. Now, we've talked about a lot of investments, and investments take money, and we've talked about business credit, we've talked about our services. Even our services cost money, and even then, money is a big challenge for folks because of how much debt they're in. But let's come over here. So there's 3 components. We're going to talk. Oh, by the way, show of hands. Who does not know what velocity banking is? I got 1, 2. All right. Hey, you know what's really awesome here? You have local velocity banking experts in Mark and Chris.
Okay.
They can do the same thing that I'm going to do up here, but they're just letting me have the microphone on the stage today. But they know all this stuff inside and out. They're financial gurus themselves. So, 3 components are necessary to do velocity banking. So let's see if this applies to any of you. All right, first of all, let me pick, I'm gonna do black. Okay. Okay, is this gonna work? All right, so then I'm gonna pick. All right, see? I'm just trying to get my bearings here. I'm learning a new toy here. This is fun and exciting. Okay, so 3 components. First of all, you need to, component number 1, you need to have debt. All right. Anybody in this room have any debt? All right. Good. Good. So now we can move on. Let's see. You need to have income. Does everybody in this room have some form of income? All right. Income's income. Income is income. All right. So, lastly, you need to have line of credit or possibly credit cards. One of those. Right? If you have all 3 of those, you can play in today's game called velocity banking with business credit. All right? Now, here, why are we covering this? All right, here's the overview of what I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to talk about the average American, 2-income American family budget, averages based off of what we find in the U.S. Census from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, okay? But we're going to go over the average 2-income American family, look at their budget and how they're, and just where they're at currently in debt. We're going to look at what type of debt they're in, what type of banking products they're using, and what they cost. And then we're going to devise a strategy on how to eliminate that debt. So a 30-year mortgage, if you were to pay for it over the regular course or the term of that loan, takes how long to pay off?
30 years.
Yeah, see, you thought I was asking a trick question, but it wasn't, right? A 5-year auto loan, you know, if you you make the minimum payments, takes how long to pay off? There you go. What we're going to do is show you a banking strategy where you can eliminate all of your debts like that in 1/3 the time. Here's what's critical: without having to increase the income, without having to work an extra job or overtime, right? And without having to make double payments. And lastly, we're going to show you that Velocity Banking does not require you to cut back on your lifestyle expenses. All right? Anybody interested? Anybody game?
Yeah.
And then we're going to show you a very creative and clever way to get this done with business credit. But before I show you how to do it with business credit, we kind of have to get people all on the same page and make sure that we all know what velocity banking is. So those are our 3 requirements. Everybody good so far with that?
Yes.
Okay. So now, the average 2-income American family brings in, let's see, brings in $5,000 a month after taxes. All right. So that means, you got your guy over here, right? And you got your gal over here, right? Yay! Right? And they work in their jobs. He might be bringing in 1,000 and she's bringing in 4, or he could be bringing in 2 and she's 3, or he could be bringing in 3 and she's 2, whatever, right? But you got your average income coming in. So when this money comes in, where does it go?
Goes to the bank. It goes to food, it goes to clothing,
Absolutely.
insurances.
We're going to cover that. That's what we pay for. But when the actual money comes in, does it come in a cash, in a check? Where do we put that? In the mattress? Do we put it in the shoebox?
Usually a bank.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people set up direct deposit. Okay, let's talk about that. So, just to label things up here, this is, the income, right? So, what we have here is a little pie, right? When you have cash that comes in, you start cutting up that pie into its pieces, right? So, you've got, checking, you've got savings, you start cutting the pie into, different pieces, right? Each of these pieces are for different things. So, when you do this, you're living on what's called a cash basis mentality. It typically means that a certain amount of money comes in and that's all that we have, and so that's what we allot for all of our expenses. And so if, let's say, the car breaks down and it's a major, huge repair, several things have to be fixed, and it costs $8,000, can I afford, with this income that's coming in, for an $8,000 repair to the vehicle? Now, an $8,000 repair, if I don't get the vehicle fixed, I can't go to where?
Work.
Can't go to work, and without work, I can't bring in what?
Money.
Can't bring in the income, exactly. So, we have to look at, so what do we do? I mean, we either, we have to find some way. So if we put money towards something, and we don't have the money here, we gotta get it from somewhere, right? So we borrow the money from somewhere. Or maybe we have a credit card, or maybe we have, mom and dad can bail us out. Who knows, right? So we get that money, and then you have to pay that back, and then all of a sudden now you've got a new expense to pay back this loan. And that didn't quite fit into the budget, and so now it's like, what do? Maybe we float the power bill this month and see if we can pay it the next month, and then, we can't float the power bill 2 months in a row, so then we float the phone bill. I mean, am I the only one who ever thought that way, or, okay, I might only be speaking to people like me, but that was a reality for how I used to live. So, we're gonna come up with a better way for folks. And if this isn't you, praise the Lord, but this could be somebody that you know. Okay, so income comes in, and again, average based off of Bureau of Labor Statistics says that the average 2-income American family is paying $1,200 a month in their mortgage payments. Now, This is averaged over Hawaii to Florida to New York to Colorado, Arizona, Idaho, Iowa, all over the place, right? So some rents are cheaper, some rents and some mortgages are more. But that means that we're using a banking product called a loan. You all agree with that? It's this little thing called a home loan. So the average 2-income American family is living in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with the average price of the 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in the United States being $200,000. All right? And that money, that loan that they got was probably borrowed at 6%. This is the average. That means half of Americans with home loans have lower interest rates, and the other half have higher interest rates. Okay, so far, am I going too fast for anybody? You guys pick it? All right. So, a 2-income American family has 2 cars, which means they have 2 car payments. Average car payment is $300, so if I have 2 of those, that would be how much? All right, just making sure you guys are still awake out there, okay? No, we're throwing a lot of numbers out there. Okay, so $600. Well, that means we've got, some kind of vroom, right? Vroom. Batmobile. Okay, so your auto loan, typically what happens is most people trade in a car, get an auto loan, so they get some value for their trade-in, right? And then they've been paying down on these. The average loan, the term is 5 years long, and a lot of people are in various places paying down on these loans. But we see an average for the auto loan balance on these being around $13,000 to $15,000 is the balance that's being carried on these loans. And we've even seen, the interest rate's all over the place, because we've even seen some loans that are now going out to 7 years. Okay, so it's but we're just for the sake of explanational purposes, let's just say the auto loan's at 6%. Could be lower because they're going out now to 7 years, and we've seen them as high as 8 or 9%. So
I know people that have 30-year car loans. Sorry, that just sounds
sounds good.
bad. Sorry.
I don't want one. All right, so again, now these are numbers that we're pulling off of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and some of these numbers surprised me, and for other people they're not surprising at all, but I was shocked to find out that the average 2-income American family is paying $600 a month in credit card bills or lines of credit bills. So that's a different banking product. We're going to put that over here, called a line. Now, a lot of people don't understand that there's a line of credit. Some people use that synonymously with credit card. But is a credit card and a line of credit the same thing? No, those are different things. Who knows the difference between a credit card and a line of credit? Usually when I asked that question, everybody was certain that they knew what it was right up until the point where I asked. Okay, so here's basically, let me break down credit card. Oh, somebody had a hand up? Did you have a hand up?
Yeah, I
Oh,
want to
go
see
ahead.
if I can guess it.
All right.
Credit card is revolving, and you make the monthly payments, blah, 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 it's usually through a Visa, Master, whatever. The line of credit's usually through a bank, and it's like an installment. The line of credit's like a personal loan, or if you're going to a financial institution, they'll say, we're going to give you a line of credit of $1,200, and these are your payments, it's paid off in like 2 years, has a time frame. It doesn't revolve.
That's not accurate, actually.
That's not accurate?
No, you're describing like a credit card under the line, but then you started talking about the line of credit, you described it more as a loan.
Yeah,
That's okay.
okay. So
There
what
is
it?
some confusion in this, and so I like to help people understand, because a line of credit is superior to a credit card. All right? And it's also a little bit harder to get for folks. You have to have better financials to have it. But a line of credit is, it works as it's a revolving line of credit. We're gonna talk about revolving here in a moment. But a revolving line of credit allows you to pull the cash out at the interest rate offered. So if I'm extended, say, a personal line of credit for $15,000, I can pull 15,000, and let's say I'm given a term of 10 years, and I'm given an interest rate of 9%. I can pull cash out. I can pull a full 15 out if I want at 9%, right? And I got to make payments, monthly payments based off of the 9%, right? And so I have 10 years, at which case any balance left over turns into a loan, or I refinance into possibly a new line of credit, right? That's line of credit, giving me access to cash. Credit cards. Here's the difference with credit cards. Credit cards are not cash. They're a piece of plastic, right? I can get lower interest rates on credit cards, but I use them at point of sale terminals or places. So I could get an introductory credit card for 0% for as much as 6 to 24 months, right? And I can do balance transfers, things like that. But I go and I swipe that card somewhere, and then it's a revolving account, and I make interest payments based off of that. But what happens if I want to pull cash off of a credit card? What happens?
You pay a lot.
It's called a cash advance. And so let's say my interest rate's 15, 18, 20%, something like that. But all of a sudden I want to do a cash advance. What does my interest rate now become? 30, 25, 30, 35%, right? And I've got a lot of limits. Do I get to pull out? Let's say my credit limit was $10,000 on this card. Can I pull out on a cash advance $10,000 of cash?
I
No.
could on my Barclays.
Say again?
I could on my Barclays.
I can't hear you. I
I
apologize.
could do that on the Barclays I had, the 10,000 euro.
A Barclays? What's a Barclays?
Barclays
Just a
Bank.
bank.
Barclays, payout.
Barclays Bank.
Okay. And they
There
gave you
used to be one and the same years ago, but that all changed recently.
Okay. So banks will extend to you what are called lines of credit, and they will allow you to pull out in cash the full amount of your line. An actual credit card, like let's say I got the Southwest Airlines Visa card, right? Or I got the General Motors MasterCard, right? And I want to get a cash advance off of those cards. I don't get, even though I might have a $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 limit, I don't get the full cash off of those credit cards. You guys understand that? So, just want you to understand, I mean, while that might come up later, we're gonna talk a little bit about lines and credit cards. That's a big distinction, but most people, when we talk about credit lines, people use lines of credit and credit cards interchangeably, and they're not. A line of credit, in my opinion, is absolutely superior to a credit card because you can pull out the whole amount of cash, if you wanted to, at the interest rate that was offered. Whereas a credit card comes with a lot of restrictions, extra fees, and higher interest rates when you do that, all right? But even so, sometimes I have found that some of the options that are open to me are to do a cash advance on a credit card. That sometimes becomes an option. But for the purpose of velocity banking, I want you to know right off the bat, if you have a line of credit, personal line of credit, a home equity line of credit, that is probably the most ideal instrument to use in velocity banking. And we'll show you why later. But I needed to help you understand that, because some people take what I'm going to show them and they run out and they try to do all of this on their credit cards. And I'm also going to show you why you might want to hold off implementing this until you're fully educated on how to do this. But I'm giving you some disclaimers here. So here we are on the line of credit. The average two-income American family is carrying multiple lines of credit, right? They have an average $15,000 limit. Now, is that all on credit cards? No. This is on credit cards. This could be on a line of credit. This could be a money market account, overdraft accounts, and this is an average of Americans across the United States. And when we say two income, we're talking about, obviously, two incomes. Okay, so here's the reality though. while they have a $15,000 limit, they're carrying a $12,000 balance. And all of that is at, oh, that's not at 6. The average credit card interest rate, 21%. Anybody say ouch? All right,
Another reason I can't stand banks.
can't stand them. I want to become a bank man. I really do. So the next amount here that I'm going to put down here is $1,200, and this is really for your lifestyle, and this is different for everybody. This $1,200 represents 2 people, 2 adults, and that's it. But is every household just 2 adults and that's it? Some households are just 1 adult. Some are 3 adults, 5 adults, and 12 kids. So the lifestyle, do you think there's a different food bill for every household in America, a different power bill, water usage? Entertainment expenses are going to vary from household to household. Yes?
When you said this is lifestyle, does it include rent?
No, rent was at the top. It's $1,200.
Sorry, yeah, I missed that.
So we're talking about what you pay yourself, to eat, your gas, fuel expenses, energy costs, utilities, your entertainment. So again, that number might not represent you at all because you might be in a completely different situation. Again, a lot of these numbers might not represent you because these are just averages, right? I don't know that this actually represents any one person, but the principle behind all of these numbers is what matters. All right, now, here's the number that threw me off and for a long time had me thinking, well, I don't know if I agree with velocity banking because that doesn't make any sense. According to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, they show that the average 2-income American family was putting $1,400 away in savings. It's like, what? I thought I see reports all the time that Americans aren't saving enough. And, we got to trust our government, right? Everything that they put out there is factually true and accurate.
Yes.
Okay, so.
George Washington just told me the other day himself.
So here's what I discovered, that yes, there are occasionally people who put that much money away when they're saving up for something big for a very short period of time. But this number really reflects people who are doing what? Who have the government lumped in anybody who has a 401k or an IRA into this list. So 2-income American family, each of them with 401ks and with IRAs, who are making bi-monthly contributions are putting that into long-term savings. So we're looking at some employers allow you to put up to 10% of your paycheck into the company 401k. Other people have pension plans. There's government pension plans if you have a government job. Some people, even after all that's done, elect to even put more money away into an IRA. Those aren't savings accounts, but the government, for lack of creating multiple categories, just lumped that in with savings accounts. Now, we all know savings accounts, right? That's where you earn the big bucks because the rate of return is 0.01% for the average account. I mean, you could get a high yield one for 2%, right? We love our high yield ones.
If you put in
does anybody
100,000.
pay- What?
You put in 100,000, tie up 100,000 to get 2%.
There you go. Anybody remember what inflation was at? I said it earlier.
3 at 3.5.
Yeah, let's just go off of 3, right? Just for our numbers here. So at 3% of inflation, that's the cost of does the cost of goods go up every year? Is milk more expensive this year than it was last year? Is gas a little bit more expensive this year than it was last year? I mean, the cost of goods goes up. Now, when the cost of goods goes up, also, does the value of the dollar remain constant, or does it deflate due to quantitative easing and the fact that we're on a fiat currency? Okay, so we have inflation at 3%. What does that mean? If I put $100 into my bank account a year ago today, and I left it there. Today, it is worth $97. That's inflation.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, just looking at some stuff, you're looking at some numbers. If I had $1 million and I put it away in a savings account, I'm going to be making 1% return on that. Am I really making any money?
No.
What's happening?
Losing.
Am I losing money? Do I already know before I've even put the money into the account that I'm automatically going to lose money?
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask this question. You guys know that there's like 1% of the country that's like considered wealthy, right? Where they just have excess of money. And then there's like 99% of us that are not wealthy, right? We're all in the working class. What would you say is the percentage of people in the 99, the working class, that have savings accounts?
I would say less than 50%. I would say like 30.
Actually, it's a very high percentage. It's like
Really?
75 to 80%.
Wow.
The banks push a lot of people into savings accounts.
Yeah, you have an account doesn't mean there's anything in it.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying there's anything in it, but you have an account, right? Now, of that wealthy 1%, how many of them are putting their billions of dollars into savings accounts? None, yeah. They use self-directed IRAs, right? The self-directed 401ks. As you can see, those are more powerful. You have more control. So a wealthy person would never knowingly invest in something that automatically loses the money before they've even invested, right? Would you ever knowingly invest in something that you know loses you money? You would do it. So, by show of hands, who has a savings account?
Not much, not much.
All right.
Actually, I got a checking.
Mostly just a place to store the
I
money.
got a checking account.
Checking account's different than savings account. Now,
It's a waypoint on the way.
but hey, don't worry about it because a lot of two-income American families have 401ks, and that's our long-term savings, right? And everybody who has 401ks and IRAs, they feel very safe and secure that they're going to have plenty of money left for them when they retire, right?
Not,
No? So when you put money into, let's say, a 401k, where does it go? Like, if you follow the trail of the money, what happened? It left your paycheck, and it went where?
fund manager.
Where's that fund manager physically located?
Wall Street,
You're right. Wall Street is where?
New York.
Okay.
City.
So, somebody, and do you know this fund manager? Are you on a first name basis?
Oh, yeah.
Exchanging Christmas cards and stuff like that? So, somebody that you don't know, you're giving your money to, and they're going to go trade that money on, the New York Stock Exchange through, mutual funds of some kind, right? Do they get paid only if they make you money? Are they paid per transaction?
Yep.
So how many times that they buy and sell stuff is how they get paid. Now, could there be incentives for them if they actually do make you money? They get a little bonus or something like that? Sure, that's in there. But, so they're gonna take your money and they're gonna go play with it in the Wall Street casinos and have fun. Hey, cause if you can go to Vegas and I give you, $50,000 to play with, are you gonna have a fun time? Right? Right, it's not your money, right, it's somebody else's.
We're
Now-
laughing and crying at the same time.
So that's what they're doing, but they're making a lot of money. Does anybody see hedge fund managers and feel sorry for them because of the, crappy beat up cars that they drive or the raggedy clothes that they wear or those, posh New York apartments that they live in? Right? We feel so bad for them, right? They're having a heyday off of our money, right? So I mean, there's nothing wrong. You can invest with those folks. But do you think that you might have a better idea of how to invest your own money for your own gain better than some broker in or fund manager in New York. Sure, who's incentivized more to see that your money grows? The hedge fund guy, the broker, or you? And to illustrate that, remember what happened back in 2008, right? When everything started to burst and crack and tumble and fall? Were the banks and the financial institutions and the hedge funds, were they all too big to fail? Did they get golden parachutes? Did our 401ks become 101ks overnight? Yeah. I bring all these up because we are conditioned and trained to take our money. So everything that we know about banking was taught to us by who? The banks. What's a fiduciary? Right. And if they have my best interest in mind, that means that they're not profiting off of me meaning that I'm not talking to somebody who's pushing mutual funds. They're gonna tell me to go into mutual funds, right?
Well, they're only gonna give you the best option of the resources they have available. So
Right.
if all they have available is mutual funds, they'll push you to the best one they can sell.
Exactly. Now, is a bank a fiduciary?
No, it's a service.
No, the bank is not a fiduciary, you're right. So the bank is a non-for-profit or a for-profit business?
For profit.
A for-profit. So are they gonna push you into products that are best for you or for them? Right? Okay, I just wanted you to think about these things because everything that you know about banking was taught to you by the banks. And we look to the banks and many times we think of them as fiduciaries. Hey, I've got some money, I need to go to the bank, I need to get some advice, what do I do? And maybe not anybody here in this room, because you're all pretty smart, but do 99% of Americans think of their banker as the financial Sherpa that's going to lead them up the mountain to success, right? Ray challenged me today, see if you could work Sherpa into the presentation today. I'm just kidding.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of dead bodies on Everest.
Yes, unfortunately, you're right.
Not very sure, so.
That's right. Okay. So I love bringing this all up. So the bank calls it a savings account, but they could call it anything they want, right? I mean, they just call it a savings account. Because don't you feel pretty good when you put money into the savings account that you're setting money aside for what? For a rainy day, or in case of an emergency, right? Perfect. So the bank doesn't call it what it's actually legally called in its financial documents. They don't tell you, this is our lending pool. Would you like to contribute money to the bank's lending pool? No. Oh. Would you like to contribute money to your own savings account? Yes. So it's the same thing, it's interchangeable. But look at this, on the screen here, do you see like the bank, you give money to the bank in your savings account, they pay you back what percentage?
Fraction.
1%, right? And then look at on the home loan, what are they making on that? Are they making 6%?
60-something%.
Yeah, they're making 6%. Subtract the 1% out if you wanted to. Even subtract out inflation. Is the bank still ahead? Mm-hmm. So the only person losing in this model is who?
The saver.
You, the saver. Exactly. So imagine this. See that auto loan down there? The day comes, maybe you've been saving up. You've got $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 saved up in your savings account. And you're like, I want to go buy a car. But you're not going to spend the $10,000 in your savings account. Why? Because it's for emergencies, right? So you're going to go to the bank and they're going to lend you $10,000 on an auto loan at 6%. So basically you gave me your money and I'm going to lend it back to you at 6%, right? But I'm also going to pay you 1%. I mean, is this not the greatest business model? I mean, who does want to become a bank? You should, it's legal, it's not illegal to be a bank, why not everybody become a bank?
Give me your money and then I'll make money off of it.
Do you understand what you're saying though about the being a lending pool, right?
What?
The lending.
To put it better in the term, like what you're saying is the bank is really more of a loan shark, right? You say the lending pool, we don't normally hear that phrase,
Right,
right? But conceptually, that's what you're describing.
right, exactly.
They're a loan shark. You're loaning them money.
Mhm.
And they're making a lot more money off of your money.
I'm giving them money so they can go make a lot of money, and they're giving me nothing.
Because they only have, only like what?
Well, there's marginal
Three-
lending.
They only have to maintain 3 to 10%.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they can lend out at no
Exactly.
times and look at that.
Now, let's think about credit cards for a second here, right? So if I have a credit card, who here's a Dave Ramsey's fan? Show of hand, Dave Ramsey, yeah, in the house, yeah, kind of in the house. All right. What am I supposed to do with all my personal credit cards? I'm supposed to what?
Cut them up.
Yeah.
He's
We know
changed
what-
it recently though, right? A little bit.
Has he?
Well,
What
he
now I
uses
heard.
business credit. I know that much for sure.
He's what?
If you go to a seminar, he'll go there and say, I normally advise against credit cards, but if you're buying my books, use your credit card.
No,
I heard him say that.
he won't, you can't physically pay for any of his books with a credit card.
Oh, he
You
must
can
have
pay-
changed because that day he was taking
You
credit
can't pay,
cards.
you can pay with a debit card, but his system will, his system will not allow you to pay with a credit card, it'll decline.
Interesting.
Well, I tell you what, Dave Ramsey is awesome. He's going to teach people how to get your life in order because we're talking about a budget up here, but most people don't have a budget. Most people are just winging it every month and they have no idea. Dave Ramsey sets out very clear principles on how to be very frugal and wise with your money. And that's what America is sorely in need of. But that being said, I don't think his wealth creation model matches with mine. But his budgeting and his way to save, I'm right in line.
That was
So-
this part.
Right, there's a missing part of the equation.
Right. Well, I know. I mean, he does say you can work overtime, you can work an extra job, you can, cut back on your expenses, right? But it's like, can I do everything that you talk about without having to work an extra job or overtime or cut back on my expenses? That's what led me towards Velocity Bank.
Yeah, I mean, his methods are solid, he just caters to a clientele that needs very strict left and right limits,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
like anything else.
Well, I don't want you to think in any way that I'm bad mouthing Dave Ramsey's because I have the utmost respect in what America needs a good dose of what he's teaching for sure. Yes.
Anybody new heard of Billy Upperhart? Making sense?
Yeah, so he's kind of like, yeah.
Hmm.
He's got a model where you can pay off your credit card debts in under 2 years now. It's awesome. It works.
Okay, so I'm going to show you this system here, but with a credit card. So here's what happens. If I were to purchase something for $300, given this budget right here, all right, I'm going to swipe the card, and then 2 weeks later, I pay it off. How much money did the bank make off of me?
3%, 2.7.
They didn't make anything off of me. They made 3%
They
off
off
of the
you,
merchant.
yeah, the vendor, yeah, the merchant.
They made the merchant fee, yeah, but off of me.
Yeah.
Now, if I swipe that $300 and then I pay it next month, then I have to pay $300 plus the 21%, right? So, does the bank want me to use credit in that manner? Start of the brand new billing cycle, swipe a card, and then pay it off before the billing cycle ends.
No, they don't want you to do
I mean, that's like, that makes them feel like I'm robbing them because they have to set money aside from their lending pool to make sure that it covers whatever I swipe the transaction for. So, financial institutions, banks, they want you to know that your credit cards are just in case of a what? Emergency, exactly. So that if that car breaks down that we talked about and you have the $8,000, then they want you to go pull out the credit card and swipe it, right? And then you've got a bill. and then that's a pretty hefty bill that wasn't budgeted for. So now, and then you start, this domino effect starts keep happening, and you find yourself having, just to try to catch up, swipe the card a few more times, and then things kind of level out, and then before you know it, you're at a $12,000 balance. You see that?
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
How long would it take me to pay off the $12,000 balance at 21% interest?
What kind of payments are you
$600 a month,
making?
minimum payment.
Minimum payments?
Mhm.
Probably 15 years.
25 to 30.
Your entire life sentence. Never pay
It would
off.
take your entire lifetime because you'd never stop using the line of credit. If you stop using it, you have to stop using
Okay,
it.
trick question.
Right, no, but if you stopped using it, yeah, it would take 10 to 12 years. I mean, really, it just depends on some of the terms, right? The big print giveth, right? 0% interest for, you know, the small print taketh away. All right, so this is how lines of credit works, but when you've racked up a balance now of $12,000, with this budget, can you pay that whole balance off in 1 month? No. In fact, with all the other things you have to pay, you can't significantly pay it down, so what do you end up doing? Just paying the what? Just paying the minimum. And now the bank's got you for life, paying what percentage every month? Right? There you go. That's, would you agree that this is the state of American finances? So if we add it all up, right, it's $5,000 in, and then we have, right, $5,000 of, you know, the expenses. And that means our monthly cash flow equals what? Now, a lot of you told me you're real estate investors. So if I was to pitch to you a property that brings in $5,000 a month in gross revenue, but debt service and expenses cost $5,000, and oh yeah, you're liable for everything that happens on this property, would you buy it? And some people might say, well, it depends on a whole bunch of other factors, but no, I'm just saying, go off of your gut feeling. If somebody pitches you a deal where it's zero cash flow, is that what you would, are you instantly like, yeah, I want to hear more? You know, he said, bring me the deal that actually sounds good at the first pitch, right? How many of you have children? Children? Well, do you guys remember sending them to school? Right? And every quarter they'd bring home their report card, right? And we'd look over and here's little Johnny, and you're like, oh, you did really good in reading, and oh, you did good in spelling. Oh, your math score is a little bit down. We're gonna need to work on that, huh? Now, in life, what is your report card? Your financial report card? Are you not seeing it right up there? Credit score, the altar, living at the altar of the FICO score. I say it's what you do with your finances. There's your resources. Your 5,000 came in. What did you do? And the bottom line, what I think your grade is your cash flow with what you're doing with your life. So, on the average 2-income American family, what grade would you give them? I agree. I agree. Now, now when it comes to velocity banking, here's what the wealthy folks know. They understand the differences between all the different banking products. So, let me ask you a question. This is not a trick question, but everybody seems to always hesitate when I ask, so I need to be very clear. I am not trying to trick you. There's no trick here. All right, I'm going to write it up here on the board. Fresh water at sea level freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. True or false? True. Thank you. I was teaching this last week, and I had the whole room like in stunned silence for like 20 seconds, like scared to answer.
It's because you use Celsius.
All right. Fresh water at sea level freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. True or false?
True.
All right. Okay. Still not trying to trick you here, but let's say what I wanted to do is change this to 1 degrees Celsius. Which temperature is hotter, 32 degrees Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius? You are right, sharp as a tack today. One more change, now I'm gonna try and trick you. See, now I'm being honest. There's 6 degrees Celsius, and I'm gonna change this one and see if I can throw you off here. 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Which temperature is hotter? Are you sure?
Yeah.
But it's a 6.
Yeah.
The other one's a 21.
It's a different scale.
Oh,
Different
I heard it.
scale.
I heard it. Different scale. Did you know the bank's playing this game with you down here? See these interest rates?
Mm-hmm.
2 totally different scales. This over here is amortized. Amortized. And it's a one-directional loan. Over here, this is simple interest. And it is revolving. A revolving loan. So what do I mean by that? So, one directional. Right? Take a look up here. Here's me, I make my payment, my mortgage payment. What direction did it go? From me to the bank. Okay. Next month, I pay my mortgage. Where does it go? To the bank. Now, here's what happened. I'm in Tucson. It's the summer, and there's a leak in my HVAC, and I need to pay $500 to get the leak fixed and the unit recharged. I call up the bank, say, hey, I just made the $1,200 a month payment, but I got this $500 bill. Can I get $500 back, and I'll make it up on next month's payment? The bank says,
They laugh. They actually don't say it.
because in this, when you borrow money in a loan, does the money ever flow in the other direction? It always goes from you to the bank, right? There's not a current loan that has money that returns back to you. Got it? Okay, that's what I mean by one directional. Now, on a line of credit, I pay money on my line of credit. I make my minimum monthly payment of $600. Right? That goes to the bank. The bank keeps 21% of that, simple interest, and returns back to my available balance 79% of the $600 that I paid. True or false?
True.
So there is a back and forth. So I could max out the card, not advisable, but I'm just saying in theory I could max out the card, still making the payments. I could pay it all down. I could then put a little bit on, then pay it down. Put a lot more on, then pay it back down. Right? It's revolving, so I can keep doing that. But every payment, only 21% of my payment that I make to the bank stays with the bank, while 79% returns back to me in an available balance. True or false?
True.
Okay, so that's what we mean by revolving. All right. So we're talking about this amortized interest. I'm telling you, anybody ever seen what's called an amortization schedule? Anybody seen one of those? All right, for those of you with weak constitutions, you may want to divert your eyes. All right, so here is an amortization schedule. So let's take that home mortgage payment. That's $1,200 a month, right? There's a certain amount that goes to interest, and a certain amount that goes to principal. Now, how long are these loans?
30 usually.
Yeah, 30 usually. And 6% interest. What happens at the magical 21st year?
You start paying more principal than interest on it.
Isn't that exciting? That's so exciting. Oh, look at that. I'm totally messing up my thing. But that's okay. I've got, see, this is how you erase debt, just like that.
I like that one.
All right. So, I got something. Okay, well, we'll use it. So, so let's talk about the interest. $950 of that payment is going toward, of the $1,200 is going to interest, and $250 is going to principal, right? Does that look like 6%? I mean, how does the bank get away with calling it 6%? I mean, who here went to school, like you went to public education, some kind of school where you took a class in math, right? All right, so you all learned about simple interest, right? How much of $100 is 21%? Guys, I'm telling you, and you learned that in school. Now, tell me, which day of school or which class was it where they taught amortized interest to you? No, there was no day where that class was taught. But what? So if the bank comes out with an interest rate of 6%, are they relying upon your public education knowledge of amortized interest, or are they relying upon your public education knowledge of simple interest? Yes, so the simple interest. So what happens approximately every 5 years to people that are caught in this little debt trap?
Refinance.
That's right. Or they move, right? But it's the same net effect, right? Because if you move, you're selling your house. So this right here, see this little bubble right here I'm drawing? That's where Americans live. How much principal equity have they gained? And they just spend a lot of interest. So then when you refi, you're resetting here back to day zero, and you get to go and put all that interest back on. Who's benefiting from that? Are you kidding? No. The bank convinced you to do this because you're going to save $200 a month, right? That's
$2,400 a year.
$2,400 a year. Okay, let's take a look at it another way. In 5 years, because most people will have or have had a mortgage for at least 5 years. True or false? Well, most two-income American families that are living in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, right? So that equals 60 months. Are we right on that? In 60 months, you will have paid $71,000 on that mortgage if you made all of your payments, all of your $1,200 a month payments. Good for you, right? Let's take a look at that. Principal, you've paid down approximately, this is rounded over.
Where's the 71 come from?
60 months of paying $1,200 a month.
Gonna be 72.
I'm rounding, I say. Interest is $58,000 in interest.
That's crazy.
You'll understand in a minute why I'm rounding, because I'm just trying to make some of the numbers easier for you to visually digest. All right. Again, my disclaimer is all these numbers it's incumbent upon you to double check all of this, and you can run them yourself. I'm just giving you some general principles to look at. But let's say in 5 years, does this look like 6%? No. Hey, let me ask you a question. Back to this whole Celsius, Fahrenheit. Is there some kind of mathematical formula, I wonder, that can help me convert from Celsius over to Fahrenheit?
Yes.
Something exists like. So that must mean then there should be some kind of formula that I could use to look at what does amortized interest look like in terms of simple interest. Yes? Would you guys like to learn that formula? Take your amortized interest rate and then double it. What do you get?
12.
Now, multiply that by 10. What do you get? 120% simple interest. Now, that is not an accurate formula, okay? Now, the actual formula, no joke, if you saw it, it would look like something that Einstein wrote on the chalkboard.
Yeah.
Amortized interest has a very complex calculation to it on how it's computed based off of a daily rolling rate or something. But let me tell you that if you were to actually do the calculations, 6% interest is 116%. I mean, 6% amortized is 116%, that's what it really is. But the formula that I taught you gets you really close. So you can eyeball what an amortized interest rate is and know that you're within a few percentage of what it actually is, right? So now we know how much we're spending. So if, let's just say you were in trouble one day and you needed the $8,000 and you had to borrow it from a nice guy, and oh hey, I'm a nice guy, I'll lend it to you. And I gave you a choice. Do you want it at 21% or do you want it at 6%? What would you pick?
Depends on which one.
You would say it depends, right? But if you're in a hurry, if you're in dire need, you'd be like, is it 21 or 6? I'll take the 6, right? Right? Do you see how if you're educated and you know just a little bit more, how you can make better choices? Because before I explain this to you, and I've tested this out many times, I really have, but this is where people feel like I'm always trying to get the gotcha, so I didn't do that with you guys here. But I've had a lot of people and they feel very stupid because they'll have the whole class say, oh, yeah, we'll take the money at 6%, and then for the rest of the time I'm talking, they're all mad at me because they feel like I tricked them. But do you see how, again, it's because of the way the bank, they sat down one day and they found out that if you are sitting there at the closing table and you're like, well, okay, Aaron, it looks like we've pretty much got everything wrapped up. I got the final paperwork here back from the underwriter, and oh, congratulations, you just qualified for 116% home mortgage loan. How many people reached across the table to shake the banker's hand? Right, so the bankers conspired, you know, this is what happened. Hold on one moment there, Aaron. I can't get people to qualify for this loan. What if we come up with a really complicated formula to call it amortized interest, and I could say like 6%? You good with that?
That sounds good.
Like, hey, congratulations! I just spoke with the underwriter. You qualified for 6% amortized. And then people like 6, or hey, you know what? Yeah, we were looking at 6%, but being what the interest rates are and prime and everything, I think based on your credit score, debt to income ratio, looking at your financials, we could probably get you in for 4% amortized. How's that sound? And I know I'm making 80% interest off of you. But you are like, 4%, you're like, yes, I'm through the roof. I just scored a big one. And the bank's laughing all the way to the bank.
And their loan is secured.
Absolutely. So take a look at that. So, folks, I haven't even told you what velocity banking is yet. Can you believe that? It's, I mean, we've been talking for an hour now, and all I've done is help you understand what a budget is, right? And the sad state of affair where the American income's at,
This is
based on.
like watching a Disney film where they kill off like the parent like in the first 10 minutes, and then they'll be happy ending, right?
Let's hope there's a happy ending. But I have to tell you all this because if you need to understand where people are putting their money, the different types of banking products that are being used, you need to understand the difference between simple and amortized interest, because I'll tell you what, the wealthy 1%, do they know this stuff? I'm showing you velocity banking with business credit. That's the title of this. But what it really is understanding the banking system. And when you understand this as a system and how it works, you can leverage it to your advantage. And that's what I'm about to show you right now. And this is going to be pretty powerful stuff. But here's why I say but. When you don't take the time to learn this and understand it, the system, the banking system, leverages you, takes advantage of you. There's no reason for that to happen. There's no reason not to be educated, and there's no reason after today's training for you to not know how you can start using your own banking products that you subscribe to and using them better to your advantage. Yes, all questions from now on must be submitted in writing.
Okay.
Right? Thank you. Now go ahead.
So when any advertisement on the telly says such and such percentage APR, what is that?
Annual percentage rate. There's nothing wrong with that.
So is that simple?
No. What? It depends. Yeah, it depends. No, the key word that you need to be looking at that I wrote up here is loan. You hear home loan, auto loan, home equity loan, student loan. Any loan means amortized, right? So
There's two kinds.
loans are the most expensive way to pay for money. Okay, because you are renting the bank's money for 116%, in this case at 6% amortized, 116% a year, right? So I mean, take a look at this. This house, if you paid for it over the 30-year period of time, you pay $432,000 if you make all the payments throughout the whole amortization schedule. $432,000. Does that look like 6%? But you know, we're so smart. How did we let this? We intuitively know this, but still, like lemmings, where do we go? We all go to the bank. We all get mortgages. We all get auto loans. We all get we all get student loans. So this is what you're trying to learn. I'm trying to teach you what the wealthy already know and understand about banking and how they leverage it to their advantage. Does this mean that the wealthy folks never use loans? No. Wealthy folks use loans all the time. But the trick is with loans is, do you want to pay for it or do you want somebody else to pay a loan? Yes. So the wealthy would want to leverage a loan that somebody else pays for that they can benefit off of. That's done all the time. Wealthy folks will use a loan for themselves only if they know that they can get out of it within the first year or two, right? Otherwise, they're going to do everything they can to use a line of credit or multiple lines of credit. This is what the wealthy know and understand. This is what I'm trying to give to you, because if you know and understand this, then you can do velocity banking. So for velocity banking, I will tell you, first of all, the principles here. So it's a comparison and contrast. You have your W-2 people, and they use their cash as currency. Now, we talked about currencies. They use money as currency. So money comes in, money goes out. We all see that, right? But what do the wealthy do? The wealthy, what do? They use leverage. They use leverage as their currency. They use leverage as currency. What's leverage?
Using OPM.
Ah, that's right, OPM, you got it. Not opium, not the drug. OPM, opium, other
That's the part they
people's
don't tell
money,
you about.
right? They use that as their currency. So when they need to buy something, when you buy something, you buy it with some form of currency, right? Just so happens that wealthy use other people's money to buy their stuff. They don't use their cash. No, wealthy folks, they have cash, right? They still use their cash. They use their cash as velocity. Now, you were understanding everything right up until the point I said that. Don't lie. You're like, wait a minute, okay, cash is currency, leverage is currency, and then I said cash is velocity, and for some of you that was just like, whoosh. Okay, here's what I mean by that. Cash is velocity. So you have to use that in conjunction with leverage as currency. So do we want a little bit of currency or do we want a lot of it of currency? We want a lot, right? So I have to grow my leverage, right? Leverage is using other people's money. So that has a cost to it, does it not?
Yep.
So the more I can funnel my cash into my leverage, into my lines of credit, into the ability to borrow OPM, the more I can grow my leverage, the more I can grow my lines of credit. And if I have more lines of credit, I have more leverage, I have more currency. So it's all about growing your lines of credit. Any and every way possible, wealthy people are constantly looking for ways to get new lines of credit. they never say no to those credit cards that come in the mail, and then they use them. Why not? Anytime that they can use other people's money. Now, there's certain rules to doing this. I'm gonna go over, there's a lot of rules that you gotta follow, right? Because you can do this all wrong. And why do people like Dave Ramsey say that credit is bad, right?
Because we don't know how to manage it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like fire. You mess with fire, you're gonna get what? You're gonna get burned, right? I'm a parent. I have a 5-year-old son, Shepherd, cutest little boy you've ever seen. I love him to pieces. If I gave him a box of matches and I just said, hey, go have fun, we'll see you later. Would that be being a good parent? Right, he's liable to burn himself, he could kill himself, he could kill somebody else, he could burn the whole house down, the whole neighborhood, set the whole forest on fire. Like, who knows all the, I mean, you know Shepherd, he's
I just
gone.
got a visual.
I'm
This
here,
little kid
my
burning down
son will
houses.
climb up on the top of the roof, set my roof on fire, jump over to the neighbor's roof, whatever. So that would be bad, right? We don't want, and see, listen, financial institutions, they tell you this, right? If you use credit and you don't pay it, you could get sent to collections. It could damage your credit score. And the way the FICO score is calculated, once you damage it to a certain point, it's like beyond repair, right? You know, like a car. At some point, it gets totaled, right? That can happen to personal credit, right? You could totally ruin yourself. Not only that, but it gets worse because you can get a judgment filed against you. They can garnish your wages. A lot of employers out there will not employ you if you have a judgment or wages garnishment against you. Some employers do credit background checks on you. So for a lot of folks in America, it is a big deal. Your credit score is like, everything rides on it. Your ability to make money, even if you don't even have a credit card, your credit score determines whether or not you get to keep your job in many cases. So, is it understating the fact that fire is dangerous, that credit is dangerous? I'm not understating that, and neither is Dave Ramsey. And so when he says cut up your credit cards, for maybe about 90% of Americans out there, that is exactly what they need to do, right? Now, fire is not itself inherently bad, right? Because what else can we use fire for?
Heat.
We could use it for heat. What else?
Cooking.
Cooking. What else?
Flamethrowers.
What?
Flamethrowers.
Flamethrowers. Absolutely. Napalm. What about light? Can we use fire for light? Is there anything wrong with heating and cooking and light? Aren't those good things that have sort of like enhanced human life on this planet? Could fire be used, I don't know, let's say, to launch a man off of the planet Earth, land him on the moon, and then could that same fire be used to bring that man back home safely? Right? I mean, we have rocket science. Rocket uses fire. I mean, so there is a lot of great ways that fire can be used to do extraordinary things. But you have to be a rocket scientist to know how to use fire that way. You have to know how to cook the right way. My point is that fire is a tool, and in the wrong hands, any tool can hurt somebody, right? Tools aren't toys. But most Americans play around with their credit like it's a toy and they get burned, right? What we're teaching you here with Velocity Banking is the right way to use credit as a tool. When done so, I mean, it can totally bring light to your finances, right? I mean, it's great for eating, great for bringing heat, but it can eventually, when you see us put this in conjunction with business credit, it can launch your business to the moon. It really could, because once you have the ability to eliminate your debt, it frees up your cash flow. And from cash flow, well, if you don't already know, which I think everybody in here knows, cash flow is king, right? Cash flow is what we want to have. If we can have, especially passive cash flow coming in, that's where we want to be. Because then if passive cash flow is coming in, that I'm not directly exerting effort for, then I can do what I want, whenever I want, with whomever I want, regardless of the time or cost. And that is what I define as financial freedom. That is the goal of Velocity Banking, to help everybody experience that. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
All right. So, now, Velocity Banking, the moment you've been waiting for. See this $5,000 here? Well, before it was going to go in the checking account, but no longer. It's either going to go right like this, or in some cases it might go like this. Either way, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But you're going to take all of your income and put it on your line of credit. Now already, who's uncomfortable with that? Every paycheck that comes in, yeah, take every paycheck that comes in and just give it to pay it directly to your credit card balance. Right? You're like, what? Yeah. Guys, let me show you why. Let me show you why. Here you are, right? You've got, in this example here, you've got a $15,000 limit on your card, right? And you're carrying a $12,000 balance. What happens when you put $5,000 down on that card? What happens to that balance? It goes down. Absolutely, it goes down. Now, when I put $5,000 on that line of credit, do I have to pay the minimum monthly payment anymore of $600 that I budgeted for?
Not the first time.
I don't have to pay that anymore. I don't have to pay that. If I'm going to consistently every month put my entire income on my line of credit, I'm not going to have to budget for any minimum monthly payments. Even though the bank will always reassess and give me one, I'll always be overpaying it, will I not? Yes. Now, all of you are here today, which already tells me that you're like the smartest people in Colorado Springs, okay? Because you're here listening to me, so that's obviously makes you the smartest people. No.
Okay.
Now, here's what I'm saying. You guys aren't chumps. Who here wants to put their money in a bank, in a savings account anymore, and lose money to inflation?
Oh, I got it.
Anybody want to do that anymore? You think you can find a better way to invest that money? For my folks here that are just giving money away to their employers' 401k or IRAs that are invested in you don't even know what, with fund managers that wouldn't even invest their own money in their own funds that they're managing, look, we're not going to put any more money into these things. We're going to we're going to create our own 401ks, we're going to create our own self-directed IRAs. So we're not going to put that money, we're not going to set that money aside. And now, that should make some people uncomfortable, because now we're not setting aside any more money for a rainy day. But I'm going to show you how we still take care of everything. So if I am not budgeting for 600 minimum credit card payments, and I'm going to, in this budget, stop putting all this money into 401ks, IRAs, and these pensions, and these savings accounts, then if I add up the rest of my stuff here, I am actually at $3,000 of expenses, and then I've now created $2,000 of cash flow. Does everyone understand how I arrived at $2,000 of cash flow in this example? Now, everybody's finances are totally different, and this might not match you. I've worked with a lot of clients, and sometimes the cash flow we have in their budget is $100, right? But their expenses are totally different, and their income's totally different. Sometimes I've helped people free up 500 or 1,000. We're going to, when we really start plugging away and looking at your individual numbers, what you're going to do is you're going to find which debts are what we call efficient debt and which debts are inefficient. And we're going to eliminate all the inefficient debt first as a priority and keep the efficient debt, because we can say efficient or inefficient, but have you ever heard the expression said, well, there's good debt and there's bad debt, right? So we're going to keep all of our good debt, right? Because good debt helps us grow our credit. Good debt helps us buy assets, right? It's the bad debt we got to get rid of, because that's like a millstone around our neck, dragging us to the bottom of the ocean. All right. So, with all that being said, we now have $2,000 of cash flow. So if I put all $5,000 on this balance, right, then I have to pay for my expenses. I can pay for them off of my credit card, can't I not? What can you pay with a credit card these days?
Rent.
Just about everything.
No,
Yep.
rent doesn't work for me.
Yeah, rent or mortgage usually can.
Actually, you can.
No, not with my.
But usually.
Not directly sometimes.
Depends on your
Not
lender. I
directly,
suppose.
but you can.
It's like you have to do a little
1%
workaround.
fee and you save 2%, whatever, yeah. It's possible to make money on paying your rent.
So, several ways to do it. If you had a credit card attached to your checking account as an overdraft, right? And the amount that you're allowed to transfer on your overdraft matches your rent or your mortgage, you could do that. Now, for some banks, they charge a fee, other banks, they don't. But the point is that if you write a check from the checking account and there's zero in there, and there's an overdraft credit card, what's gonna happen when the rent check that you wrote is cashed?
We're gonna drop it this month.
The bank is gonna put the money where?
Mm,
Onto the credit card, right?
Yeah.
So I have now indirectly paid my mortgage with a credit card. That's one way. There's a lot of different ways that we do this. You can get a cash advance off of a card. A lot of times, cash advances that I see off of cards can equal enough to cover a rent payment. But people will say, oh, but that's a higher interest rate. I might get 25, 30%, and there might be a fee involved. And I'm like, people, look at what you're paying over here. Right? Look at this. You're paying 116% of interest every month on that payment. So if you ended up paying 30% interest with a $25 fee, are you still ahead? Right? It's just how we're trying to be more efficient in what we do with our money. It is very inefficient to keep paying on, I mean, you need to keep paying that loan. Don't stop paying it because that would be bad. But the way in which the bank wants you to pay your mortgage is very inefficient for your money. So, another thing you can do, very easy, is, so my $5,000 comes in, what if I just leave $1,200 in the account? If I leave $1,200 in the account, I can also subtract $1,200 from my expenses that I'm going to use with my Velocity banking, right? So I'm gonna, but I still write the check for the mortgage. Everybody's in a different situation because some things do auto drafts, some things have to pay on different times, which is why you really need to work with a professional that can look at your situation and find out which is the best choice for you. For a lot of people, that works brilliantly. So just go ahead and leave the rent money in the checking account so you can still write that check. All right, so moving right along. So if I put $5,000 down on the line of credit, on the credit card, and then I have to put $3,000 back onto it, what was the net pay down? $2,000. So do you see my net pay down is equal to my cash flow? All right. Anything you do once, you can do again, right? So I put next month I put $5,000 on the card, and then I put $3,000 back on. What's the net pay down?
Still another two.
Still another $2,000. And I just keep it going. How long at $2,000 a month net pay down is going to take me to pay off a $12,000 balance? Approximately 6 months. That's right. Now, how long was it going to take me to pay off the $12,000 balance if I just made the minimums? 10, 15 years, forever. Okay, so we got to follow some rules. Remember I said there were rules. First of all, rule number 1. Velocity banking. First thing we got is for emergencies. Do we have any emergencies? What constitutes an emergency? Let's say, I don't know, my son's climbing up a tree that's taller than the house, falls out and breaks his arm, has to be rushed by ambulance to the hospital. You know, the insurance pays 80% of that, but then where's the other 20 gonna come from? Oh no, I've liquidated my savings account. I don't have a savings account anymore. What do I do? how do I pay that $2,000 medical bill that just came in? On the credit card or the line of credit. Exactly. So what does that look like? Well, here it is. Here's that month. We got that extra 2,000, so now my balance is up here. And then we just do velocity banking here. And it took me 7 months. Point being, your lines of credit, when you switch over to velocity banking, become both your checking and your savings account. Now, second rule you have to follow is your lines of credit in velocity banking are only for emergencies, and number 2, for debt pay down. Left the T off of that, didn't I? Debt pay down. Debt pay down. All right? Now, look at where we at. We finished in 6 months, and you've completely eliminated all your credit card debt. But do you see we have a problem? We've eliminated all your credit card debt, and that's a problem. Anybody see it? Yeah, I can't keep going below 0, right? So, velocity banking, remember, it only works if I have debt, income, and the line of credit or credit card. On this line of credit or credit card, how much debt is there? 0. So I can't do velocity banking, right? Who would have ever thought that eliminating all of your credit card debt would become a problem? Let's go back to our Dave Ramsey fans. What's your average American gonna do with a $15,000 line of credit that's just been completely freed up? Now, that is taking your line of credit or your credit card and using it like fire that burns up the house, right? No, we don't want that. Nowhere in the rules do you see go to Vegas or, buy a big screen TV. The third thing we use a line of credit for is for assets. Assets. What's an asset? That's right. I love simple definitions. A lot of times people give me definitions and I'm sitting there and we're going on 30 seconds and they're still explaining to me what an asset is. It's that simple, something that makes you money. So, folks, anybody have one of these? Asset or liability?
Both.
So I got some smart people here. So I own this phone. Does it cost me money every month to use it?
I have to write it off.
Beautiful. Now the average W-2 employee, the 99% that don't understand, is this an asset or a liability to them?
Liability.
What about their car?
Liability.
Exactly. Anything that you own that makes you money, because you have, now if I just write it off, then it's neutral, it's not even an asset to me. But if my phone can begin to make me money, in my line of work, working with finances and closing deals in real estate, do you think my phone is an asset to me or a liability? It's an asset. I made like $5,000 last week with that thing, right? So I mean, what did it cost me? My phone bill is like $100 a month, and I used this thing that I own, and it made me $5,000 last week. That's an asset to me. As a business owner, like you were suggesting, everything can be converted from a liability to an asset if you know the right way to do it. Or at the very least, it can be at least made neutral, so it's no longer a liability. So that's what your lines of credit are for. Now, there are other rules, and I can keep writing them down, but here's just some general principles, and you guys have already mentioned them today. You guys are so smart, you know everything. Utilization. Utilization over 50% brings your credit score down. Utilization under 50%, but above 30%, is no negative impact to your score, but no growth can happen. Your score cannot go up. It doesn't go down, it's a neutral effect. So if your cards have to be, because you're doing velocity banking, between that 30 and 50, it's an okay zone. You're not gonna hurt your score, but you're not helping it. Under 30%, you begin to help your score, all right? Now, that's provided that two other things are happening. you use the line of credit every month. Lines of credit that are out there that are not being used do not help you build your credit. How many people have a credit card stashed away somewhere where we're not using it, it's just for an emergency? It's just a paperweight to you. I mean, not even a paperweight, those things aren't even heavy. It's not doing, it has no help to you. Maybe it's giving you some peace of mind at night to know that there's some card out there. But if you're really serious about aggressively growing your lines of credit, you must use your credit every month to develop transactional history. Now, that being said, after you use it, you have to at least make your minimum what? Payment. So you use it every month, you make at least the minimum payment, right? And if your balance is under, the further it's under 30%, the more that transactional history grows your credit score. Now with Velocity Banking, here's what's awesome. Are we using the card every month? Are we paying the card down more than what we're using it every month? Yes. So right there, those are two really good things on credit cards. Now, we are bringing this card under 50% utilization, and as we keep going, then we get under 30% utilization. So, when you have a line of credit about every 6 to 9 months, you can go ahead and apply for credit limit increases, yes?
Yeah.
Or rate reduction. Hey guys, I just want you to know that it is, my computer hasn't switched time zones. It's 4:10. Is anybody feeling like, I gotta cut, I gotta get out of here, I got kids, or I got some, because I'm willing to keep going if you guys are okay. But if you guys gotta cut out, I mean, I've kind of showed you some of the basic nuts and bolts here, but I'm gonna keep going, and it's okay with me if it's okay with you guys. Do I have your permission to keep going? Okay, I just want to be respectful of
They
everyone's time.
compromise.
What?
Keep going, but go faster.
Okay, so next thing you have to do is make sure you keep on the 50% utilization and
Like you're reading that one. Well, like you were reading that one.
there you go. And then you just record me and you can slow it down later. Okay,
Like
so
YouTube.
we're following along. We just eliminated our debt. So we have a problem. Let's go to our rules. Are there any emergencies? Do I have any additional debt that I can put on this line of credit? Yes, my house. So I am bleeding a lot right now with the interest I'm paying. So in the 6, 7 months, let's say it took me a little while to get this going, 9, 12 months, wherever I'm at, can I ask the bank for a potential credit limit increase?
Yes.
Yeah, you could even get one without even asking.
Yeah,
If
some
you
do.
if you do this long enough, you'll become a victim of what's called a credit limit increase. It's terrible. It's happening to people doing velocity banking all over the country. Victims of credit limit increases or rate reductions without even asking for them.
All right, what's your experience in? Because it's something you have to be careful of, depending on the bank, I suppose. If you ask them for a credit limit increase, they'll do a hard pull.
Yep.
And you don't necessarily want that.
Well, okay.
If you're managing it, as long as you know what you're
Let's talk
doing.
about hard pulls and inquiries, because some people are so deathly afraid of the hard pull and the inquiry. Now, you've got to be very protective of your credit score, and hard pulls and inquiries can have a negative impact on you. However, when it comes to the lending world expects to see, on average, for somebody who has good credit, excellent credit worthiness, no more than 4 hard inquiries in a year. So sometimes we get so wrapped up. Now I want you to know that we're so wrapped up in the credit score that credit scores matter very little to the lender. It's the transactional history. It's what was done with the credit. It's the debt to income ratio. It's the quality of the asset, and it's the amount of money that you want to borrow and what you want to borrow it for. Those are much more important than what your actual FICO score says, right? The FICO score just gets your foot in the door, right? So we actually see very little difference in approvals between somebody who has a 680 credit score all the way up to a 780. right? They're gonna be very similar. The 680 person just has 4, 5, 6 inquiries, whereas the 780 person had 0 inquiries, right? I mean, so yeah, there was some inquiry differences there, but we can, as long as we keep our inquiries every year managed, well, not even every year, keep your inquiries to under 4 in a 6-month period of time, and you're going to be okay on that one factor alone. Now, if your utilization's out of whack, if your income to debt ratio is largely tipped out of balance, I mean, if you've got other issues where, I mean, you have no assets, you have no collateral, you have no tax history of making any profit at all with your company, well, that means way more than some credit score. Okay, so, but you're right. When you ask for a rate increase, they could give you a hard pull. And so let's think about that.
Did I hear him right? He said, when you ask for a rate increase?
No, I'm sorry, when you ask for a credit limit increase, sorry. You asked me to go fast, I can't go fast. I gotta do this at my speed. I did it my way. All right, so when you ask for a credit limit increase, what happens is, yeah, they might run your credit score, but anytime somebody is going to pull your credit and you get something for that, that's a good transaction. If somebody runs your credit, an inquiry is placed on your credit history, and you get nothing for it, that was a complete waste of an inquiry. So if I did an inquiry on my personal credit, and in return I got a $10,000 boost in my lines of credit, was that worth it? Was that one inquiry and the 12 possible points that might knock me down worth it to gain access to an extra $10,000 of opium?
You probably gained that many points just in debt reduction.
Yes, exactly. Yes, because the inquiry is only 15% of the total FICO score. You could actually get up to 6 inquiries, but do everything right on the FICO score, and based off of where you started at, still see your credit score go up, even though you're at 6 inquiries in a 6-month period of time. So it is possible that could happen. But typically, what do we see? A lot of inquiries, a lot of utilization, a lot of new accounts, and then your score goes, right? And you don't want that. So we want to teach you the right way to do it. Don't be scared of the inquiries by themselves. Make sure that if you use an inquiry, you get something for it, that it's worth it to you. All right?
If you're doing this, you're not having inquiries anyway because you're so focused on the velocity part of it.
Absolutely, and like I said, you can, without asking for the credit limit increase, they will come. Because look at what you're doing. When you do this, the bank is making money. You're using that line of credit every month. They're making money. Transactional history, they're making transactions off of merchants, point of sale. They're making 21% interest off of all of this. They're happy. And in fact, if you're gonna keep this up, they wanna give you more to play with.
They want to tempt you to get in there.
Well, right, it's either one of two things. The bank either thinks, wow, we can make, this is our stud, let's give them more money to play with, or, this is a fluke, let's give them more rope to hang themselves, right? It's one of the other. All right, so we're gonna go out, and now we've had this credit limit increase, so here's what I'm gonna do. What's half of 25?
12 and a half.
12 and a half, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take 13,000, because I know within my first 30 days, what am I gonna be putting on here? I'm gonna be putting 5,000, right? So I know I can go up to probably at least that high, but I've gotta put another 3,000 back on. So, I'm gonna play around right in that area. Could be maybe I use 14, but also I don't wanna get too high. I don't wanna be right at 50% if I have to. I wanna stay under 50%, because I wanna have room for an emergency that in case it comes up, if I need to put it on there without having a negative impact to my credit. So here's 13,000. Now I'm gonna go put that to my house. So what I do is I just call up the bank and I say, here's an extra $13,000, right?
What did I actually say?
Asterisk, what are you talking about? Oh, a principal only payment? You mean if I just gave them an extra 13,000, they wouldn't know to automatically put it towards the principal? Oh, You mean they would just put it towards the interest? In fact, true story, and this happens all the time. You go to the bank with your $13,000, right? Because here, well, how did I get this? Maybe I did what's called a cash advance, right? Oh, that came out at 30% interest. No big deal. It's still, we're still doing awesome at 30%. But I pull that money out, right? Or the best way to use velocity banking is with a what? Not a credit card, but a what? A line of credit. So a personal line of credit or home equity line of credit. Best way to do velocity banking, because then I just pull the money out and then I'm not worried about that interest rate, right? Which is why I took time to tell you the difference between the two. So I take the money out. That's great. I go to the bank and I want to make that principal only payment, and you tell the teller, and what do they say? They say, sure, we'll take this and make a principal only payment. Is that what they say?
No.
They say, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Or they say yes, and then you see them and you're like, can I have confirmation that this is going towards the principal? I want to see a statement showing my principal balance reduction. Oh, no, that's not, it goes towards your payments. They eventually will say, we're just going to put $13,000 towards your monthly payments, right? You don't have to pay your mortgage for the next 10 months. And you're like, woohoo. I mean, they think, wow, that's good on you. And you're like, no, I want a principal only. And once they understand, you mean you want to put $13,000 down and then next month still owe $1,200 for your next payment?
Yep.
And you're like, yes. And they're like, oh, okay, I think I understand. And then they're sitting there, I don't know how to do it. I don't think you can do it. I don't think it can be done. Can we get the branch manager, please? The branch manager comes and looks at that, and they're like, yeah, huh, I haven't seen one of these before. How would you do that? That's interesting. Huh. You know what?
We've never had anybody do that before.
Yeah. You know, I just don't, can we please speak to the district manager? I'm not leaving here until you do this, right? You're my bank. You're supposed to be able to take a principal only payment. The district manager, oh yeah, that's not on the computer system there. In a file cabinet in the back room, bottom drawer, all the way in the back, is the ID-10T form. Pull it out and attach that, and then it'll be a principal reduction. You're like, oh.
Just real quick along those lines, a lot of financial advisors, people will tell you as a rule of thumb, you make one extra payment a year. It'll take you from, like, if you do that all for the life of the loan, you can go from 30 years to 21, 22 years for a payoff. But that's a key point, right? You got to make sure that that 13th payment is a principal only payment.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people
and
may be
what-
getting burned by that.
I've seen that model before, and I've looked at it many times. In fact, what that model does is that has the potential, if you started it on day one, to knock off up to 11 years off of the mortgage, making that extra payment like that.
But
Now-
principal only, that's a key point.
Right. Now, but that's making that extra payment. Now, without having to make an extra payment using velocity banking, you actually could pay this off from day one in 11 years. Not knock 11 years off of your mortgage, but pay the entire 30-year mortgage off in 11 years if you did it on day one. Now, let's take a look at that. So once you finally get the bank to do it, it takes 2 hours, right, for them to finally figure out how to do that. Here's what happens. You make a principal-only payment, and then you're like Michael J. Fox, and you get in your DeLorean, and you've just gone to the future, 5 years into the future. Right, how do I know this? Because look, in 60 months, how much principal did we pay off? 13, in 5 years. Right, over here, here's the principal that we're paying down, right? What's the interest? Well, I'll tell you, because I've already done the math on it. You can double check my work. $1,440 over right, if it took me 6 months to pay off 12, how long does it take to pay off 13?
6.5.
6.5 for the purposes of calculating the interest. But yeah, ultimately time frame, 7 months. So I'll end up paying $1,440 of interest at the 21% interest rate. So look over here, took me 60 months. Over here, took 6.5 months. $13,000 pay down, $13,000 pay down over here. Cost $58,000. Cost over here $1,440. So not only is velocity banking faster, right? But do you see that it's also cheaper? You following along with that? See? So when I skip over right here, so here's where I'm at. I skipped over, look at this. I skipped over 5 years. Do I have to pay any of that interest that I just skipped over on my amortization schedule? I don't have to pay that. In fact, I converted this debt from amortized into simple right here, and I used velocity banking and I swept it down to 0. So anything that I do once, I could do again, right? Could I put another 13 on here? Right? Could we sweep that down? Right? Could I do another time travel adventure? Right? This time in a phone booth with Bill and Ted into the future? Right? In fact, if you keep this up, you know what's going to happen? You're going to pay off this home mortgage in 5 years. I mean, we started at a 5-year mark into it, right? In this example. But switching to a velocity banking method, the mortgage is completely paid off in 5 years. Now, is that good or good?
Good.
Yeah, so when this is gone, then I don't have to pay that. And then, you know, in 5 years, that's gone. But let's say it's time to get a new car, right? Do I trade in the old ones? Do I pick up another $13,000 balance? Do I go buy a new car? How long is it going to take me? Now that I freed up $1,200 here, I'm now going to be at $3,800 of cash flow, right? Because I'm at what, $1,800 over here, right? So my expenses now are $1,800. So, no, I didn't do that. It's not 38. This is 32. Sorry. Okay. So if you see that, I'm at $3,200 of cash flow. That means now when you start looking at these curves, right? When I start paying something with more cash flow, that means it's steeper, right? And so the greater the velocity, the greater the speed in which I pay down the debt, the faster I will start growing these lines of credit as well. Right? Because I'm going to create more and more transactional history. I'm going to be able to keep my balances way under 50. Maybe spend a lot of time doing this at the 30% or less zone. So I can really grow these lines of credit. Within 5 years of doing this, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility to have a $75,000 or more personal line of credit or credit cards.
But you're gonna have
But
a
in it,
$150,000 HELOC at that.
exactly, exactly. So let's switch over. Let's talk about the HELOC-y, if I can. Is this blue? No, it's blue. Come on, blue. Now we can go get. Why isn't it working? Okay, there we go. Now we get the HELOC. Oh, see. All right, there we go. Oh, that's like acting like a pen. That's weird. Okay, let's come over here. Isn't that neat? It's kind of neat and annoying at the same time. There we go. I had to switch that way. So now we got ourselves our HELOC. All right. What does HELOC stand for?
Home equity line of credit.
Home equity line of credit. Let me ask you something. Is that amortized or is that simple?
Simple.
Is that one directional or is that revolving? Oh my goodness, does that mean we really like ourselves some HELOCs? Yeah, we do. This is a great banking product. We love it because we can get, in this example, if we've done everything right with velocity banking, we could get up to 90% loan to value. right? Now, I mean, what's typical is to see somewhere between 70 to 80%, but that's based off of average credit. If you do velocity banking like this, what's gonna happen to your credit score? It's gonna go up. What's gonna happen to your debt to income ratio? It's gonna go down. What's gonna happen to your utilization? That's gonna go down. In your transactional history of all these on-time payments, owning your house free and clear, the asset itself. So, if I'm a bank, you're gonna meet every criteria, you're gonna check mark every box. You could get up to 90% loan to value. So if that original loan was really off of a house that was the ARV 220,000, what would be, oh, let's be conservative, what's 80% of 220,000? 165?
61,
Somewhere in there.
176, I think.
176, thank you, sir. If you had access where you could pull the cash out of $176,000, who thinks they could do some kind of deal? Any deal? Real estate, business, pet products? I mean,
You're the bank.
yeah. At that point, I mean, and when we continue to get more and more lines of credit offered to us, is it at the 21% interest rate anymore? Yeah. Do you see, anybody start seeing how velocity banking is awesome? Hey, does anybody wonder what does this have to do at all with business credit? You guys want to see some business credit attached to this? Okay, here's my man. See? I'm going to tell you about this guy, because this guy used to be me. His name's Max, because, you know, he's maxed out. All right? Max is sad because he wants to do velocity banking, but he doesn't have a personal line of credit. He doesn't have a home equity line of credit, even though he's got a home, he's even got some equity. You know, what good is equity if your credit score, right? Where's, if you're maxed out, you've been maxed out for over a year, where's Max's credit score? Yeah, it's right down there. Yeah, and because he's maxed out, what's his DTI?
Too much.
It's way too high. Debt to income ratio, right? A lender's gonna wanna see you be at least 45% or lower debt to income ratio. But if you're maxed out, that means your like debt to income ratio is like more like 100%, right? So no one's gonna lend you any money. Even if you have equity, it's so sad. It's a sad state to be in. And people feel so good about owning a house because the pride of ownership, and I've got equity. But what good is equity if you can't access it? And Max, where do you think his utilization's at?
5%.
Yeah. In fact, he might not even have any utilization because maybe he doesn't have credit cards anymore. They've all been closed on him, right? That's Max. Max really wants to do velocity banking. Now, if we remember over here, let's say Max uses these numbers that are over here. Here's Max's line of credit. Everybody see Max's line, right? So he's got $15,000. Let's say that's in 3 credit cards, right? Each of them having a $5,000 limit, and with a $12,000 balance, that would mean he'd have $4,000 on each credit card. Does that make sense? Everyone picking up what I'm laying down? So we'll draw that over here. Here's Max's credit card, right? It's everywhere you want to go, right? We got a credit card here. Now, we have, let's see, what did we say? Oh, $5,000? We have a $5,000 limit, but what was the balance at? What did we say the balance would be?
It'd be 4.
Yeah, it would be $4,000 balance. But you know what? Max, like this guy right here, thought he was pretty smart. Said, you know what? I don't need a line of credit. I'm gonna use my maxed out credit card that I've had for over a year and try my velocity banking strategy on that. So here's what happens. So remember velocity banking? What did we do?
I think one thing I could touch on is that there has to be a shift in behavior and mindset. Obviously, that 12,000 is consumer debt,
Uh-huh.
so his mindset at some point has to change to start the velocity banking to get out of that consumer side.
I agree with you 100%.
It's just worth a mention.
But when we started velocity banking in the green, what was the first step here of the implementing velocity banking? You're right, mind shift,
Put
mind shift.
your total check into the,
Right.
on your line of credit.
So, here we go. Max has got his, he's got his income. Right, here's his income, $5,000. And he's gonna go, hi-ya! Karate chop attack. Right, what happens to that balance? Ah, yes. Isn't that nice? Don't you think Max is feeling really good about himself now? He's got himself a zero balance. Uh-oh. But what happened because Max had been maxed out for more than 6 months with that credit card? No.
They could, yeah.
They could. They could. But here's what we see happen more often. Your limit got decreased. New limit. L-I-M-I-T. Oh, wait a minute. I put $4,000 on that card and now I only have access to 1,000. Does it feel like I just lost $4,000? How's that any different than where I was? I had $1,000 access before I started. I still have $1,000 access after I gave you $4,000. I just lost the money. How did that happen to me?
And now you can't pay your bills this month either.
Yeah.
I know. And then I'm gonna go around and complain, velocity banking doesn't work. Remember the large print giveth,
Uh-huh.
and the small print taketh away. So velocity banking is ideal for using with what? Lines of credit or credit cards? Lines of credit, right? Because with the line of credit, I have this contract, I have this guarantee, I have access to these funds. With my credit card, my bank, at any time of their choosing, can shrink that stuff down on me. Anytime that they feel that I'm a credit risk. Now, how did I become a credit risk? I kept my utilization over 80% for over 6 months, over 12 months. Well, the credit issuer is wondering if they're ever gonna get their money back. Then you pay. They know that based off of your behavior, that they might not get any more money again, so they're gonna make you prove it by dropping your limit down. And if you've already had this habit go on before in the past, then they do what you said, they close your account. So, if you just have credit cards with no line of credit and you're already maxed out, this is where I have to, and I try to caution people, don't run away from my velocity banking training and go try this, because this could be financial suicide for someone if you did this with your credit cards. Now, is all credit cards that way? No, what we see primarily is the major issuers. Capital One, Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all the major credit card issuers of those accounts. Does this happen with all the small federal credit unions? No, not necessarily. If this was a new line of credit that you've opened, right, and you haven't established a 6-month trend yet of being maxed out, then yeah, those, you have the opportunity to redeem those credit cards and still use those limits just like you would with a line of credit with velocity banking. So, yes, it can be done with credit cards, but you have to understand how these tools work. Capiche? All right. So, what's Max going to do? I guess Max just has no chance. He's just to suffer for the rest of his life in complete abject failure. No. We have a solution. I have a solution.
Bankruptcy.
No. Oh, no. Here's what we're going to do.
Well, can you build business credit if you're going through bankruptcy?
Yes.
Sorry, it's brought up.
All right. This, that's a business. I don't know why, if anybody can come up with a better drawing for a business, tell me, I don't know, I'm just, there's your little door, what?
That was an anvil.
Yeah, it's an anvil, and it's a business. It's an anvil, it's a business that sells anvils, all right? So here we go, we got a business. Here's what Max is gonna do. Max is gonna start a business. Because what can Max do with his business? Can he get business credit that's separate from his SSN over here? Can he get business over here on his EIN? Okay, this is a bit of a test. This is a follow-up. What did you learn today? How long does it take if you hire a professional to get business credit billed?
12 months.
In 6 to 12 months, how much money could he get? 50,000. That's conservative. I want to tell you, last year it looked to me, I don't have the final numbers, but it looked like somewhere between 66 to 77,000 was more like the average that we saw. Which is why I like to say 50,000, because I want to, under promise and over deliver. But here we are, EIN 50K. Now, that 50K comes in a variety of forms: vendor credit, revolving store credit, fuel, fleet credit, and cash credit, unsecured. Let's say, on average, it's somewhere between 25 to 30,000 of that 50K is in an unsecured Visa MasterCard, or MasterCards in plural, right? So here's what's gonna happen. Let's be conservative and say 25,000. Well, here's what we're gonna do. Max, he's got his house, right? He's got some equity, but he has no way to access it. But his business can give him 25K in these business credit cards. The business could do that on the personal side. How would it do that? Well, we have to do this the right way. Don't do this the wrong way. Which way did I say to do it?
The right way.
The right way. You have to do all of this through the title company. Title company. This is the key. This is super important. With the title company, here's what we can do. The title company can help us put a lien in second position. All right? We can also file, what they will do, will file the deed of trust. Who gets the deed of trust? Yep, business gets the deed of trust. Now, this lien comes in the form of a private mortgage note. So the company decides it's giving you $25,000, and it's going to bill you based off of if you had used all 25,000 of it. And so, since the majority of all credit that gets issued for 6 months to 24 months for businesses is at 0%, we're going to base it off of a 2% balance, which is what the issuer would do. So, to make things easy, the private mortgage note is going to at least be for 2 years at $500 a month. You guys understanding that so far?
No.
What?
No, you completely lost me.
Well, you weren't here the whole time. That doesn't count.
No, I was
You have to be here the whole time. All right? So, the business built business credit on its EIN that's
Okay.
attached to the business, and it's separate from the SSN. It gives its business credit to Max over here. Max gets the business credit card or cards, right? But he, in return, has to pay a private mortgage note of $500 a month to who? Where does the money go? When Max pays his money, where does the money go from Max? Nope. Mark, come on. Where does the money go? When Max pays, he's got his income here, right? Where does the income go?
Credit cards.
The income goes here. What? To the title company.
Are they managing the note?
Yes. $5,000 to the title company means potentially $4,100 900 and let's say 70 for managing the note. I'm trying to, but that goes to your business. All right. Now, what does what's happening with that 25,000? Remember, we got 25. We got a 25K line of credit, and Max is maxed out, right? So he starts throwing his debt onto this line of credit. He's consolidating. You see that? But he puts all of his income into the title company, so the business applies all of that, puts the 5,000 down, right? And then what happens? Max has got some income that he needs, so he puts some more, right? He puts some of his expenses on the card, and then next month he puts his 5,000, right? It goes to the title company. The business applies it to the line, right? And then Max puts his expenses on. Does that look like velocity banking? It's not the same way, because is Max getting transactional history on his personal side? No, this isn't Max's credit card. Who's getting all of the transactional history? The business is getting all the transactional history. But what's happening to Max's credit score when his debt to income ratio is going down? Yeah, the credit score is now going up. His utilization, because he's consolidated the debt on these cards, yeah, his limit's gone way down, but now his utilization's going down as well. So what's going to happen to Max over the next 6, 12, 18 months? Right? Is he going to come out of this financial fog? Right? He's going to begin to, his lines of credit can become increased. His credit score is going to start going up. If he did what you said and has this mindset shift, right? He has to change his behavior, right? He has to follow the rules. Credit cards are not for purchasing liabilities anymore. You purchase a liability with a credit card, then you've learned nothing I've taught you today. No soup for you. All right? Credit cards are for emergencies, for debt pay down, and for assets, and that's it. If you want to buy stuff, you want a TV, you want to go on a vacation, you use your cash flow. Cash flow pays for the things that you want in your life, not your credit. Right? Credit is just the tool that you use to leverage everything, to grow your cash flow. You use leverage to grow your cash flow. All right. All right, so, well, I'm not done here, because this is the velocity banking, so the debt's going down. This is great. Now, let's go back to the business down here for a second. What are the 3 challenges that every business has in terms of establishing its credit worthiness? We touched on them today. Every business has got to have the 3 C's. What's king? Cash flow. And we're building business credit, are we not? Right? So your business needs credit and collateral. Without those 3 things, you'll never get an SBA loan, right? If you want to grow to some point where you can qualify for, because you know what, and I said loans amortized, but you'll never get a credit line to ever be as big as an SBA loan. And if you want to buy, maybe your own subdivision or build land and develop it, or you want to have commercial real estate or own apartment complexes, you want to play the real estate game or any business game at a high level, you need access to a lot of cash that's going to come from an SBA loan. All right? And then, but think about this, by the time you get to the point where you can get one of these huge SBA loans with a huge interest rate because it's amortized, what are we going to have in place along the way before we get there? We're going to have lines of credit. We're going to know how to use velocity banking. We're going to sweep down all that debt in record time. Because by the time you're working with $2 million in an SBA loan, your income is through the roof. Your cash flow, if you set it up right and you do the deal that makes sense, you're bringing in so much cash flow that even though the numbers are bigger, it still fits this pattern, right? Taking down a $2 million project using velocity banking with your cash flow and eliminating that debt in 1/3 the time, it's the same thing. I mean, imagine paying off a commercial building with the cash flow that's coming off of said building. The building pays for itself through velocity banking, and you own it free and clear in 9, 7, 8, 9 years. And then you still keep said building, and now everything that comes in is pure cash flow.
So what's your thought on the stance of, hey, don't pay off that property at 3%, because if you paid $100,000 to pay off the property, you could have used it somewhere else? Is it just better?
Yeah, I mean, that goes to the philosophy of tripping over
Yeah,
dollars to pick
pay
up pennies.
Right, but in that case, are you paying $100,000 amortization to get a $75,000 HELOC?
Right, so
Right, so then.
it's gonna depend on what your ultimate goals are, but I mean, so if growing a credit score is more important to you, you're gonna have a different approach. If you understand that, I don't care if my credit score dips, if in return I get more access to money. If I understand the difference between good debt and bad debt, and my debt that I've paid down really isn't that inefficient and it's fine, and that I have the ability or the potential to grow it more. See, there are market forces at play, and when we start talking business, there's always, when you tie up money, there's always the opportunity of loss. Like, if I invest money into something that gives me back a certain rate of return, say 12%, I now lose the opportunity to invest in anything that would have brought me in 14 or 18%, right? Now, I'm still making money over here, but as this pays down, do I wait for the full term to come down? Or if I still have the opportunity to shift even a portion of that money or opportunity to get money now at 18% return? Yeah, you just gotta make the smart choices, but I can't make those for you, because making money at 12% is still making money at 12%, right? So, just how you look at it. Okay, so, look at what we got going on here. Let me look at this. So, look at what's going on here. This income that Max has that's going through the title company that's then getting paid to the business, that's reportable income, is it not? Wait a minute. I can generate a P&L off of that, right? I have to file taxes on that, right? Either I have filed taxes or a P&L statement. I have verifiable income, transactional history. I have cash flow. Now, with my business making these payments every month, am I establishing credit, business credit for my business?
Can't a business loan it through a Roth 401k and let it do a transfer?
Yes, absolutely. A business should. As the business makes money, and if it wants to lessen its debt liability, it can offset its debt liability by placing excess profits into business 401ks or business IRAs. But you just don't leave it there, you self-direct them, and then you take that money and you lend it back out, and you get a rate of return that's at 12, 14, 18%, which is more than you would have got in the stock market. Yes?
The question you're raising, some of the money I'm making here is probably going to need to help me over in the UK over the winter. Is that then taxable if I shift it over?
Anything that's reported in your P&L as income will
What is
be
a P&L?
your profit and loss.
But you got.
So when you look at your balance, when you
So it's taxed differently.
right, so when money comes in different forms, as say reimbursement, for example, that's not going to go in the category of income, so you're not going to be taxed.
It's rental income, but I'm going to need it to pay the rent over in the UK.
Right, so when you ship money from one business to another, if you do it as a loan, then it's not income, right? If the money is gifted, now it's income, right? So,
Even if, as I told you earlier, company UK owns company here.
yeah. Company here that owns company there is like, I'm a father and I have an adult son, right? I give him money, he gives me money, we're still two adults, right? We still have to follow Fair Credit Lending Acts. We have to do everything the right way. He has his own Social Security, I have my own. So yes, you have two businesses two EINs, one owns the other, that just means one came from the other, but they're still independent and separate. Unless they do a joint venture, which you should get a separate EIN assigned to the joint venture, so that everything made there would be taxed under that, and so it wouldn't ruin your finances on the others.
But I like the loan idea because at some point that's probably all coming here anyway.
Well, you're gonna have to bring me back for a tax day. You guys ask a lot of tax questions, but I'm not here to talk about taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, so collateral. So this business put $25,000 over here on this house and got a deed of trust. Is a deed of trust an equity position in the property? Do I have collateral? Oh my goodness. Now, this is a brand new business that Max just started. Now, 90% of all businesses fail in the first 5 years. But here, in Max's first year, he's got a business that shows cash flow, credit, and collateral. He could be taxed on it. Here's one thing I'll say about taxes. We're all trying to avoid paying as much taxes as possible, right? But, let me give you something to chew on. If you pay taxes, one way to look at it, this is just a way to look at it, but if you pay taxes, you have, through your tax return, verifiable income through the IRS. So let's say I make a whole bunch of money. I mean, my first business, I remember got a tax bill. The first year it made something like $41,000 in profit. And the IRS had the audacity to send me an $8,000 tax bill. I was like, how dare you? So, I could have paid that tax, and then I would have verifiable income. I can take off write-offs, but then I have to show that my company doesn't make any money. Now, if I'm gonna go to a lender, and here's my company, right? I'm writing off everything. I make no profit. I make no money. Will you give me money, please? The lenders say no. The lenders say no. I pay that $8,000 tax. I'm showing, $41,000 profit, right? Instead of hiding the profit, I show the profit. Now, I take that to a lender, and as I'm filling out my application and I show my cash flow, yeah, I paid $8,000 in taxes, but now this lender, based off my cash flow, is willing to lend me $150,000. So I ask you, how much did I really end up having to pay in taxes? Again, I challenge some concepts here because so many people are in such a hurry to try to mitigate taxes, and that's good. There's nothing wrong with mitigating taxes. I do it too, but be strategic about it. Know when to do it. In your first 5 years as a startup, mitigating taxes, awesome, right? But as you begin to grow, you reach a point of critical mass where it is no longer beneficial to you to mitigate your taxes anymore. It's now incumbent upon you to show profit, especially if we're coming up on, if there's economic hard times, if that ever happens, if you're in a situation where the economy is not doing great and you need access to cash, it's weird sounding, but you need to pay taxes to show verifiable income to get a lender to give you money. But what's the last thing when the economy is going down that a business is going to do? They're going to mitigate everything, show no profit, and then get access to no capital. Okay, so let me finish on this.
Quick question, Justin. When you go to the title company and do the deed of trust and you're doing the velocity banking, is that a separate bank account that you're able to put money in and take it out?
So the title company will set up a direct deposit into the business's bank account.
Okay, so back up one step as you take that 5,000 and you're giving it to the title company.
Right, so the title company, like escrow, holds the lien in second position. They'll serve it. Title companies will service any note, seller finance note, private mortgage note, first position notes. The title company will hold the money in an escrow account that they open. Oh, you're bringing up a good question. What could I do with the escrow account?
Well, I guess, so you're the title company, I give you $5,000, but I need 3,000 back for my expenses. do the Velocity Bank, is that an account that's set up?
No, I don't need you, to put the $3,000 back there. The business, remember, it's the business's credit card? The business, you're just gonna use, as the individual, the business credit card to put the expenses on there. All you have to do in this example is just keep paying your income through the title company. You have the business credit card, so you just put the expenses on there yourself. Right, so that once you get the income from Max, you then apply it towards the business. Now, this could be done, I do this example with one person, but could somebody start a business and somebody who needs Velocity Banking, could two people work together and make this happen? These better be two people that know, like, and trust each other. Because if one person on the business fails, then they're gonna hurt the person on the personal side, and vice versa. Person on the personal side fails, they're gonna hurt the business, and both are gonna hurt each other.
So somebody who never heard those terms, title company, what, very short description?
That's who holds your note, your deed. That's the
A
company
title
that
company,
does all
when
the
you
paperwork.
purchase real estate in the United States, is done at the county level, and they file the mortgages, the deed of trust. Some states are deed of trust states, other states are just mortgage states.
Okay.
So, but the mortgage and the deed of trust can be two separate instruments, or in other states, it's just the mortgage. But either way, it's filed with the county and it's put in a lien against it. It's an encumbrance against the property, meaning I can't sell this property until the liens in every position are paid off.
Okay, same with my bus, I'm still paying it off on finance, and the VW bank holds the deed,
Yeah, there you go.
is that, okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay,
To follow up on his question, how does that, so I'm Max, I pay the $5,000 to the title company. Title company sends $4,970 to the business. And then I'm using the business credit card, so how does the title company get, how does the title company know that those charges are essentially a loan, another loan to Max? How do
the title company is a pass-through. The title company is supposed to collect the payment of $500. By paying $5,000, the title company then applies the excess to the remainder of the note and sends all money to the note issuer, which is the business. So $5,000 into the title company after they do their $30 processing is $4,970 straight to the company.
Right, so I get that part, but then the part I don't get is when Max is now charging expenses, how
Well,
does?
what was Max given ultimately? Down here on the bottom, what was Max given?
Well, I guess that's maybe what I don't understand.
He was
Oh.
given $25,000 in Visa, MasterCard cards. He's
Okay.
got these business credit cards,
Okay,
right? And because I'm putting a lien against it as the business, even if I was somebody else, I can give you my business credit cards to go spend whatever. You're required to pay that money, or I'm gonna foreclose on your property. See what I'm saying? That's how I'm protected as the business, right? Otherwise, that'd be crazy. I'm just giving you, no, you might not even use the full 25, right? You might only, if you do Velocity Banking right, you're only gonna be using 13 of that, right? But I'm charging you payments as if you took the full, because here, what has happened here? Your business, I mean, what's a HELOC? A HELOC, how is it secured? Does the bank secure a HELOC? It's a line of credit, but let's say the bank gives you a second mortgage for $25,000. They're going to put it as a deed of trust against your property, and that deed of trust is for how much? The full line of the credit, right? They're only gonna charge you based off of what you use. Now, you're not a bank per se, so you can't do that, but I mean, in effect, you are creating what I call the HELOC, the business HELOC. Your business is giving you the HELOC. Now, given enough time when Max is no longer maxed out, right? So I mean, look at this. Look what happens here. Right, do that. And then, you know, given enough time, look at this. Huh? Max is happy now. Credit score's up, things are turning around. He can turn around now because he's in position to, and he can give a personal guarantee. He spent the last 2 years getting out of this problem. His score's up in the 700s. He gives a personal guarantee to the business. This business has been doing this business credit, and so over the 2 years, this business is at $200,000 in total lines of credit because of all of this velocity banking that's been going on. You've just been growing these lines of credit. You keep applying for new lines of credit because on the business side, do we care about inquiries? On the business side, do we care about utilization? No. So you're just adding to these lines of credit. You just keep doing. 2 years later, you're at $200,000 in credit cards and lines of credit. Boom, here comes the personal guarantee, which adds on an additional $200,000 in personally guaranteed lines of credit. Now, with your business's excellent business credit rating, in 6 to 12 months, you can get the personal guarantee removed off of there and just have those be straight business credit cards. There's a process that we do where we help people get their credit, their personally guaranteed business credit cards reevaluated and get the personal guarantee removed. It's a beautiful thing. But this is velocity banking with business credit. Do you see how Max benefited from velocity banking? Do you see how the business benefited from Max using the business credit cards for his velocity banking? Do you see now that the business can go out and get business lines of credit with now Max's personal guarantee? Effectively, what's that mean? It means Max and the business, which are the same person, can go out and both co-sign a loan and get double what they could have got if either of them went out and did it by themselves. And if Max did this with one business, could he do it with 2? Could he do it with 7? Could he do it with 20? What is the limit to the amount of business credit that you can actually build, folks? Did I just blow your mind? I tried to blow your mind. Hopefully I blew your mind. Did? All right, Ray, come up here and send these people home, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, Joseph, great job. Let's get started.
Thank you very much. I'll pass those out.
Oh, okay, perfect. Just want to make sure we didn't lose something.
You got those cards?
Oh, they said, oh,
I was gonna pass out the cards.
that's what I was saying. Oh, I thought you grabbed them. Let's see. Where are they? They were in this little. Oh, they're wrong zipper.
Did everybody get into the drawing for the Apple iPad 2?
Oh, no, forgot all
Not
about
sure,
it.
did you get my text
9
message?
times.
We get the email saying download the book, we're in, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
If you got an email saying download the book, you're in. By the way, that was my beautiful family real quick. Okay. So, Mark,
I did not get
Yep.
email.
sorry, Chris, take all the names off of your list, put it into a hat for a drawing that's coming up.
I did text, but no, not sure.
Folks, I don't want you to leave without getting at least one credit card, okay? Here you go. I want you to have a credit card. That's all you need, all right? All right, there you go.
We'll make sure you get it. I mean,
This is
I'll make sure
actually
you get
my
it before you go.
business card.
You have Android?
How clever is
Is it
that?
Android?
Hey, what you have on the card
Oh,
though,
that's cute.
it's another book. It goes over, this is what we're gonna be talking about tonight if you wanna come to dinner. But if you
Yes,
can't,
you get the names.
you can have, this is how we help people get $150,000 in business, direct business funding. Okay, you need one too. Now, if anything you've heard tonight is not something you feel like you can implement, which I don't see why you would ever do that, but go ahead and pass my info on. All right?
I'm not up yet.
Pass it on. Pass on what you have learned.
Alrighty. So while Chris is getting that together, Alright, folks,
I sent a message for.
let's review really quick. So like we were talking
It's an
about,
email, it should come
we're
right in the
offering
email.
a
No, but I sent.
smoking deal for you guys. So if you wanna do it, just go ahead and fill out the second sheet on there. But let's just say you got a business partner that you gotta talk to. You got a spouse you gotta talk to. We threw so much stuff at you guys today. It's kinda hard to explain. That's why on that little card, if you scan that, little QR code scanner on your phone, you actually get a walk down of what business credit is. You get a free ebook. You also get a free 30-minute consultation, so you can individually discuss what your business goals are. So
Can we use this credit card to pay the $17.76?
you can once you build your business credit.
That's not the same thing.
You could go sell it. It's got an ebook on it. If somebody wants to pay for it, for sure. Yeah, so here's a little scan card. This is our 800 number right
Hey.
here.
I wanna interrupt you as I always do.
Okay.
Christine, could you come up here?
Yes.
Oh.
The banner thing again.
All right.
Pick a winner, dig down deep.
No punching each other.
And the winner of an Apple iPad Air 2 is...
Sherry!
You're kidding.
Not kidding!
Oh,
All I have to do is know how to use it.
Perfect.
Hey, there's plenty of people that can help with
YouTube's
that.
on that, everything.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Everybody
so
give
much.
Christina a hand. And back to Ray Fleming.
Perfect.
It's an Apple iPad, right?
Yeah.
Apple iPad Air 2.
It should be in there.
Air 2? Okay.
Yeah. Last time we checked, it could be an empty box. It's a mystery box.
Okay, then I know what to tell my friend.
Perfect. Okay, but obviously we wanted you guys all to win today, and some of you may feel sad that you didn't win. Or you're like, hey, I came here to learn, I didn't come here to spend $1,776. I don't want to, I don't have to. That's okay, you don't. You can totally go build business credit yourself.
No.
So we want, you know, it's just one of those things. This is a service. If you need help doing it, then let's get you going. All right? But for those of you who are still thinking about it, I'm not sure, let's do the math on this. So only 3% are reporting, and we got to find 5 to 6. That's about 200 businesses you'd have to go through to try to find which ones are actually reporting, because unfortunately we weren't nice enough to give you all the first round vendors.
You're not
That's our
supposed to.
business.
That's our proprietary information.
All right, so you might call some customer service, and then you're gonna ask, "Hey, do you report to Dun and Bradstreet?" And they're gonna say, "Well, I don't know what Dun and Bradstreet is," or they'll say that we do or that we don't, or you might ask them some other stuff. But pretty much, what I end up getting is they're like, "I don't know, true." They're always right. We're always wrong. Apparently. Anybody ever worked in a call center? Because I have. People are so mean to you on the phone, so be nice to your customer service representatives when you call them. You get a lot more benefits if you're sweet. I can pretty much get whatever I want now because I'm always like, thank you for your help. I'm so glad I got you. The first thing I ever say to them. And they're like, well, what can I help you with? Ah, perfect. Yes, sir.
Just a tip that somebody recently passed along to me. I haven't tried it personally yet, so take it for what it's worth. It ties into what we said earlier. For your credit card companies, they said that you can call them, then customer service number on your card, ask for an interest rate reduction.
You don't get if you don't ask.
And they've had good success.
Is that true though? You don't get it if you don't
Lower
ask.
the interest rate.
You don't get it if you don't ask.
Free money.
It is. Did you know that you can get a discount pretty much wherever you go if you just ask? You don't even have to have a reason. I get 10% at Target all the time. I'm like, can I get 10% off of this? And they're like, that's usually the most we can do. I didn't actually say that there's a reason why.
They'll give you
Most
the
of it's
senior
because
discount.
it was scratched or something, but I just ask if I got 10% and they give it to me. You never know. Who said you couldn't have
Is that the best you can do?
Then I'm pushing it, then they're like, well, what's actually wrong with it? Well, nothing really, I just want 10%. All right, so you could keep flushing money down the drain, trying to get those accounts up and running.
But we don't want you to do that. We don't want you to be stressed out, wondering why it's not working.
How much time does it take to build business credit if you don't have a professional working?
Well, it took me like 2 years before I actually decided to get a professional involved. And then it felt like this, where the money was just freely flowing. Megan Christensen, Ty Crandall, these are our business partners. They've developed a system of absolute amazing funding capabilities and tracking over the last 12 years. We work very closely with them to keep utilizing and updating these systems all the time.
How many business owners have they worked with over the last 12 years, and how much money have they got?
Thousands of people, millions of dollars, and just more and more every single day. All right, there's our contact information, business credit at wiseguysandties.com, wiseguysandties.com. But like I said, if you need to talk with your business partner, spouse, or whatever, you can use the card, the videos to explain to them. But to lock in the price, go ahead and at least fill out the information on the back. If you just don't have the card or whatever, put your name on there. We'll call you later to get that. But that way you at least are committing to it, or if you know, but you're not fully committing to it. Well, you're committing to locking in the price. Does that make sense?
What are you talking about, Ray? If you send in the sheet, you get $1,776. If you don't, you get it for $2,497.
Perfect.
Still a good deal either way.
Either way, it's a great deal. But folks, we're looking forward to working with you. We're excited to have you here. I want to thank you so much for joining us today, and look forward to helping each and every one of you.
You guys got so many other things to do, so many other things that are really other things that you need to focus on. Your businesses are important to you, right? Business credit's important, but who has the time that it takes to get this all done right? Hire the professionals. Let us take care of this so you can get back to the things that you need, that need your attention, so we can help you get this done the right way.
Perfect. Take your sheets to Joey. There we go. We'll get you going.
You can keep the top sheet, give me the bottom sheet, and I'll get you started in some business credit right away.
Thank you, folks, for hanging out with us.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the restaurant up because Old Chicago serves pizza. So, if anybody familiar with Odyssey Gastropub, anybody?
Huh?
Odyssey Gastropub? Phantom Canyon?
Phantom Canyon, yeah.
Front Range Barbecue, anybody?
Second one.
So we're gonna go out to eat after this. I'm leaning towards Front Range Barbecue. You guys like barbecue?
SCH.
I go wherever you take
Okay,
me.
Front Range Barbecue is a good place
Wherever
to
you're
go.
paying, I'll show up.
20, okay. I'll put the address up here, 2330 West Colorado Avenue, Front Range Barbecue. We're gonna go there after we're done here.
Okay.
Beautiful, thank you, Mark.
You're very welcome. I will be reaching out to you as far as our next property tour for real estate, as we can guide this all in, and I hope the guys have you there. We also play cash flow, and we can talk more. If you're gonna go to the restaurant, I'd be glad to talk to you more about what we do here in town for real estate, okay?
Guys, we are getting a real estate investing network club mastermind started right here with Mark as your leader. This is the Velocity Banking Guru.
Yep, I have a gentleman in town who's saving $118,000 on his mortgage. and
Did you
free-
guys like that Velocity Banking training?
Yeah.
Who do you think is the guy that I got it from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we use Velocity Banking. I have a guy here that has a whole spreadsheet. He's an engineer.
Okay,
On
I'm
it, so
going to talk to my
we work this
business
out.
partner tomorrow. Oh, so that's still a good deal.
It is a great deal.
Yeah, what business partner, I was like, oh, no, don't do that.
I'm still working.
Business all the time, so.
Okay, you're very welcome. Okay, we talking, we'll do
He's
one
the
on one.
nice, he's the nice guy.
You should do a real estate
Sorry,
call.
I'm like,
Perfect, perfect.
Yeah, I hope so.
Cool, well, we'll talk then.
great, thanks.
We're practically
Oh,
neighbors.
yeah. That's why I wanted to.
Supposedly, yeah.
I have a personal credit card.
We're a few minutes apart.
Sure.
So I read this
But you see how you can use this to help you do it.
yeah, so I'm also looking at my income ratio, because I have no student loan. I'm not that on my credit card.
Here's what your business partner, does he know I can trust you?
Oh, yeah, he's already said, you need money, you need money.
I'm saying, you don't need to